Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Grave Choices by Ramy, Vance, and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Jen Lee. Chapter 1. The name on the old tome's spine read, How to Conjure Gremlins and What to Do with Them. Frowning, Maine replaced the thick book on the bookshelf. She reached for another one entitled 1001 Spells You Never Knew Existed. The book next to it was How to Tame Your Garden Gnome.
Newly had quite the collection,
Knopf yipped, drawing in a deep breath before magically blasting up into the air to read some of the titles farther on in the study. The mansion's study was a long room with sofas and coffee tables at the center, bookcases along both walls, and heavy drapes pulled shut over the window at the end. Maine absently sighed as she moved on to the next bookcase, perusing the titles. Yeah, so much had happened in the last couple of days. The worst was that the Corruptor, the most feared demon of all time, had escaped custody and was now collecting his demon weapons with the end goal of starting the apocalypse. With that in mind, it felt trivial that they should be looking for a book. However, it was important that they find it, and a cuckoo clock chimed from somewhere in Newly's mansion, sending a jolt through Maine's frame.
Heh,
Knopf yipped nervously, before blasting off again to read more titles a few bookcases down from her.
You know, partner, Al's mansion that he inherited from Newly, that you inherited from Al, it's kinda creepy.
Maine twisted her head to look in the miniature direwolf's direction. Past Knopf, a small stone statue of a monkey with wings perched upon a pedestal. Was it her, or did the statue's eyes follow her as she moved? No, it couldn't. It was a statue. Those eyes weren't living. They were solid stone. But she had to admit, Al's mansion, now her mansion, had an undeniable creep factor. All that was missing was booming thunder and lightning flashing behind the drawn curtain at the back of the study. Still, there was something luxurious and sexy about being in her mansion, even if she was without a butler. For the moment. They were going to get Al back. They were going to re-spirit him back from the grave. Maine raked her eyes along the next bookcase, then stepped onto rolling metal stairs to check the top shelf. What if Newly doesn't have the re-spiriting ritual spellbook? Knopf blasted off again, reading the top shelf of books in the bookcase in front of him, before dropping back to the floor.
Have you looked at this place? This study is as big as a small library, and it's chock full of everything arcane and archaic. If there is any place in Rainwater that has the book we're looking for, it'll be here.
I hope so. Maine read the titles of the books in front of her. We only have 3 days after Al's death to re-spirit him, and we still have to translate the spellbook before we can cast the ritual.
We'll figure it out,
Knopf yipped.
We always do. Unless this time we don't. But we will.
He yelped.
Aha!
Maine turned to him. You found it?
Huh? Oh, no. Not the re-spiriting spellbook. Found something better.
Maine's fingers rested on a book in front of her as she stared at him. What? Knopf gave a doggy grin.
A dire wolf encyclopedia.
Okay.
You wouldn't understand. I'm hoping to troubleshoot my lack of growth. You know, improve my attributes.
I thought you were happy with your size.
Look, woman, size may not matter, but bigger is usually better.
He considered this.
Except in the case of prostates. And rat infestations. I hope this place don't have rats. Minnie would have a fit.
Seeing how carefully Al ran things, I doubt this place has a rodent problem. Maine hadn't seen Minnie the Minotaur since they arrived at Newly's mansion earlier in the night. For that matter, she hadn't seen her Uncle Joffrey or Zombie Icarus either. After the day they had all had in the labyrinth in Greece, they'd all found bathrooms for showers and bedrooms. Maine didn't have time to sleep. Al was counting on them to bring him back to life. She continued searching the bookcases comprising the walls of Newly's lavish study. Back at the labyrinth, they'd been unable to stop the corruptor from claiming the demonic timepiece. However, the Guardian and the rest of the Angel Guard weren't despondent, even though the demon had an infinite stone in his possession that enabled him to teleport anywhere he wanted without being tracked. This was because the Guardian had somehow planted a tracking device in Cupid's diaper, and the Angel Guard was avidly tracing the demon and Cupid's movements. Last Maine had heard, the signal had stopped, perhaps at the demon's new stronghold. The Guardian and an elite Angel team were scouting it right now. Maine had wanted to join them, but they'd denied her request. Instead, the Guardian had portaled her and the rest of her companions to Newly's mansion, on the outskirts of Rainwater. Lesser demons currently infested the town. It was probably for the best. They did need the rest. The Guardian had promised to return to them quickly to report his findings from the scouting mission. Furthermore, the Angel leader had said she could come with them when they swiftly neutralized the demon when he was asleep or unaware. Maine was looking forward to that moment. If she was honest with herself, she didn't think defeating a demon with the nickname of the Corruptor would be that easy. Plus, he had so many of his demonic weapons with him. The more weapons he attained, the stronger he grew. How many of them did he need to usher in the apocalypse? That was a scary thought. She wasn't going to let that happen. She was, after all, partly responsible for the demon's escape in the first place. If she hadn't used that luck spell on Sage... Is Sage not back yet? Maine asked aloud. Knopf blasted up and dragged the Direwolf Encyclopedia off its shelf with his paw. It fell to the floor with a loud clap, and the miniature direwolf wasted no time flipping through its musty pages with his tiny snout.
Last I heard, he was practicing fighting with an angel quartermaster. You know, with the crystal lance the Guardian gave him.
That's right, I forgot. Think Sage is turning into a badass warrior?
Dunno.
He flipped through some more pages. Maine thought she detected a trace of bitterness to his tone. The mantle wrapped around Maine's shoulders confirmed as it hissed. Weakness. Jealousy. Feed the green-eyed monster with more inadequacies. Are you still miffed the Guardian didn't give you the gravity bat?
No.
He lies, the mantle hissed. Rub it in his furry face. He'll never be big enough, strong enough. Maine yawned and checked her watch. Mackie May should be here any time. Mantle, help me find this damn book, will you? Your mortal brain is too slow. Move faster along the bookcases, and I shall search for the requested tome. Why hadn't she thought of using the mantle earlier to help her look for the respiriting tome? Oh, right, because she was tired. She took off across the wall of bookshelves at a trot. Faster, troll woman! She broke into a sprint. Too fast. My reflexes aren't that good. Maine slowed her speed with a glance at the book titles passing her. She caught only glimpses of titles and frayed bindings. At least Al had kept the bookshelves immaculately dusted. Once she reached the end of this wall's bookshelves, she was about to go to the opposite wall's bookcase when the mantle hissed. Perform another pass over these bookcases. She did so. When she was about halfway down it, the mantle took control of her motor skills, stopped her with a jolt, and whipped her around to face the bookcase. There sat an old crimson-colored hardcover book. Its title was in another language, but a crystal ball and flame emblem showed on the bottom of the spine. This is the book, you are looking for. You and Knopf seriously watched too much TV, Maine muttered, as she drew the book from the shelf. It seemed somehow heavier than the rest of the books she had removed thus far, even though it was a bit smaller than most. She was about to flip it open when someone forcefully threw open the door to the study, commanding her and Knopf's rapid attention. The Guardian stood there with his usual scowl, his raised hand suspending a bunched-up diaper like a severed head. Chapter 2. I have returned, the Angel Leader declared in an authoritative voice that boomed off the study's ceilings and walls. With a diaper? Maine asked. As she approached the Guardian, her nose wrinkled. A soiled diaper. Wait, is that Cupid's? The Guardian nodded grimly. I thought you were going to stake out the demon's location. Maine shooed the Angel Eater out of the study and down a long, wide corridor toward the mansion's foyer. As they walked, she noticed another of the winged monkey statues perched on a pedestal, its eyes seeming to follow her as she passed. How had she not seen these creepy statues the first time she had been here? Keeping the diaper suspended out in front of him, the Guardian cleared his throat. We followed the tracker in the diaper to an abandoned village in rural Romania. Where Dracula lives? Maine asked. Dracula is not real. Okay. The beacon had stopped moving, so after a time, I ordered my scouts forward. All they found was an empty village and Cupid's diaper. So the demon knew about the tracker? Maine asked, as they reached the expansive foyer. She admired the way the crystal of the chandelier glittered with the magic flames lighting its candles. Off to the side, the grand staircase rose to the second floor where all the guest rooms were. Knopf padded up behind her and joined them. He shook his head to try to rid the smell from his nostrils.
That rotten bastard. Did he have to leave us a rosebud?
The Guardian frowned. What is this rosebud you speak of? Suddenly, a high-pitched beep burst from the diaper, and it flashed red. There was a pause, followed by another shrill beep, and then a red flash. Maine's gaze flashed to the Guardians. It's a trap, the Mantle hissed. Bomb! Maine shouted, as Knopf simultaneously yipped.
Hit the deck, yo!
The diaper screech intensified with each pulse, growing louder and faster as it neared a rising crescendo. In desperation, the Guardian flung the diaper up where it caught on the crystal chandelier. Then the three of them threw themselves to the floor in opposite directions, hands and paws covering the backs of their necks after they struck the floor. Kaboom! Dust sprinkled upon their heads and backs as the floor shook. Bits and pieces of crystal and candle wax peppered them like dirt from a mortar blast. Maine scrunched down, awaiting any further explosions. None came. Then, with ringing ears, she picked herself groggily to her feet and brushed the dust off her shoulders. She ran her hand through her debris-strewn hair as she surveyed the damage from the diaper bomb through the thick, curling smoke. There was an indentation in the high ceiling. The chandelier was no longer there, and part of the stairwell rail and steps had sustained damage. The heavy front doors were scratched but still standing firm. She waved a hand before her nose to dissipate the smell of burned shit. Knopf tottered drunkenly beside her as he shouted,
Now that's what you call a dirty trick. Get it? 'Cause it was a poo diaper.
Maine realized that all the dirt on her wasn't dirt, but dried and exploded cherub poo. In her fury, she didn't at first hear the tiny clicking sounds coming from somewhere within the acrid smoke. She was trying to wave more of the stench away from her nose when she saw the first spider. It wasn't a spider, though. It was much too large for that. Also, it had horns on its head and sharp spikes on its shiny black back. Demon spiders! The Guardian cried, from farther over in the smoke. He summoned a white sword and hacked at a panda-sized spider in front of him. What the hell? Maine shouted, as a demon spider clacked toward her, its dripping fangs materializing out of the smoke. Demon spider. Quick, agile, and ugly. Avoid the spikes. Weakness. Fire. Bright lights. Bug spray. As the spider prepared to lurch at her, Maine conjured a fireball and released it at the monster's eyes. With a hiss, the demon spider exploded into ashes. Another spider rushed forward.
Mine!
Knopf yipped, and blasted forward, striking it on the side of its carapace. As Knopf ricocheted off, he blasted off again in midair and struck the spider in the face, with such force it disintegrated into an ash cloud. Knopf blasted up and performed a backward aerial somersault and high-fived Maine. A third spider clicked their way, and Maine fireballed it to cinders. Where are they coming from? Maine called. The Guardian swung his blade again, slicing a spider in half. Ash puffed into the foul air. The diaper bomb must have contained a pocket void of demon spiders. You can do that? Maine asked, as she cast another fireball at a spider that had wandered past her. The fireball streaked through the foyer and caught the demon spider as it made its way toward the study. With a hiss, the spider dissolved into ash.
The demon can,
the Guardian confirmed.
I'm gonna kill that cherub,
Knopf grunted, as he prepared to blast off again. But a spider snuck up on him from behind and sliced him with a sharp, slender foot.
Hey!
Maine spun and threw herself at the spider in a running leap, drawing back her fist. She dropped upon the spider and punched, running her fist through its hard body and releasing a fireball from within it. More ash sprayed into the air. A new voice exploded through the foyer from the top of the grand staircase.
What in the hells is going on?
It was her Uncle Joffrey, wearing a light blue silk robe and nothing else, save for the claw hammer magically holstered at his back. Spider infestation, Maine called out. Think you could help? A spider tackled her from behind, throwing her forward onto her face.
Ow!
Either a foot claw or a pincer or a fang dug into her back below her shoulder blade. There was a massive whoomph, followed by a thud, and the spider's weight disappeared from Maine's back.
Get off my knees,
Joffrey roared, as he raised the claw hammer in triumph, his bathrobe tearing with the movement. More demon ash rained down upon Maine. As she looked up to thank her savior, her uncle's bathrobe opened down the front, and she nearly gagged. Knopf padded up beside her and whistled.
What a package.
Maine shook the image of troll porn from her mind. Another spider leapt at her, and she launched a fireball at its underside. 2 more demons appeared through the smoke, and Joffrey rushed them, swinging the clawhammer with wild abandonment. The Guardian cried through the clearing smoke.
I think that's about the last of them. Nope, 2 more.
Joffrey swung back in Maine's direction and pointed at the corridor leading to the study. He nodded at Maine, and together they cast fireballs. The 2 magic projectiles screamed through the air, incinerating their targets from behind.
All right, team,
Knopf yipped.
Nice work.
At that moment, Minnie the Minotaur and Zombie Icarus peered down over the second-story railing with confused looks. Minnie pulled off a pair of oversized sleep headphones.
Why does it smell like poo in here?
Chapter 3. When Maine came out of the steaming bathroom with a towel wrapped over her wet hair, Knopf informed her that the Guardian had left to clean himself up. Maine had offered him one of the mansion's multiple bathrooms, but he had declined. It had been his loss. The water pressure in the mansion's showers was amazing. They stood in a corridor on the 2nd floor, Knopf's wet fur dripping from his bath.
Cover your eyes,
he yipped, a moment before his body flashed white-hot in a sunburst. As Maine staggered from the blinding light, Knopf's fur instantly dried. It stuck up a bit and was poofy.
Your hair's dried too,
he yipped helpfully. She blinked away the glare. Thanks, I think. Noise came from the main foyer, and the 2 of them made their way to the 2nd-story railing overlooking it. Down on the 1st floor, Minnie swept up debris with a broom. He wore a white face mask over his bullish snout and surgical gloves. Ah, there you are, a weathered voice called from above Maine, and she tilted her head upward at Zombie Icarus, flapping his white, bushy wings. He, too, wore a face mask and surgical gloves as he worked to remove splattered shit from the ceiling with a scrub brush. Master Sage has returned. He waits outside the front door. Maine scratched under her chin. Thanks. She tossed her hair towel onto the railing and picked her way down the grand staircase to the front door. Minnie had already done a good job scrubbing the stairs, and she told him so as she stepped up to the front door. She opened the door. Sage sat on the stoop outside and turned back at her. Hey. Hey. Looks like you got ding-dong ditched pretty bad. Maine shrugged. I guess you can call it that. Kids these days, Sage said. Back in my day, they lit a bag of poo and left it outside, not exploded it inside the house. Maine chuckled. She brushed some hair out of her eyes. It was more than poo. The corruptor had some demon spiders for us, too. Yeah, I heard. Wish I had been there for that. To help fight. Maine noticed the crystal lance propped up against the mansion beside the front door. Oh, how'd your angel training go? Sage snorted. My fighting instructor said my technique needs work. Maine snickered. I wish I could have been there for that. Sage picked himself up and walked over to the demon weapon the Guardian had entrusted to him. He hefted the crystal lance and assumed an offensive stance. You look like you know what you're doing, Maine said. Sage adjusted his grip on the lance with both hands and brought it back. But when he tried to sweep it forward, he smacked his shoulder with the weapon's back end. Then he tried to twirl it over his head but nearly dropped it. He rested it beside him with the bottom on the ground. I think I'll stick to spells and potion making. And cooking, I hope, Maine said with a sly grin. Didn't the Guardian say the crystal lance would improve the power of your spells? Sage nodded and magically holstered the weapon at his back. I can feel a boost to my magic. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough about me. Makime should be in the study. You ready to perform Al's seance? I have a question first. If we're about to do a seance with Al, could we also do a seance with my father? I would like to talk to him about, well, the apocalypse and everything. Sage frowned. Sorry. Seances have rules. Just like with respiriting rituals, you only have 3 days after a person dies to do a true seance. After that, well, some expert ritualists can contact them, but the connection both ways is like a poorly tuned AM radio station. Oh, okay. That was a bummer. Yeah, I get it. Magic and its rules, Sage said. Maine stood on the stoop eyeing Sage. With the lance on his back, he looked like a wiry soldier back from fighting in a hell dimension. She smiled. What? He asked, stepping up to her. She recalled her time in the wishing room of the labyrinth, when she had seen her wedding day, about to marry Sage. It had been such a moving scene, but she had no idea if it would ever happen in real life. She hadn't told Sage about it yet. She considered telling him now, but didn't. That could wait. Nothing. I'm ready. Come on. She led him inside, and they sidestepped the debris on their way to the study. They found Makime near the center of the room, with the re-spiriting tome open on a coffee table before her. The heady scent of incense provided a grateful respite from the stench permeating much of the rest of the mansion. Makime turned at their approach. The Haryanaga wore a dark kimono with her barbed hair hanging down next to her neck. There, you two are. She spoke kindly but professionally. Are you ready to proceed? Maine and Sage nodded. Till the Guardian and the Angel Guard located the demon, there was nothing they could do on that front. And they were running out of time to re-spirit Al, if that was his wish. You are going to wear clothes for this ritual, right? Maine asked. Certainly. It's only a seance. Good. She'd already seen more parts of her uncle tonight than she'd ever wanted. She didn't want to have to try to clear lurid images of her stepmom from her mind, too. The attorney led them to a coffee table at the back of the room, directly in front of the closed curtains. A brass bowl rested on the small table with a couple of incense sticks smoldering within. A pair of tall votive candles flickered, positioned at either side of the bowl. Makime rummaged through a purse sitting on a nearby couch and drew out the ingredients required for the seance. Some powder, bleached chicken bones, and a seashell. She added them to the brass bowl and uttered an incantation. Should we hold hands or something? Maine asked. Without warning, the 2 candle flames flickered. Then, hovering in the air before them, Al's face stared back at them, his head resembling a 3-dimensional grayscale hologram. The Cyclops blinked his sole eye at them. What? Maine sputtered, as she focused on her deceased butler's face. Weakness. Already dead. Maine shook her head to clear the Mantle's voice from it. Al's head looked so lifelike. Master Maine, how are you? I'm, Al, how are you? Are you in pain or anything? Al blinked at the three of them. I am not quite sure how to answer that question. I feel nothing. No pain. Nothing. It does, however, bring this Cyclops joy to see his master's face again. Maine felt her eyes well up, and she willed them to cut that shit out. I'm glad you're not in pain. There's something we need to ask you. Certainly. Anything, Master Maine. How would you like to come back to life? I would like that very much, but I am dead, remember. I'm talking about performing a re-spiriting ritual to bring you back. Oh. Well. Maine's face started to flush. You don't want to be re-spirited? Al blinked. It is not that. I would be overjoyed to be able to serve you again in any capacity, but you don't want to become a zombie, Maine finished. The Cyclops' head bobbed in agreement. Understood, Maine said. She angled her head at Sage and Makime. I know the re-spiriting ritual has a reputation for being tricky to perform exactly right, but these two are confident they can do it. Right, guys? Sage and Makime fidgeted. Eventually Makime answered politely. We shall see how it goes, but I believe the spellbook's translation will not be an issue. I have several international contacts who specialize in such matters. Sage spoke up. And if we're not sure about the translation, we'll let you know and abandon attempting the re-spiriting ritual. Maine tried to read her dead butler's face, but his hologram-like visage flickered. Was the seance about to end? Al, if you don't want us to try it, we won't. The call is up to you. Al was silent for a time. Then he carefully licked his ghostly lips. I trust you all. If you are confident in your translation, I agree to be respirited. You have found a suitable totem to house my spirit? Totem? Maine asked. To house Al's spirit, Makime explained. What? I thought Al gets to come back in a new body. Al chuckled. No, Master Maine. If the re-spiriting ritual is successful, I will have no corporeal form. I will serve you in the capacity of a spectral form. You'll be a ghost? Precisely. But how will you make me breakfast if you're a ghost? Al chuckled good-naturedly. With enough practice, I may learn to flip a pancake like a poltergeist. Until then, I can always schedule caterers and a personal chef with the help of my iPhone and Siri. Maine grimaced. What is it? Al asked softly. I never meant for any of this to happen. Whatever are you talking about? The demon escaping? Trying to start the apocalypse? Your death? Father Time's death? She felt Sage's hand on her shoulder. It was warm and comforting. Makime gripped her hand. Al blinked consolingly. Master Maine, none of that is your fault. You must not bear the burden of all this. The waterworks threatened to erupt from her eyes again. But it is my fault. I cast that stupid luck spell. Sage gripped her shoulder and shook his head. You didn't know that would happen. Plus, the demon has had years to plan his escape. You were one of his possible plans. If you hadn't cast the luck spell, he probably would have found a way to escape soon anyway. Maine dabbed at her eyes. Whatever. I was still the one. I'm responsible. Now we have no idea where the demon is or how to stop him, since he has the needle and the timepiece. At that, Al's mouth curved from a frown into a satisfied smile. I think perhaps I can assist with that. Huh? How? Al's holographic face flickered again. This time it went away for a longer time than before, but it came back. Makime's look confirmed they didn't have long until the seance ended. The secret room, of course. Now it was Maine's turn to blink. Secret room? What secret room? Al shifted his gaze to the wall of bookshelves opposite the one Maine had been looking through earlier. I may be dead, but I can still open a door. Open a door? Maine asked. Al uttered an incantation, and a bookcase off to the side clicked and opened outward to reveal a hidden doorway. Al, what? Maine said, but Al cut her off. Good luck. Al's face flickered out of existence. Then a gust of wind whipped through the room, ruffling the thick curtains behind the coffee table. Is he gone? Maine asked. Makime nodded. That was intense. Sage dabbed his forehead. That was my first seance. It's good to hear Al is okay. He angled his head at the newly revealed secret passage behind the bookcases. Are we going to check that out now? Maine wiped her nose and nodded. Let's do it. Chapter 4. Maine swung the hidden bookcase door all the way open. Watch out for traps, Sage warned. The mantle didn't detect anything, so Maine stepped into the dark area. She conjured a tiny fireball over her palm and focused on the cramped space with a small bookcase and a crude altar. Weakness. Flammable books. Careful with that light. Sage stepped in after her and cast a light spell, which created a floating orb of light. Maine extinguished her fireball. What is it? Makime stepped in behind them. A dusty picture frame sat upon the altar. Maine picked it up and rubbed her palm across the front. It took a couple of attempts. Then the figure in the picture frame glared back at her. It was a portrait of the corruptor. Maine nearly fumbled it. What the hell is this doing in here? Sage shrugged and inspected some archaic writing he had found on the wall next to the altar. Makime checked out the books. After a short time, Makime said, These books are all about demons. Demon wars. Demon dichotomy. What is it? Maine still held the picture of the corruptor. Makime picked up a thick book. There are also quite a few books regarding chaos in here. If Newly wasn't so evil and in prison, I bet he would be quite the conversationalist regarding chaos and balance in the universe. I would almost like to pick his brain someday. Because your job as a magic attorney is to negate chaos? Maine asked. Precisely. Makime tapped the book she was holding. Its title was Chaos and the Second Nexus. Your father, he spent a lot of time reading this book. Why? Maine asked. What's it about? He wouldn't tell me. It's a myth concerning the creation of a second nexus. You mean like the beneath? Yes. Nexuses are very powerful, and the beneath is the only nexus in existence. Not even the strongest magic users can create them. It is a mystery how they are created in the first place. Interesting, Maine said. How does that help us now? Makime set the book back down. It doesn't. But there are several books in here about the corruptor, too. Maine set the corruptor's picture frame down on the altar. Could this room be a shrine to the corruptor? Perhaps, Makime admitted. It made sense. Newly had been one of the demon's servants, probably one of his greatest servants, since he had succeeded in killing Valkius. Sage swiped his thumb over the dusty wall containing the writing. I'm not so sure. Maybe it was at one time, but I think there is more to it. These arcane writings indicate a power-siphoning ritual, although he never completed it. You know, like a complex mathematical equation that geniuses try to solve. He turned to face Maine as understanding lit his eyes. What if Newly wasn't only a servant to the demon? What if he wanted to somehow, I don't know, overthrow the corruptor and take his place? Or, rule in the demon's place while he was in angel prison? Makime looked thoughtful. Newly did possess much wealth and arcane artifacts. It would not surprise me to learn that one of Rainwater's own had such high and dark aspirations. How does any of this help us? Maine asked. Al seemed pretty insistent that this secret room could help us. Sage selected a small black book from the bookcase next to the altar. I think this is a journal. He flipped through some pages to the end, his face paling as he read. Definitely Newley's journal. He mentions your dad, here in the last entries. He handed the journal to Maine, who paged through the book as well. She stopped at the final entry. He put up a mighty fight, but my, how easily the mighty Valkyus fell today. And by my hands, or rather, my noxious fumes. The troll was getting too close to my secrets. I had to do it. May the corruptor look upon me with equal scorn and gratitude, although I fear this action will have consequences far from my seeing. Perhaps it was unwise to snuff Valkyus, the great troll detective, myself. No matter, he had no apprentice. His daughter is gone from Rainwater, never to return. An assassin of my choosing will ensure it. Now the mantle shall be mine. The corruptor will shower me with accolades and wealth and even more than I could hope for. Too bad for him that he cannot see my ambitions. I seek not only to become his chosen second in command, but I look to the day I eventually overtake him in notoriety. I shall be the one all the history textbooks speak of. They shall know me as Newley the Vile. Her fists clenched around the journal's bindings. A moment later, the smell of smoke filtered up to her nostrils. Warning. What did I tell you about casting fireballs in a place of books? Maine extinguished the tiny fireball she'd inadvertently conjured beneath the journal. Then she slammed the book down upon the altar with finality. The front cover was scorched, but the contents were still intact. She heaved in a deep breath as she started to feel unsteady. Sage's hand steadied her. In a few moments, she was fine. I'll go find the Guardian. Maybe he knows a way we can use this, whatever this secret room is, against the demon. Good idea, Sage said. These books might have something useful in them, too. How about you take one of them? He picked up a book that looked promising and handed it to her. A new idea hit her. If this was a shrine to the demon, could Newley have used it to communicate with him? Makime cast a detection spell over the crude altar. A greenish flash revealed a large greenish crack along the altar's topside, invisible to the naked eye. At one time, I believe so. Altars such as this are often used to contact gods and higher beings. However, this one's magical link has been severed and can likely not be re-established. Why would it be severed? Maine asked. Sage cleared his throat. Perhaps Newley didn't want the demon getting wind of his higher ambitions? That made sense. Okay, Maine said. We're shooting in the dark. I'll tell the Guardian what we found in here. He might know how to re-establish the link so we can track down the demon. She paused, realizing something. Either of you know how I can reach the Guardian? He didn't exactly give me his phone number. As it turned out, it had been much easier to contact the Guardian than she had initially guessed. All the neatly uniformed rows of Angel Guard warriors out on the estate's front lawn were her first inkling that the Angel leader was still on the premises. A bright white light inside the stables hinted that he was in there. Why was he here? She headed out the mansion's front door and meandered up to the Angel Guards stationed outside. They stood like statues, alert but betraying no sense of being alive. They also showed no sign that they took her presence as a danger. She counted them. There were 10 rows of 10 grouped, and other Angel Guards patrolling throughout the grounds. She considered asking the 100 grouped angels for permission to walk through them to the stable, but instead, she walked past them. After she passed a few rows of them without incident, she grinned. They were like those tall-hatted royal guards in front of Buckingham Palace in London. The ones you could wave your hands in front of their faces or tickle their nose, and they could not physically react. Stopping abruptly, she turned to the nearest angel guard and waved in his face. He didn't blink or acknowledge her.
"I would highly advise against that,"
the Mantle hissed. With a smirk, she pivoted back to the stable and continued on her way, choosing to zigzag through the angel guard instead of taking a straight line, much to the Mantle's annoyance.
"If they smite you, you're dead,"
the Mantle warned. "Last I checked, this is my property," Maine said, as she reached the stables. "Technically, they're trespassing." Huh, that was good. She'd have to tell the Guardian that. He loved her humor. Not. She opened the door to the horse stable and stepped inside. White angel light pervaded the interior, casting shadows created by stacked hay bales, implements, and other barn equipment. For a stable, everything was neat and organized. She could hardly spot any dust. At the rear of the stable, the Guardian stood with his back to her, bent over a sturdy wooden table. A war council of angel guards stood around it as well. Maine approached. A map of the world lay spread out on the surface, and the Guardian was pointing at Antarctica. The Guardian shook his head grimly.
"Are you sure our guard posts are at high alert? It would be like the demon to make his fortress there."
The other angel guards around the table glanced up at Maine. "Oh, hello," she said with a confident wave. The Guardian swiveled and glared her way.
"You."
"Al passed on the mansion to me, so are you aware that you are all trespassing?" None of the angels so much as blinked.
"What did you say?"
the Guardian said, with no hint of humor. "And here I thought we had all bonded after a labyrinth experience." The Guardian raised a hand, and the Mantle urged her to be silent.
"Mantle wearer, I shall attend you shortly."
Then the Guardian turned back to his war council and continued his briefing. Since she had a few minutes to wait, Maine plopped down on a hay bale and turned her attention to the book Sage had given her. Its title was, "What's in a Demon's Name?" A lot. That sounded interesting. She flipped open the cover and skipped over the long, boring foreword. She was about to skip the introduction, too, when the plainness of a single line of words caught her eye. "Knowing the true name of any demon gives you power over it." That piqued her interest, so she flipped to the table of contents and skimmed some of the chapters that intrigued her. As she read, she found out that the reason many infamous demons went by a nickname, such as the Incinerator or the Cruel or the Corruptor, was that someone could use a powerful crippling spell against them if they knew their true name. She didn't know what the demon's true name might look or sound like, but it was probably something unintelligible, since demons like to hiss and growl. The book admitted that it provided no examples of true demon names, so she wondered if the book might be a fraud. If what it was saying was correct, though, if she could find out the Corruptor's true name, she could cast a spell that wouldn't kill him, but maim him greatly. Maybe that's why Newley had this book in the first place. He was trying to discover the demon's true name to become more powerful than him. She shrugged. It couldn't be that easy to defeat the Corruptor. Could it? If so, how come no one had ever thought about that tactic before? Snap. She started from her introspection, the sound echoing in her ears as she nearly toppled from the hay bale. The Guardian stood directly before her. Her book clapped to the floor as she realized he had snapped his fingers in front of her face.
"What is it you wish to discuss?"
he asked dourly. She picked up the book and straightened the front of her clothes. "Do you happen to know the Corruptor's true name?" He looked at her as if she were stupid. She over-enunciated her words as she repeated it. "The Corruptor's true name?"
"Of course I don't. No one knows any demon's true name. Most demons don't know their true name."
Huh? Her eyes flicked involuntarily down at the book in her hands. "But how... what?" The Guardian read the book's title.
"Oh, that book. I see where this is going. Have you read the last page of the book?"
She hadn't, so she righted the book in her hands and flipped to it. Alas, no one has ever uncovered any true demon names, but the theory behind the demon vanquishing spell contained within this book is solid. What a sham, Maine said. The demon-crippling spell this entire book talks about for over 600 pages has never been proven to work?
But one must have faith.
She glanced up at his creased, serious face. You, an angel, would say that, wouldn't you? What is a demon's true name, anyway? A myth?
It might as well be. True names are like passwords. Every demon receives its true name upon its creation. Since the knowledge of its name is power to those who possess it, demons do not write down their name or reveal it to anyone else. Most forget their true names or cast spells to erase the memory of it from their minds.
Crap. I hope to use it against the corruptor. For the briefest moment, Maine thought she saw a glimmer of pride in the Guardian's face. Then it was back to its inscrutable self.
I commend your effort, but I have already searched for the corruptor's true name for millennia. Now, is that all?
Feeling a bit crushed, Maine shook her head. She still had something that might help. We discovered a secret room in Newly's study. It led to a shrine to the demon, although its link is severed. There are books and stuff inside. I thought you might be able to find something that could help in your search for the demon. The Guardian slowly raised one eyebrow, which was the equivalent of a human gasp.
A secret room. I shall investigate at once.
He tensed his wings in preparation for flight.
Are you coming?
Wow, the Guardian was offering to fly her back inside the mansion? As exciting as that sounded, a new idea hit her. No. I thought of another way to find the corruptor. I'll check it out while you inspect Newly's secret room.
Very well.
There was a whoosh, and the Guardian was gone. Maine didn't like the new idea sparking in her mind, but there was no guarantee that the secret room would yield the demon's location to the Guardian. If there was another way she could look into the matter in the meantime, it was her responsibility to do it, even if the thought of it made her skin crawl. Chapter 5. Makime and Knopf stood to either side of Maine as she took in the beachfront view and watched palm trees swaying gently in the ocean breeze. You sure you want to do this? Makime asked. It wasn't too late to back down. Not yet. Not until she stepped through the beach house's front door. She stared at the quaint house on the ocean. It looked so unassuming you'd never guess the true identity of its inhabitant. Yeah, I'm sure. She turned back to face the stoic angel guard who had portaled them to the other side of the USA after she revealed her plan to her friends. Neither Makime nor Sage supported it, but they finally relented. Maine faced the quaint Malibu beach house again and squinted. This was her second time in California within a month, and she wasn't looking forward to it. As she walked up the elegant concrete path to the house, Knopf and Makime kept pace with her. Perfectly manicured shrubbery grew in the yard on either side. A gull screeched overhead. Maine knocked on the door. She waited. 10 seconds later, Knopf yipped,
Maybe he ain't home?
The door opened then, and the devil grinned madly at them, sizing them up. Like the first time she had seen him, he wore a pinstripe suit and had slicked-back black hair.
I've been expecting you,
he purred. Do, come in. With a swallow, Maine stepped inside, followed by Knopf and her stepmom. The devil closed the door behind him and gestured to the interior.
How do you like the place?
Maine gazed at the plain walls and simple furniture. An antique kettle sat on an outdated stove in the kitchen.
Tea?
He asked. The Mantle hissed.
Accept no gifts from him. Sign no documents.
Maine declined, and Knopf, sensing her unease, gave a low growl. The devil stooped and tried to pet Knopf's head, but Knopf snapped, and the devil stood quickly.
Did I do something wrong?
You said you were expecting me? Maine said tersely.
Given the circumstances, I am a known link to the corruptor. Any detective worth her salt would come to see me sooner or later.
Let me make this quick, Maine said. The demon is in the wind, and we need to locate him before he can start the apocalypse. The devil fiddled with his shirt cuff.
That's quite a tall order.
You want the apocalypse to happen, don't you?
Quite the contrary. I do enjoy living here with all the gullible mortals. An apocalypse would make me sad.
He straightened his shirt.
How does your predicament concern me?
The devil was playing stupid, and she had no time for games. I need to find the demon. You must have some idea of where he is.
Are you asking me if I know where the corruptor is hiding?
Maine turned exasperatedly to Makime. Before coming here, the Haryanago attorney had explained to Maine how the devil was very careful with the wording of requests and clauses. It was part of what made him such a formidable lawyer. Makime addressed the devil in a curt, professional manner. Do you know the whereabouts of your client, the demon known as the corruptor?
The devil chuckled good-naturedly. Why didn't you ask me that to begin with? To clarify, the corruptor is my former client. I severed all ties with him when he escaped angel custody.
Naturally, Maine said.
And to answer your question, no. I do not know his current whereabouts. Oh, would you like some scones? Just say no, the Mantle hissed.
No, thank you.
What about some pie?
Knopf licked his lips. Maine nudged him with her foot. She gazed curiously at the house's quaint interior. It all felt wrong. It felt like it should be all blacks and reds and murdery. Not this. If you're so insistent that you'd like to prevent the apocalypse, do you know anything that could help us find the demon? The devil leaned back against the kitchen table and thought on it.
What, aside from averting the apocalypse, what would be in it for me?
My appreciation, Maine said dryly.
He chuckled. Well, that's no fun. What am I to do with appreciation? I can't spend it, or otherwise enjoy it.
What's wrong with doing the right thing? Maine said. He narrowed his eyes playfully at her and wagged a finger good-naturedly.
You've been spending too much time with the Guardian, haven't you?
She tried a new approach. What do you want? He grinned.
Your soul. When you die, of course.
Maine's insides tightened. Makime stepped between them and threw her hands out to both sides. Absolutely not. The devil didn't take his eyes from Maine as he said,
Haryanago, I wasn't talking to you.
Knopf gave a warning bark.
Let's go, partner. This asshole ain't worth our time.
But, the devil said, I'd settle for the mantle.
Maine snapped. You can't have it.
Perhaps that's how your father outsmarted me, he mused.
Maine jerked her head back and forth. You don't know anything about the demon's whereabouts. Come on, let's go. She, Makime, and Knopf made it to the door before the devil said,
You're right, I don't. But I wouldn't be surprised if the demon is closer than you think.
Maine stopped and turned. What do you mean?
I mean, he is notorious for keeping his weapons close to him. But do you know what he keeps even closer than his weapons?
Maine waited expectantly.
His enemies.
Maine gritted her teeth. You mean, like a spy in my group? Surely they didn't have another Cupid traitor in their midst. The devil mimed zipping his mouth shut.
Oops, I've said too much. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Maine turned to face the door, which now looked burned and bloody, as if it had been the hide of some slaughtered elephant. The floor seemed to moan and groan beneath her feet. She whipped her head around. No longer were the walls bare. They contained severed hands and feet tacked by large nails. Suddenly she was aware of the smells in this place. Nausea struck her like a thunderbolt to the gut, and she nearly toppled.
Oh shit, I'ma be sick,
Knopf yipped. He blasted to the door and scratched at the bottom. With a calm hand upon Maine's shoulder, Makime guided her to the door. They threw it open and stepped out onto the concrete sidewalk. It no longer looked elegant and well-kept. Weeds growing between the cracks pockmarked it. Feral eyes glared at them from behind dead bushes. Maine ran down the sidewalk, not stopping to look back until they reached the silent angel guard, his face severe and vigilant, his hand poised as if to conjure a white blade at any moment. Naf tottered and vomited onto the dead grass, while Makime shook her head. That glamour was detestable. Maine shook her head. Watching and hearing Naf puke made her want to do the same, but she managed to rein in the acidic feeling of disgust. Which was the glamour? The before or after? I'm not sure, Makime said slowly. Probably the tormented soul's interior decor was the glamour. He wanted to mess with our heads. Maine tried to get the bad taste out of her mouth. It had been so lifelike, so realistic. At least he might have given us a clue, she said at last. If they had another mole, they would need to look into that before trying to make a move against the demon. She faced the stern angel guard who had portaled them here. Beam us up, Scotty. The angel guard frowned. Portal us back to the mansion? The guard nodded and opened a portal. She wasn't sure she had gained anything from this trip, but after conversing with the devil, Maine couldn't wait to be as far away from this place as possible. Chapter 6. It felt good to be back in the mansion. Her mansion, she had to keep reminding herself. Sure, it was cool inheriting an estate from her Cyclops butler, but said Cyclops butler was dead, and she missed him. She could use some comfort food. She wandered into the study, but Makime and Sage were translating the respiriting ritual, while the Guardian and his angel guard combed over Newly's secret room. With nothing for Maine to do, she meandered into the kitchen to brew some potions. That always helped her take her mind off things. As she entered the kitchen, she nearly jumped when she saw a winged monkey statue beside the door. She drew a sharp breath and kept walking. She located a potion spellbook in a cabinet and opened it to the more advanced options in the back. She felt more confident in her potion making with each one she brewed, so today she was going to up the difficulty. She selected a speed potion. The spellbook said it granted hyperfast speed and reaction time. That would come in handy if it came down to a fight with a corruptor, who could speed up or slow down time with the timepiece. Now it was time to round up the equipment and ingredients she would need. She was used to brewing potions in a commercial kitchen at the Sacred Sourdough. Anger flared up inside her as she recalled the thought of Sage's beloved restaurant getting destroyed when the demon horde tried to get Al. The demon had taken not only Al from her, but also the Sacred Sourdough. He was going to pay. As she searched the mansion's kitchen, she realized that this kitchen was much bigger and better equipped than the Sacred Sourdough. There were multiple stainless steel refrigerators, countertops, cabinets, and ovens. If Sage wanted to, he could probably open a bed and breakfast at the mansion. Troll. It certainly had enough bedrooms scattered throughout the second floor. She made a mental note to suggest this to Sage after they finished the respiriting ritual. She didn't want to distract him or Makime while they worked. One wrong translation would condemn Al to spend the rest of his life, of eternity, as a zombie. She only needed one zombie to fill that spot in her life, and that was Zombie Icarus. He turned out to be a very capable handyman and renovator after the exploding poo diaper and demon spider incident. Maybe after this was all over, she'd ask him if he wanted to be her groundskeeper and maintenance man. She shook her head to clear it. She had much bigger things to worry about at the moment than mansion upkeep. The corruptor was out there somewhere, and he could strike at any time. Locating a suitably sized pan, Maine placed it on one of the kitchen's several stovetops and began searching for an ingredients cache. Surely Newly and Al had kept exotic and magical ingredients on hand for parties and such. If not, she wouldn't get too far in her potion making. As she searched, her thoughts turned back to what the devil had said about the demon keeping close to his enemies. At least she knew the corruptor's motto now. Keep your weapons close, but your enemies closer. It wasn't a bad motto, assuming your enemies couldn't get their hands on your weapons, since they were both close. She wondered if that's what it would boil down to during the final confrontation, scrambling for control of the demon weapons, For that to occur, they'd have to have a damn good plan. A Mission Impossible style scheme. The kind that shouldn't work, but ultimately did because it was methodical yet flexible, for when things changed and all the operators involved were as good as they came. Maine had some good teammates she could rely upon, but she felt they were still missing a person or two. She'd address that later and recruit others if needed. However, they couldn't plan a surprise attack on the demon until they knew his location. Where the hell was he? And why hadn't he made a move since they'd confronted him at the labyrinth? Was the demon busy planning too? Plotting how to steal the rest of the demon weapons? The mantle, the claw hammer, and the crystal lance? This waiting. She wished her uncle was in the kitchen with her, so they could commiserate on the awfulness of waiting. The demon had the needle and the timepiece. So why hadn't he tried to attack them yet? Why hadn't he made his move? Was he still amassing enough demon hordes to contend with the Angel Guard? It felt like she was waiting for the other shoe to drop. She located a pantry off to the side of the kitchen, and it was stuffed full of all sorts of ingredients. There were spices and herbs and magical creature essences that she had never heard of. It was a potion maker's paradise. Also, there were snacks. Lots and lots of snacks. She scarfed some down so she could think better, then grabbed the needed ingredients. Al kept the pantry neatly organized, so it didn't take her long. Now that she had more energy, she decided not to start with the speed potion. Instead, she would brew a batch of health potions as a warm-up. Then she figured she would be ready to attempt the harder potion. She began. She breezed through making the health potions. It was so easy that it was hard to remember a time when they had been challenging for her. She bottled them up and started on the speed potion. Although it was the most difficult rated potion she'd yet attempted, things seemed to be going smoothly. The most aggravating part was the long steeping time required. While she waited, she started on another batch of health potions. Those were always handy in a fight, and now that she had started adding flavorings to them, they no longer seemed like such a chore to brew. They were kind of fun and addicting to make. Newly had the necessary vials and potion-making equipment in the pantry, and she had finished corking the second batch of health potions when her timer dinged for her to remove the speed potion from the stovetop. She slid the cookbook over beside the pan and reread the final step. All she had to do was add a pinch of gremlin tooth powder, stir once, and the speed potion should turn bubblegum pink. Feeling confident in her work, she grabbed a pinch of gremlin tooth powder and sprinkled it over the liquid. Then she gave it one steady stir and waited. The potion shimmered and changed to a dark green, the color of sludge. What the hell? She muttered as she put her back to the counter and leaned against it in frustration. From across the kitchen, the winged monkey statue by the door stared wide-eyed at her, as if mocking her. Troll, those things were so creepy. Why had Newly insisted on having them in nearly every room? And why hadn't Al gotten rid of them? Al had better taste than that. She glanced in the statue's direction again. It continued to glower back at her. I'll show you, she muttered under her breath, and trudged back into the pantry. She came out with a ripe tomato. Mantle, assist my aim. Then she reared back her arm and let loose with the tomato from 10 yards away. It struck the monkey statue's nose, exploding magnificently and splattering tomato guts all over the nearby countertops and floor. Some even reached the kitchen ceiling. Ah, the mantle hissed. Your tomato massacre is quite pleasing to the eyes. She'd have to ask Zombie Icarus if he could clean that up. Bet you can't hit it without my aid, the mantle taunted. You're on, Rag. Maine stepped inside the pantry again with renewed spunk in her step. She then positioned herself where she had thrown the first time and raised a second tomato above her head. As she released the tomato, she knew her aim was off. Also, it soared right at the face of the person who had stepped inside the kitchen through the doorway next to the monkey statue. The elven figure in the doorway raised both hands and caught the rogue tomato on a blast of wind magic before tossing it back to Maine. Ma? Maine recalled the elf friend she'd made in L.A. during the filming of Sage's cooking show competition. The elf flashed a winning smile. She had Hollywood written all over her, from her sexy face to her chic jean jacket, blouse, and skinny capris. A duffel bag was slung over her back.
It's good to see you too, Maine. I think.
She angled her head at the winged monkey statue as the ruined tomato's bulk slipped off and splatted to the floor.
Am I interrupting something?
Nah, just anger management therapy. Come in. After a glance down at the tomato mess on the floor, Maud lifted herself an inch with her wind magic. Then she glided over to where Maine stood, gripping her second tomato.
That's so cool, Maine said. Wish I could fly.
Ma touched down lightly next to her without making a sound.
Wish I could cast fireballs. Hey, can I see that tomato?
Wondering how good Ma's aim was, she handed her the tomato. Ma turned the tomato over in her palm.
The mantle hissed. She's analyzing it intently, probably calculating its weight and the needed velocity for her wind magic to carry it to the target.
Suddenly, Ma brought the tomato to her mouth and took a bite out of it, relishing the tomatoey goodness. At a strange look from Maine, she said,
"What? I'm hungry."
"Yeah, but you don't eat tomatoes like apples."
"Why not? In Scotland, it's customary to."
"You Scots are a bunch of gambling heathens." Maine paused, her playful expression turning curious. "Speaking of which, why are you here and not in Scotland?" Ma blushed.
"I did go back, but as soon as I landed, I heard that the corruptor had escaped and was on the loose."
"How did you find out about that?"
"Word spreads fast behind the veil when something this big happens. There's lots of talk about how the world will end and that you were somehow connected. I figured you could use my help, and here I am."
Maine snorted. "You want to help me fight a badass demon with a bunch of powerful demon weapons?" The elf nodded, as if there were nothing out of the ordinary with what Maine had said.
"I owe you for what you did for me in LA. I must repay you."
The elf took another bite from the tomato, and regardless of whether or not she was using wind magic to assist her, none of the messy vegetable, or were tomatoes fruits, dropped to the floor or splattered her clothes. Maine glimpsed her face in the reflective surface of the nearest stainless steel refrigerator.
Weakness. Jealousy.
Maine had to admit she was a bit jealous. When she ate messy foods, she always got some on her clothes, no matter how careful she was. "It is an all-hands-on-deck situation," Maine said. "We could use your expertise with wind magic if it comes down to fighting." She tapped her chin as a memory from her visit to the devil resurfaced in her mind, which gave her an idea. "Plus, you're an expert at using glamours." Ma gave a lithe half-bow.
"That I am."
Maine knew the elf's glamours probably weren't as powerful as the devil's, but maybe there was a potion for that. "Good. I'm sure we can find a use for your glamours, too. I don't know why the demon is waiting so long to make his next move. It's frustrating as hell."
No pun intended.
Ma finished the tomato.
"Yeah, that's got to be hard. While we wait, maybe we can eat a real meal. I'm starving from the flight over here. Didn't you say you had a butler that made you all sorts of food?"
Maine's face quivered.
"Oh, did something happen?"
Ma asked. Maine glimpsed herself in the fridge again.
Weakness. So much sadness and anger.
"He died," she said flatly.
"I'm sorry. I didn't know."
Biting back all sorts of hard emotions, Maine bid Ma follow her. "How about you get settled in first? There's plenty of room here in my mansion."
"You didn't say you had a mansion,"
Ma gasped as she followed Maine. "It was my butler's. He bequeathed it to me under magic law." When they reached the foyer, Minnie was sweeping up the last of the debris from the diaper bomb. His eyes met Ma's, and he straightened.
"Can I take your duffel bag, miss?"
Ma's eyelashes fluttered at him.
"My friends call me Ma."
The Minotaur bowed.
"Pleasure to meet you. I'm Minnie."
The elf smiled, unslung the duffel bag from her shoulder, and let it drop to the floor. Before it struck, she caught it with her wind magic and held it aloft.
"I can carry my duffel bag, but maybe you could show me to my room?"
Minnie wiped his forehead.
Certainly. There are plenty of available rooms for you to choose from. After me.
As he trudged up the grand stairway ahead of her, he asked where she was from. Knopf padded up to Maine.
That Minotaur is smitten by that elf. With looks like hers. Can't say I blame him.
Maine shrugged as wings flapped above her. She glanced up as zombie Icarus descended to ground level with a feather duster gripped in his withered hand.
Check that out,
Knopf snickered.
He ain't no French maid, but he'll do.
Zombie Icarus gave Knopf a hard look, then flapped horizontally into the corridor leading to the study. Knopf shook out his coat.
With Ma on our side, it looks like the team is coming together nicely. We might survive the coming apocalypse after all.
Knopf was right about the allies part. They were assembling a formidable team. That wasn't including the 100+ angel guards arrayed out on the front lawn like a small army. Maybe she was too hard on herself. Whenever the demon made his next move, they could handle it. Hopefully. Chapter 7. After Maine grabbed a cardboard box full of her father's things from a storeroom, she rejoined Makime and Sage in the study. Makime gave Maine a thumbs up as she pored over the respiriting tome on a sofa, with a tablet propped up beside her. A mystic watched via a video call, assisting with the translation, so Maine didn't disturb her stepmom. She headed toward the far wall of the study where Sage was alternating between offensive and defensive stances, with the crystal lance holstered at his back. "Hey, what's up?" she asked as she approached. Sage took his eyes from a glimmering vertical magic mirror arrayed a few yards before him. He wiped the sweat from his eyes.
Taking a break from translating.
"By training?" Maine asked. He dabbed his forehead with a small cloth tucked into the back of his pants.
The corruptor could strike at any moment. Gotta be prepared. I like where your head's at.
Maine watched as Sage readied himself and cast a spell at the magic translucent mirror. The spell was larger and brighter than usual, and pulsed with power, as did the demon weapon on Sage's back. The spell cracked through the air like a whip, and when it struck the mirror, it was absorbed. Maine adjusted the cardboard box in her hands. "Are you sure you're not wearing yourself out?" Sage flexed his fingers as a smile ghosted across his face.
Not with a crystal lance on my back. It's like a battery juicing up my magic reserves. I've never felt stronger. This is what my magic level would be like if I had stayed in magic school and continued my studies.
Maine nodded as she studied the magic mirror. She pointed at it. "What is that?"
"It gauges the strength of my magic. My power is through the roof. I don't have to have the lance in my hands to receive its power. If I did, you'd see how big a klutz I am."
"We don't all have troll agility," Maine joked. Sage let loose with a barrage of spells that the mirror hungrily ate.
"Did you find a suitable totem for the respiriting ritual? You know, for Al's spirit to inhabit?"
She fidgeted. Finding an item she could always keep on her to house Al's spirit wasn't an easy task. The item had to be lightweight and not clash with her outfits. "About that." She stepped over to a sofa and set down the cardboard box. Filled with miscellaneous junk she had inherited from her father, she didn't know what she might find inside. It was one of the boxes Al had been helping her go through at one time or other. Giving the box another glance, she said, "I'm sure I can find something in there I can use. Something to remember my father, too." Sage conjured a glowing orange orb between his palms and launched it at the magic mirror.
"Multitasking. Nice.
Just got to find the right thing." Maine plopped down on the sofa next to the cardboard box and began sorting through the stuff inside. Among the items she found were a rusty can opener, a wine corkscrew, a large pocket knife. What was this? Her father's entire kitchen drawer of special utensils? She dug through some more items. Empty jars, vials, and silver spoons. She was about to give up on finding a suitable totem in the box when she brushed aside a microfiber cleaning cloth at the bottom and revealed a small velvet jewelry box. What was in there? She picked it up and turned it over in her hands.
"I detect no traps,"
the mantle hissed.
"Open it."
With a smirk, she did. And as the top lifted, her lips quivered. It can't be. I mean, can it? Is this... Knopf stepped into the study, and suddenly he blasted across the study, coming to a trampoline bounce off the sofa beside her.
Holy shit, folks! Look at the size of that rock!
Blinking, Maine focused on the dainty gold ring inside the jewelry box. The diamond set atop it gleamed in the study's overhead lights. Weakness. Extreme heat. Repeated hammer blows. Thieving hands. Maine sat there with her mouth hanging open. Taking a break to wipe his forehead again, Sage noticed her reaction. What did you find? My mother's wedding ring, I think. Whoa. Sage dropped his fighting stance and stepped up to her. He peered over the couch. That's beautiful. Maine swallowed and carefully plucked the ring from its case. She tried it on her fingers, but it was too small for even her pinky. Damn troll fingers. She held it up to the light, inspecting its radiance. It was lightweight, and it would serve as not only a reminder of her father, but of her birth mother as well. It would make the perfect totem for Al to inhabit. She needed to find a chain to wear it around her neck. Knopf whistled.
Damn. Me likey.
What a lucky find, Sage agreed. Think Al would mind inhabiting a wedding ring? Maine asked. Knopf yipped.
I know I wouldn't mind.
Seeing her mother's wedding ring, as well as Sage's magic training mirror, made her remember the wishing room in the labyrinth, where she'd seen her future wedding. Sage must have noticed her happy look. Come on, what's on your mind? It's kind of personal. Oh. Sage stood tall and placed a hand proudly over his heart. The crystal lance gleamed over his shoulder, making him look like a roguish musketeer. Here I thought I was an important person in your life. You are. It's just... Fine. She'd tell him. When I was in the labyrinth running for my life, I came across a wishing glass. Knopf yipped in amusement.
The kind that shows you your greatest desires?
She nodded. Sage dropped his hurt act and leaned back over the sofa's backing so that his face was closer to Maine's. Well, what did you see? The thought of it brought jitters to her stomach. Her cheeks flushed. I saw my wedding day. Everyone was there, and my Uncle Joffrey was walking me down the aisle.
Oh! Was I there?
Knopf yipped. Yeah, you were the flower girl.
Huh? No, I wasn't.
Maine giggled, and so did Sage. What else? Sage said. Who were you marrying? She paused, meeting his eyes. I was marrying you. Sage flinched and nearly slipped off the couch back, which could have easily been explained away by his sweaty skin, but the look of shock on his face said otherwise. Did Sage not feel the same way about her? Had he never once considered the remotest possibility of them one day? I didn't mean it like that, Maine said quickly, smoothing down the front of her jeans. We've hardly known each other for, what, a couple of months? What? Yeah. Sage looked like his body parts were either malfunctioning or were about to turn to rubber. That's not what someday, maybe He swallowed hard and excused himself from the study. What the hell? Maine called, somewhat angrily from behind him. I didn't mean it like that. I'm not proposing to you. At that, her stepmom glanced up from the re-spiriting tome with a confused look. Maine's face reddened again. She pocketed her mom's wedding ring and stood. She needed to get out of here so she could think.
Where are you, headed, partner?
Knopf yipped. To get some fresh air. Chapter 8. As she stepped out the front door, she intended to jog around the mansion, or maybe find a trail to run through the thick pine forests. Then she saw the neat rows of the angel guards still standing at attention on the front lawn, and she decided to pay the Guardian another visit. Surprisingly, she found the Angel Leader alone, sitting on the dirt floor with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Was he meditating? Maybe she should leave him be for the moment. She turned, and his voice cut loud and clear through the stable.
Yes, Mantle wearer.
She stopped and faced him again. I didn't mean to bother your meditation.
You already have.
He grimaced and with a flap of his wings, shifted from sitting to standing. He folded his arms.
What is it?
Did Newly's secret room give you anything you could use to find the corruptor?
Unfortunately, no. His journal and books are useless to us, and the shrine will never again link to the demon.
Damn. So it had been a dead end after all. At least Al had tried to help. It was a good try, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Maine stood there for a few seconds, breathing in the heavy scent of hay and dirt. The Guardian continued.
You said you had a lead you were going to track down.
Oh, that. Her breath deflated from her lungs. I paid a visit to the devil. You know, because he was the corruptor's attorney. At this, the Guardian's eyes narrowed. He said he didn't know where the demon was. He did say something that concerned me, though. He said the demon keeps his weapons close, but his enemies closer. Does that mean anything to you?
Never trust a word from that silver-tongued demon's lips.
So you don't think we have another spy in our midst? Like Cupid? The Guardian's brow creased, and for a moment he looked impossibly old.
I wouldn't put anything past the corruptor.
Then what's he waiting for? Maine asked. All this waiting is getting old. Raising a sharp eyebrow, the Guardian said,
You wish the demon to strike? To make the first move?
Not really, but I hate this waiting. The Guardian's pensive face softened.
I think I know what you mean. This world of ours teeters on the edge of a precarious cliff. The more time we have to wait.
The Guardian let out a heavy sigh.
The more time we have to think.
Think? Maine propped a hand on a thick wooden beam. About what? The Guardian scoffed.
You wouldn't.
He gazed more intently at her, as if he were looking through her rather than at her.
No. Perhaps you would.
I would what? Can you please stop speaking so vaguely? After letting out another big sigh, the Guardian opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. He started to shake his head as if he'd reconsidered, but Maine circled her hand in a go on gesture.
The thing that has been on my mind, the Guardian said at last, is love.
Maine blinked. That was the last thing she thought he might say. Love?
Yes. What is it? A fleeting sentiment? A temporary explosion of passion? Is it true, or is it a big lie, sheathed in a fanciful package?
He scrunched up his face and gripped a handful of his uniform in his fist.
Why does it hurt so badly? Why does it feel like I'm so empty inside?
He swallowed and pierced her with his steely gaze.
Is it really all the Hallmark Channel makes it out to be?
Maine thrust out both palms before her. Whoa. What exactly is this all about? The Angel Leader gritted his teeth. He tried to speak, but couldn't find the words. Then she realized. Oh. Is this about that evil Archangel? The demon's former second-in-command? He nodded. Maine dropped to the dirt floor, and the Guardian did likewise, sitting across from her. It felt weird, like she was trying to be a troll psychiatrist. How long did you, know her?
Only a few centuries.
Right, okay. What was her name? Maine asked.
I don't know. I never knew her name.
Maine gawked. You knew her for centuries, but never knew her name?
Correct. There are many archangels.
You never thought to ask her name?
When we were together that one time, I didn't think it would be our last.
Then what was this? Some angel one-night stand?
We were not standing.
Okay. Look, I don't want any details. But here's the deal. She picked herself up and dusted her pants off. I'm not good at this talking stuff. I need to be moving, doing something, throwing punches.
We could spar,
the Guardian said. Like with swords? The Guardian conjured 2 white angel swords and handed one to her. Okay, yeah. Maine tested the blade's weight and flicked her wrist. The Guardian easily blocked her light attack and pressed his counterattack, clearly holding back, not wanting to hurt her, especially since she was new to this. This feels good. Now, where were we? This evil archangel chick.
I didn't know she was evil at the time.
They exchanged sword blows. Right, she continued. So, this unbeknownst to you evil archangel chick hooked up with you recently.
It was hundreds of years ago,
the Guardian corrected. Maine sighed as she deflected a sword thrust. You had a fling hundreds of years ago, and she dumped you?
Yes. In human terms, that sounds accurate.
And you never got over her? The Guardian shrugged, opening himself for an attack. She knew she could have scored a point, but held back.
I guess. I had never felt anything like that before. It was such a human emotion. I was confused.
Okay. Are you over her now? She went on the offensive, and the Guardian parried half-heartedly.
I think so. She is dead, after all. But the way she threw her cards in with the corruptor, she was so clever and ruthless. It makes me question my integrity, my loyalty to the just cause.
You're the most righteous person or magical creature I've ever met, and you're very good at your job.
Usually, the Mantle hissed.
Maine continued. So what if you messed up one time?
A white-winged creature of pure evil duped me.
She thought about what to say next.
Rub it in his face,
the Mantle hissed.
Make him doubt his future actions. Make him cry like a baby with a diaper rash and no milk bottle.
I don't see how that makes you a bad leader. The Guardian swung harder than he had yet, and although she blocked it with plenty of time, it drove her blade to the side, opening her up. Then, swifter than she thought possible, the Guardian had his blade tip under her chin. Yield? She said. They hadn't exactly agreed upon rules for the sparring match. The Guardian nodded and withdrew a step, composing himself for the next bout.
I've been questioning my judgment calls of late. Maybe it was my fault the demon escaped.
That was my fault.
Perhaps.
The Guardian looked pensive. Then they started a new sparring session.
Maybe, if I had locked you up in an angel prison sooner, or ended your life, perhaps the demon wouldn't have escaped.
He said it so seriously, as if he truly didn't anticipate her interpretation of his words. Fainting to one side, Maine darted the other way and flicked her blade so it was under the Guardian's armpit. The angel leader nodded with respect.
Yield.
They stepped away from each other again, and Maine said, Sage says that the demon would have found a way to escape even if I hadn't cast that luck spell. Even if you had imprisoned or killed me, the corruptor still would have found a way to escape eventually.
You speak truth,
the angel leader said at last, examining his angel blade. Also, it's rude to talk about imprisoning or killing someone to their face. The Guardian chuckled.
My apologies. I sometimes forget the fragile egos of humans and the vague ways they speak.
You think we speak vaguely? The Guardian flapped his wings to stretch them out.
Yes, it's so annoying. Humans rarely come out and say exactly what they want. They often lie or hope their conversation partner can read their mind.
Maine wrinkled her nose. There was some truth to that.
Again?
The Guardian angled his blade at her.
Sure.
They backed up and started moving in a sort of dance step as they circled within the stable.
Speaking of love, I sense something between you and Sage.
How do you know that? She stepped in and pressed an attack that he easily deflected.
It is written on your energy field.
That's stupid.
Why? Are things not going well between you two at the moment?
That, she decided, was none of his business. She lunged in for another attack, and the Guardian spun effortlessly out of the way. She caught herself against a stable wall and flipped back around. How about we talk about the demon? You said no one probably knows his name, so that option is out at the moment. Although, with the spell in that old book, we could practically knock him unconscious if we had his true name. The Guardian nodded, took a quick swing at her, then backstepped. It's my understanding that no one can kill the corruptor.
Correct. He has ascended to a godlike being.
Maine thought of something. After the Mythical Creatures and Magical Beings tournament, Puck rewarded me with a wish card for helping him find his card deck. Can I use the wish card to kill the demon? The Guardian scowled, looking much like his old self again.
Are you daft? I said no one can kill him.
Can the wish card's effects be applied to him in any way? Can it damage him? Can it cut his head off so we can bury it in a pit somewhere for the next 1,000 years? The Guardian thought deeply on this while Maine pressed the offensive. She hammered furiously at his defenses, but he didn't indicate any real effort to thwart her attacks. Finally, he snorted, coming out of his thoughts.
You and your influx destiny. Of course you would have a wish card.
What's that supposed to mean?
Wish cards are very dangerous to use, since their magic straddles a fine line between chaos and order. They can do things no one should be able to do.
Hope sparked within her. So you're saying, with my influxness, the wish card could work against the demon?
Sadly, no. As long as he has one demon weapon on him, he will be immune to all special magical attacks directed at him, even those caused by the wish card.
What if I used the wish card to drop a mountain of boulders on his head? Or I wished for the air around him to spontaneously combust to burn and blind him? The Guardian lifted a hand for her to stop.
You have been listening to the Mantle's suggestions, I see.
Those were my ideas.
And good ideas indeed. Bravo!
She shook her head. So, I could use the wish card, just not against him. The Guardian lazily blocked her latest sword strike.
With the needle and the timepiece, the demon can easily undo any effects the wish card could hope to achieve.
Maine smirked, easing up on her defenses. So you're saying there's a chance?
Did you not hear anything I said?
But if I can separate all the weapons from him, then I could use... The Guardian broke past her defenses and gently pressed the tip of his blade against her chest, over her heart. He wore an expectant look. Yield, she said flatly. She was about to challenge him to best out of 5, when the ground began to shake. They shared a concerned look as an angel guard rushed inside the stable.
Come, quick! Look outside!
Chapter 9. Even before Maine could throw herself toward the stable's entrance, the Guardian whooshed past her, beating her outside.
Shove off,
she muttered, as she clambered toward the entrance. The earth was still shaking, making it difficult to stand her ground. As she pushed herself through the stable's doorway and glanced at the sky, she cursed. The mansion sat on the outskirts of Rainwater, where lesser demons currently overran the streets. Until a minute ago, Rainwater wasn't visible from the mansion's grounds. It was miles away, and pine forests stood between them. But now, Maine had to blink to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Now the sleepy town of Rainwater was elevated over the forests by a mountain of dirt and rock. A medieval castle stood in the downtown square, raised higher than the rest of the town. The side streets and rest of the town were tiered downward like a multi-leveled fortress. It looked like something out of a fantasy story. It also looked unreal, like it could collapse at any time. A massive dirt cloud rolled out from around the town's base, high up over the tree line. It foamed and expanded ever outward toward the mansion estate. Maine watched it with shock and awe, at first not hearing the Mantle's voice hissing in her mind. Finally, she registered it and listened. Warning. Acid cloud. Incoming. Repeat. Acid cloud. She snapped to attention. The guardian stood beside her, shaking his head in silent disdain. Grabbing his sleeve, Maine pointed at the clouds roiling ever closer to them, about 500 yards away. That... acid clouds, she sputtered. The guardian didn't so much as blink. I know. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Do something. Watch your language. The acid clouds were now about 200 yards away. Then what don't you understand? Acid clouds bad. They'll eat us all alive. I thought we might have more time, the guardian said musingly. He set his jaw. So it begins. What begins? The acid clouds were a mere 75 yards away now, and closing fast. Mantle, is there anything I can do? Is there a nuclear fallout shelter beneath the mansion? Not that I know of. Then you're fucked. It paused. Sorry. No, it couldn't end like this. Not with how she'd left things with Sage. If she was about to die, she needed to see Knopf one more time. And tell her stepmom that she was sorry for all the stupid shit she'd said and done to her. She was starting to backstep toward the mansion, toward her friends, her eyes glued to the monstrous acid clouds fuming ever toward them. They were so ominous that they demanded her full attention. She couldn't look away. The acid clouds were only 25 yards away. 10. 5. This was it. No time left. The guardian's voice boomed across the front lawn. Raise the barrier. As the acid clouds rushed upon the mansion grounds, a purplish force field several stories taller than the building formed a dome around the estate. It kind of looked like a huge bubblegum bubble. The acid clouds struck it, circled it, and smothered it from above, looking for a way in. They failed to find any. What happened? Maine muttered, her back to the mansion, her gaze still drawn skyward to the acid clouds swirling about the giant force field. Maine, are you okay? She finally turned. Mackie May was approaching her with the front door to the mansion open. Sage and Knopf rushed out behind her. Yes, I think so. Her legs felt weak as Sage and Mackie May rushed up and supported her by the arms. She met all their faces one by one. Whatever the angels had done to save all their lives, she had almost died, as well as those closest to her. She wanted to tell them how she felt, but... She glanced back at the guardian, standing proud and resolute with his hands clasped behind his back. Breaking from her friends, she rushed up to him, a thought bursting forth in her mind. The demon was probably sitting atop Rainwater in that castle. He was probably watching them right now. Was this what the devil had meant all along? That the demon was physically close to his enemies? Was he currently holed up in Rainwater? Damn it! She should have known. But how could she have? Really, what difference would it have made? He still had plenty of demon weapons to give him the superior edge. With the needle and the timepiece, what could they have realistically done if they'd known he was so close this whole time? She turned her attention to the guardian. Are you going to tell me what happened? Beyond the purplish force field, the acid clouds were starting to dissolve. The first stroke in the war between the corruptor and us. He didn't take his gaze from Rainwater, still elevated in front of them like some multi-tiered, multi-walled castle. So the demon tried to kill us all with an acid cloud? I doubt he thought he would succeed. But someone had to start the match. The match? You make this sound as if it's a chess game.
In a way, it is.
No, it's our lives on the line.
The world, he corrected. The corruptor is toying with us, testing our defenses.
And our defenses are, she said, watching as the rest of the acid clouds disappeared. It had all happened so suddenly that it made her wonder if it had all been a dream. She knew it hadn't been. They had come close to being snuffed out by the demon. At last, the Guardian dropped his gaze from the castle atop Rainwater and gestured at the neat rows of 100 angel guards stationed on the front lawn.
The 1st Force Field Division of the Angel Guard. Some of the bravest and noblest angels beyond the veil.
As she focused on the angels with more attention than before, she noticed that a faint purple glow emanated from their hands. Wow. So these angels were like, what? Living force field generators? So cool. How long can they sustain the force field? She asked.
They are very competent, and their magic reserves are deep. I'd wager they could keep it up for days on end under the current conditions.
Current conditions? She repeated, as her 3 companions joined her and the Guardian.
Yes, stillness, the Guardian explained.
Stillness? The Guardian passed a look at Makime, who cleared her throat professionally. A magic force field only requires energy when something attacks it. It's not currently under attack? Maine said. Her stepmom nodded. Naf yipped.
So, we're good now. For the moment, partner.
The demon has hordes at his disposal, Sage said softly. He could attack any time and start wearing down the force field.
He will, Maine said, which means we're on borrowed time. The Guardian raised both eyebrows as if to congratulate her for finally catching up. Is this supposed to be our last stand, then? Maine gestured at the mansion estate. Why'd you pick here? The angel leader spoke flatly.
All of the remaining demonic weapons are here.
The mantle,
the crystal lance, the claw hammer.
Oh, so we're being held captive again?
Naf headbutted Maine's ankle.
Better in here than out there being eaten up by acid clouds.
That's how I see it too, the Guardian said. I would have consulted you, but you do not possess the military training and tactics that I have.
Maine was a bit miffed. You could have at least told me about your plan.
Why?
The kitchen is well stocked, but it's not that well stocked. She angled her head at the angel guards standing statue still on the lawn.
No worries, the Guardian said grimly. We've already eaten our last supper, just in case.
That isn't inspiring. Naf blasted up into the air and did a twirl.
Good. That means more food for us. And don't forget, we got a prized chef in our midst.
Sage fidgeted, and the crystal lance on his back bobbed back and forth.
I'll get started on something to eat.
Maine stared up at the castle atop Rainwater again. What are we going to do in the meantime? For the first time all day, the Guardian gave a grim smile.
We go on the offensive.
Now? Maine asked.
Someone has to make the second move of the match.
He turned to an angel standing guard outside the stable.
Summon Strike Team 3.
Who's Strike Team 3? Maine asked. The angel guard nodded and conjured a trumpet, which he immediately began to toot. The Guardian's eyes grew resolute and hard.
The best special ops team I've got in this hemisphere.
Chapter 10. Maine stared in awe as 4 angels dressed in dark, compact body armor touched down upon the ground. They had descended right through the force field. Helmets concealed their faces, but their body language hinted they were more serious than the Guardian himself.
Now those are some stone-cold operators,
Naf yipped, in excitement, his tail wagging uncontrollably. He blasted up and into Maine's arms as they both watched the special operatives conversing in soft tones with the Guardian. After a short time, they all nodded and checked their gear as a trumpet called down another host of warrior angels. Then the warrior angels took to the air and whooshed toward the elevated town of Rainwater. Before they reached the edges, a giant reddish force field surrounded the town. Maine watched in amazement as the angel host flew around the force field, prodding for weaknesses. They soon returned and expressed their frustration to the Guardian.
Predictable countermove,
the angel leader grunted. One of the special operative angels shook his head.
We must find a way through their force field.
Suddenly, Maine had an idea. Before she stepped over to the Guardian, though, she laid a hand on Sage's shoulder. Sorry.
For what? He said.
Then Maine walked over to where the Guardian was discussing things with Strike Team 3. I know how to infiltrate the force field. The 4 Special Ops angels appraised her silently behind their helmets.
How?
The Guardian grunted. Maine let the Guardian stew for a few moments. Then she said, Do magic force fields go under the ground?
No, of course not. But look at that mountain of rock. We can't burrow up from beneath the town.
No, but my magic mushroom friends might be persuaded to. The Guardian's demeanor soured further at the mention of the mushrooms. Maine didn't blame him. During their last encounter, the mushrooms had tripped up the angels long enough for Maine, the other weapon holders, and her companions to escape on the backs of the direwolves. Maine continued, Give me the word, and I'll have Sage contact them and see if they can tunnel up through the bottom of the town. Then you guys can do whatever you're trained to do. The special operative angels exchanged glances, their faces still obscured by their formidable helmets. The way I see it, Maine said, you don't have much of an option. You do need to do some reconnaissance, and I can get you inside. Finally, the Guardian relented, and Maine went back and put an arm around Sage's back as she whispered in his ear. You can talk to the mushrooms again, right? Sage grimaced. Then he nodded.
Only because it's you who's asking.
Maine's heart swelled. Things seemed to not be awkward again between the two of them. Naf yipped.
Gang, who's ready to get high?
Within half an hour, the magic mushrooms granted them the use of one giant digging root, which they assured Sage would be enough to dig up into the bottom of Rainwater. The best part was that Sage got the ratio of hallucinogenic shrooms correct, so he didn't get balls high. How'd you get them to agree? Maine asked, as they walked up to the Guardian to tell him the news. Ma walked with them. Do you have to do something in return?
No, Sage said.
Then what?
It wasn't that difficult, Sage said. I told them that they could help prevent the apocalypse.
That was it?
Well, the mushrooms expressed concern about helping the angels, but Ma helped seal the deal. You know how well elves get along with magical creatures of nature.
Ma angled a finger at her chest, as if she were a movie star in the limelight. I see, Maine said. What did the little green men say?
Shut up.
Sage elbowed her lightly. Sorry, couldn't resist. They reached the spot where the Guardian waited outside the stable. Strike Team 3 had gathered nearby, squatting and stretching to stay limber. Sage explained to the Guardian how the deal with the mushrooms had gone down. Then he snapped his fingers, and the ground vibrated. A moment later, the tip of a massive root peeked out from the ground. Dirt and worms crumbled off it. Oh, look, here's your ride, Maine said conversationally. The 4 special operative angels stood at attention.
We're ready, sir,
one of them said. The Guardian gave the magic root an evil look, then set his jaw and nodded. He was about to give them the go-ahead when Maine interjected. Oh, and we're going too. She jerked a thumb at herself and Ma, standing next to her. The Guardian flinched.
Absolutely not.
That's part of the deal. Take it or leave it. The special operative angels exchanged glances and hushed words. You won't even know we're there. Maine cinched up the small tactical pack strapped to her back. It felt much more practical than a purse, and better fitted the apocalyptic vibe. One of the strike team members spoke up. "Sir, they're not trained. They're a liability to us and the mission." Maine placed her hands on her hips. "Liability? You're talking about one of the demon weapon holders." The 4 operatives turned her way expectantly. "Prove your worth," one of them said behind his helmet. She focused on them and muttered, "Mantle, do your thing."
"I cannot see their faces, remember?"
"Right. Look, I'm going." The Guardian seethed.
"You are not going to give the demon another one of his weapons."
"I don't intend to."
"You know what they say about good intentions,"
the Guardian warned. "That they're better than bad intentions?" Maine smirked, when the Guardian scowled.
"Why do you want to go?" he asked.
"Because Rainwater is my home. No one knows their way around its streets better than me." The Mantle hissed.
"You've only been living there for a month or 2.
It paused.
"Nice deception."
The Guardian spoke through clenched teeth.
"You're not going. That's final."
Maine nodded understandingly, then turned to Ma. The elf flexed her delicate fingers and uttered an incantation. A sheen of sparkling magic dropped upon both Ma and Maine. When it faded a few moments later, the both of them no longer remotely resembled themselves. Instead, 2 slender lesser demons stepped from foot to foot, cocking their heads with reptilian movements. "Huh!" The Guardian pressed his fingertips to his forehead.
"You think you can sway my judgment with an elven glamour?"
Maine saw they had already won, as she watched the special operative angels exchanging amused words. She couldn't see their faces, but they were slowly nodding. "It's not your judgment we have to sway," she said, trying to hide her smugness. One of the elite angel operatives nodded to her.
"We'll take them. We could use the help of a local on the inside."
Then the 4 operatives turned to Ma to receive their demon glamour camouflage. The Guardian looked as surly as Maine had ever seen him.
"If you mess this up..."
Maine stepped up and patted him on the shoulder, relishing the look of utter disdain as her demon talons clicked against his back. "Relax. I may be a demon weapon holder, but I'm not a demon." She exchanged a wicked look with Ma's demon glamour form and moved to join the angel strike team getting into position around the magic root. They each bore the outward appearance of demons with bizarre-looking assorted animal heads. "Wait!" Sage called out, and dashed up to her. Maine turned, and he planted a kiss against her demon lips.
"Make it back in one piece. Okay."
She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Then she and Ma sidled up beside the angel strike team. The magic root quivered before them, its tip twisting in the air.
"It says to get on now," Sage said.
They got on, and as Maine clamped her hands around the root, she hoped this wasn't a big mistake. Before the root submerged beneath the ground, the Guardian gave her a final warning glare. She had better not mess this up. Chapter 11. The root punched up through the ground with finality, bits of dirt and chunks of brick erupting like a fountain. The next thing Maine knew, she was being flung through the air of a very dark space. When she landed on her chest, she felt something crunch sickeningly beneath her. She picked herself up. It took a few moments for her eyes to acclimatize to the darkness. At first, she thought it was pitch black, but now she realized there was a faint amount of light. Dark blue, glowing fungus clung to the ceiling in places, but the light they emitted was dim at best. Water dripped as her eyes continued to adjust. Eventually, Maine could make out the image of what she had landed upon. A human skeleton. She backed up a step and collided with a body. When she turned, she saw it was a demon and realized it was Ma with her demon glamour. Maine sighed. The 4 special operative angels silently picked themselves up off the ground and approached her.
Do you know where we are?
One of them asked. She shook her head. They were in a long earthen passage that didn't look even vaguely familiar. Water continued to drip faintly, reminding her of her flooded troll cave. Were they in a cave?
Stay behind us. Follow at a distance, only when the path is clear.
The angel operative turned away from her and joined the rest of his teammates. Wearing their demon glamours, they communicated among themselves using hand gestures. One of them took point, and the other three followed in a straight line. They looked at Maine and Ma to ensure they understood. They both nodded. They watched as the elite team proceeded forward in the murky dimness toward an oak door up ahead. It looked sturdy with its iron bands. "Where the hell are we?" Maine muttered, barely above a whisper. Ma shrugged. "This is my first time in Rainwater. I've been here for a couple of months, and it's not that big. I have no idea where we are." With her shoe, she gently nudged the skull of the skeleton she'd landed upon. The skull rolled over onto its side with a hollow bone sound. Against the wall, she thought she saw a pair of dull iron shackles. "Is this some kind of dungeon?" "If so," Ma said softly, "this is my first dungeon, too."
"There's a first time for everything,"
Nuff yipped from behind Maine. She reached behind herself and undid the zipper of her tactical backpack. Nuff peeked out from within.
"I was so quiet that the Guardian didn't even notice I was in here. Did you forget I was in here?"
"You were too heavy not to notice," Maine quipped.
"Hey, that hurts,"
Nuff joked. Ma reached over and petted the top of Nuff's head as the four angels opened the oak door and crept into the next room. After the angels had all made it through, Nuff hopped out of the backpack and landed on the stone floor. "Do you know where this is?" Maine asked. Nuff gave a few vigorous sniffs and padded over to the stone wall with the iron shackles. He lifted his leg and urinated for a few seconds, then returned to them.
"Nah, but I've marked it as my territory now."
"Wow. Thanks," Maine said sarcastically. She scrunched her nose. "Did you eat asparagus before we left?" Nuff padded past her toward the door the angels passed through.
"Come on, team. Let's go."
"Wait," Ma said. "Let me cast a light spell." Ma was about to cast a light spell when Nuff yipped softly.
"Nah, let me."
Maine's gut tensed. What was he going to do? Sunburst? "No, you'll give our position away." Nuff gave a doggish grin.
"Watch and learn."
He closed his eyes and strained. Then his chihuahua-sized body lit up with a low glow. It provided enough light to see the ground in front of them better, so they didn't trip or stumble over any more skeletons. "You're like a tiny, furry nightlight," Maine said. "Since when can you do that?"
"I've been practicing. That direwolf encyclopedia in Newly's study is very informational. I also found some books on meditation that have helped."
Maine scrunched up her face. Newly had books on direwolf meditation?
"No, you troll. They're for any magical creature."
Oh, okay. Glad to hear. Now stay with us and be quiet. Ma crept alongside Maine and extended a hand. A moment later, it glowed like Nuff, providing enough light to see, but not enough to blind someone in the darkness. The three carefully approached the open door.
"Can I get turned into a demon, too?"
Nuff yipped. Maine held a finger to her lips. "Hush. You're not supposed to be here."
"Love you too, partner."
As they reached the door, a stifled grunt sounded from the next room. The three of them tensed. Then Maine led them through.
"Now this is a dungeon,"
Nuff yipped softly. Maine glanced to the side at a row of ancient iron cages lining the wall. Most of their doors hung open. Cobwebs thick with dust stretched between several of the vertical bars. A glance confirmed that the opposite wall looked much the same. Maine could barely make out the forms of the four angels at the far end of the long room. Wood softly creaked as they opened a second door. Then they entered the new room and were lost to her sight. Maine, Ma, and Nuff crept down the long prison room, walking side by side. The jail cells all appeared empty, save for piles of debris and other accumulated trash. It looked like maybe something had been nesting down here, but again, where was here? Did Rainwater have a dungeon she didn't know about? She unconsciously reached down to her pocket, and a moment later, she realized she was fingering her mom's wedding ring. Al would know. He'd lived here for a while. If only they had already completed the respiriting ritual, and he could be here as a ghost. He could help them figure out where they were. In a place as creepy as this, a ghost would fit in fine. Near the center of the long prison room sat a large stack of moldy crates. On the other side, a mound of ashes lay on the floor. Knopf sniffed the ashes, then raised his head pensively.
Smell that? Sulfur. A demon.
He lifted his hind leg and did his business. Must have been the sound we heard earlier, Maine said. The angels must have snuck up on it and killed it before it could sound the alarm. If there are demons down here. Ma glanced at the glamour wrapped around herself. Well, real demons. That might mean this isn't part of Rainwater. Maybe it's part of the demon's making. You mean the demon made this dungeon with the needle when he raised Rainwater? Maine asked. Could be, if what I've heard about the needle is true. If the demons are already in Rainwater, maybe this is a secret dungeon you never knew about.
Enough yapping. Let's catch up to those badass ninja angels.
They're not ninjas, Maine said, as they eased up to the next open doorway.
The way they took out that unsuspecting demon guard, they might as well be.
Knopf yipped. Maine pressed a finger to her lips again and entered the next room, surprised to find a massive space lit by torches sitting in sconces at intervals on the stone walls. Although it was a wide-open room, it was full of stacks of rotting crates. They lay throughout the room like islands in a sea. As they crouch-walked to the nearest stack, Maine spotted the 4 angels. They were to the room's left, crouched below another stack of crates and waiting for something. Then Maine saw the demons patrolling throughout the room, 3 with antelope-like heads, and the 4th alligator-ish. They hissed and growled as they walked back and forth, their bare feet padding against the stone floor. Maine pushed her friends down with her behind the crates. From their position, they could still see the angels hunkered down off to the left. Ma and Knopf extinguished their dim lights. They waited. In the massive room in front of them, the demon guards continued to patrol. One of them attempted to whistle, but it sounded like wind passing through a hole in a shack wall.
Let's rush 'em on 3,
Knopf yipped softly.
1, 2.
Let's not, Maine whispered, turning to him, her elbow bumping the crate at her back. We've got to keep the element of surprise. A chunk of rock or wood skittered from the top of the stack and struck the ground. Nice, the Mantle hissed. You were saying. Knopf peeked around the crates.
2 of 'em, coming our way.
As Maine listened to their approaching footsteps, she readied herself to conjure a pair of fireballs at a moment's notice. Ma tensed beside her, and Maine felt the tickle of wind magic against her neck.
Any moment,
Knopf yipped. The footsteps were right on top of them now. They had to act. Maine spun away from the crates, twin fireballs forming over her palms as she rose. Ma was beside her in the same instant, palms outstretched, wind at her beckon. But before either of them could release their magic, 2 dark shapes darted in behind the 2 demons. A white angel blade punched through each demon's chest from behind, and they dissolved into sulphurous ash. From off to the left, the other 2 demons exploded into ash, as the other 2 angel guards stabbed them from behind.
These guys are good. Real good,
Knopf yipped, impressed, his tail wagging. The 2 angel operatives facing Maine and Ma focused first on Maine's fireballs, then down at Knopf. He's with us, Maine said. At first the angels didn't react, then one said, Stay here.
Where is here?
Knopf yipped. The 2 angel operatives kept their helmeted faces on the miniature direwolf for a few more seconds. Then they turned and silently rejoined their 2 companions. The 4 angels crept up to the door at the far end of the large room. Compared to the first 2 they'd entered through, this third door was massive. Like the other doors, iron-banded.
"Wonder what's behind door number 3,
Knopf yipped, then blasted up onto the top of the crate sitting before them. Maine reached out and grabbed hold of his scruff before he could blast off toward the huge door. The action probably saved Knopf's life. Chapter 12. The 4 Angel special operatives didn't go through the doorway. They never got the door open. Instead, as they prepared, the door splintered in, smashing them backward as a great bellow roared out into the wide-open room. As the Angels fought to right themselves, a monster thundered in, as wide and hulking as, well, the Incredible Hulk. It wasn't green-skinned, though. The monster stomping toward them had shaggy white hair all over its body, bulging muscles and spikes. Lots of spikes on its shoulders, arms, and back. It swept its hands with claw-tipped fingers down at the nearest Angel Guard, the one who had taken the brunt of the door as it had blasted open. The monster dug its claws into the Angel and flung him aside like a life-size doll. The other 3 Angel Guards scattered, trying to make a hasty retreat, but the monster was too fast. He leapt at the next nearest Angel Guard and stomped him flat. The 2 remaining Angel Guards retreated toward the door they had entered from, but it slammed shut, as if of its own accord.
"Uh-oh,"
Knopf yipped. Maine sprang into action, rising and hurling 2 fireballs at the monster. It spun on her, raising its arms to fend off the attack. The fireballs exploded on contact, scorching its shaggy white hair. The Mantle hissed, "Demon Yeti. Weakness, a stubbed toe, a weak left ankle. Kentucky Fried Chicken." "That's a Demon Yeti?" Maine muttered, as its black eyes glared at her from across the room, glittering like coal chunks. The demon beat its hairy chest, its words carrying over the expansive room in a loud, drumbeat staccato.
"I am the Corruptor's new second-in-command. You shall fall beneath my wrath."
The 2 elite Angel Guards turned to face the monster from the center of the room. They frantically radioed for help over magical ear mics, but then the Demon Yeti was upon them, swinging its long, muscled arms and demolishing all the stacked crates in its path. Maine let loose with another fireball, but the Demon Yeti dodged out of the way. "Damn," she muttered, then watched wide-eyed as the fireball arced and swung around, striking the Yeti's backside.
"And that's Ma the Elf with the assist,"
Knopf yipped, in an imitation sports commentator's voice. Ma smacked Maine's shoulder with the back of her hand and climbed atop the crate in front of her.
"Come on, let's beat this brute."
Ma picked up a crate with her wind magic and hurled it at the Demon Yeti. It exploded harmlessly, not gaining its attention. Maine launched another fireball, and Ma caught it in the wind, feeding its flames and growing it in size by a few inches. With the fireball spell's potency doubled, Ma manipulated its direction with her wind magic, pelting it against the demon's head. To no effect. The Yeti continued to face swings of the 2 remaining angels' white swords out front, which deflected off its thick, hairy hide. The 2 downed angel operators slowly crawled toward the door they'd come from. Somehow they'd survived the Demon Yeti's initial attacks, but they wouldn't last long if they didn't escape here quickly. Finally, turning its attention away from the 2 attacking angels, the Demon Yeti let out a howl and threw a giant magic icicle at Maine and Ma.
"Watch out,"
the Mantle hissed. Maine threw herself off the crate, taking Ma with her as ice crystals shattered like daggers. The floor shook as they picked themselves up. Then a mini snow blizzard formed around them, and it was next to impossible to determine where they were. Ma fought the persistent snow with her wind magic, while Maine melted it with fireballs. With the blizzard cleared, they saw the Demon Yeti plowing their way, swinging his arms wildly and slicing through the air. One of the Angel Guards followed it, hacking with his sword, but it did nothing to stop the powerful monster. Ma launched several crates at the demon, but it pushed on, ever closer to them. "Retreat!" the other angel ordered from the other side of the room. He had both wounded angels slung over his shoulders as if they weighed nothing. "Retreat!" "Sounds like a good idea to me," Ma said, as she lifted the largest crate yet with a gust. "Throw it at the demon's left ankle," Maine shouted. "It's his weakness." With a curious nod, Ma flung the crate at the rampaging monster's ankle. The rotted crate froze before it reached the Yeti demon, a moment before its claws shredded it into ice crystals. The demon Yeti reared up and beat its chest. "Why are you attacking us?" Maine shouted, pointing at herself. Ma's glamour was still present, making them all look like demons. The Yeti demon snarled and beat its chest again.
"Nice glamours, but you're no demons."
"How can you tell?" Maine asked. The demon Yeti dropped to a crouch, threw its shoulders back, and thrust its chin into the air, sniffing furiously.
"Because you stink like humans, angels, and elves." "Hey, ugly,"
Knopf yipped, from behind the demon.
"What about me?"
The demon turned as Knopf blasted into the air. The key-shaped marking on his rump glowed, then his body lit up in a fearsome sunburst. The demon Yeti opened itself to attack when it reached for its eyes. Maine cast 2 fireballs, and Ma caught and combined them with her wind magic. Then she maneuvered the larger fireball around the monster and slammed it against its left ankle. The demon howled, and Knopf blasted up, striking it under the chin. As the Yeti staggered, Knopf prepared to make a final blasting attack. As he did so, the Yeti revealed that it had only feigned being staggered. It swung out with its claws. "No!" Maine shouted, but Knopf had already committed to the blastoff. As he rocketed off the ground, Ma scooped him up with a wind gust and slung him back their way. The demon Yeti howled as its clawed swipe missed the direwolf. Ma deposited Knopf into Maine's arms, and they dashed back to the door where they had entered. It was still stuck shut. One of the angels slashed at it with his white sword, sundering it in 2, then kicked in the pieces. He ducked through, followed by the angel with the 2 wounded angels over his shoulders.
"Come back!"
the demon Yeti roared, picking up a crate and heaving it toward the door. Maine and Ma shot through as the crate exploded behind them, blocking the doorway.
"Ooh,"
Knopf yipped, watching from over Maine's shoulder. They were in the long prison room and running fast. The angels and Ma cast light spells and braked to a stop. The light revealed at least 20 lesser demons blocking the door leading to the mushroom root. Some of them had weapons and shields, others their claws and horned heads. "Where'd they come from?" Maine muttered. Then she spotted movement from one of the open jail cells as another demon lumbered out to join the fight. They had been hiding in the debris piles earlier, watching them as they passed. Maine cursed. First, the corruptor's second-in-command had been waiting for them, then this. The demon knew we were coming.
"You might be right, partner, but how's that help us now?"
The stone wall at their back crumbled inward, and the demon Yeti roared.
"Thought you could escape, did you?"
"Watch us," Maine challenged, "and see how your demon master deals with your failure." The demon Yeti picked at one of his sharp teeth.
"I don't like you. I'm going to eat you first."
Without looking, Maine shot a fireball behind her at the monster, feeling the last of her magic reserve empty. Then she raised her arm in front of her like a battering ram and yelled, "Charge!" She and the angel with the sword rushed toward the demon blockade, as Ma whipped the demons with sharp, cracking gusts of wind. "I'm out of magic," she gasped, following in their wake. The ground shook as the Yeti demon charged after them. The wind knocked back the line of demons, and Maine slugged the first demon, an alligator head, in the face. As he turned to ash, she jumped and roundhouse-kicked 2 other demons, staggering them. The angel joined her side, leaning into his sword strikes, cleaving through ash.
"I am the Knopf, and I'm hot like the—"
The tiny direwolf blasted off from Maine's shoulder.
"Son!"
His sunburst seared the prison corridor with white-hot light, and the remaining demons cowered as Maine threw her arms out to the sides and mowed them down. The 2 angels and Ma followed her. The first door was up ahead. It was closed. The Mantle hissed.
"Warning, this is going to hurt. A lot."
"I know." Maine tucked her shoulder and powered onward, crashing through the oak and iron.
"That's gonna leave a mark,"
Knopf yipped, blasting through the doorway after her. His body glowed softly. He put on a magical burst of speed and got ahead of her, leading the way through the darkness toward the giant root writhing in its hole in the floor. Maine winced, cursing the pain in her shoulder and whole body. That's what health potions are for. Knopf glanced back at her as he slid to a stop before the magic root.
You masochist! Now jump on, everybody!
The demon yeti crashed through the last stone wall, swatting dust and mortar from its eyes. It stomped on any demons that were still in its way. It was closing in on them dangerously fast, and it summoned 2 giant icicles above its shoulders as it did so. It launched them, and one of the angels threw a quick magic shield between it and them. The 2 icy projectiles shattered harmlessly. Knopf blasted up and tucked himself into Maine's tactical backpack and panted.
I'm out of magic, too. And breath. Come on, people. Move it.
The 2 angels reached the root and clamped their arms around it, but Ma was still a few yards away with the monster behind her. "Jump!" Maine shouted. Ma sprang like a rabbit toward the hole as the yeti swiped at her. His claws tore open her slender leg.
Ow!
Ma hissed, eyeing her blood-stained capris as she latched onto the root. "Those were my favorite pair!" The demon yeti howled in rage, and the giant root quivered and descended into the earth. Chapter 13. "My capris," Ma groaned, once the root deposited them upon the mansion's front lawn. Knopf poked his head out of Maine's backpack, dizzy from the ride.
Woman, we barely survived a crazed demon yeti attack, and you're worried about your pants?
Behind them, the magic mushroom root started sealing the root tunnel, so no demons could follow them back to the mansion. Maine picked herself up off the ground. The adrenaline was wearing off, and aches and pains presented themselves. "I don't have much money, and they're my favorite pair." Maine helped the elf up. "I would let you have a spare from my wardrobe, but I don't have any other clothes here yet. And yeah, they're only pants." Ma looked embarrassed. "I know. I think L.A. is wearing off on me." Knopf rooted around in Maine's tactical backpack. Glass vials clinked as he popped his head back out.
Who's ready for some health potions?
Ma started to reach for one, but then she gestured at the 4 angel operatives. "As much as I would like to accept, I think they need it more than I do." She walked off, heading toward the mansion as Maine set her backpack down and helped the angels to their feet.
Here,
Knopf yipped, clamping his tiny jaws over a potion vial and giving it to one of the wounded angels. The angel muttered his thanks and threw back the potion. Ma handed out the rest of the potions to the angels. Ma was right. They needed it more. She could make some more.
"What happened?"
the guardian demanded, marching up to them. His eyes widened when he saw the wounded condition of his angel operatives. One of them winced.
"It was a trap." "What do you mean, it was a trap?"
The guardian's eyes were wide and full of impatient wrath, all directed at Maine now. Then his gaze flicked to Knopf, tongue hanging out as he panted and plopped down upon the empty tactical backpack.
"What was the small direwolf doing with you?"
Knopf yipped.
Hey, if it weren't for me, your boys wouldn't have made it back.
Maine directed her gaze from the guardian over to the 4 special operative angels, who were starting to look better. Angel medics were tending to the 2 worst. It looked like they would survive, which was amazing considering their wounds. The guardian glanced toward his team, then up at Rainwater suspended over the pine forests. As he watched, the red force field around the town and castle atop it vanished.
"The demon is so confident that he lowers his force field. He's mocking us."
He turned back to Maine.
"What happened?"
She quickly explained about popping up into a dungeon of sorts, then being ambushed by the demon yeti and the lesser demons in the long prison room.
"You sure they were waiting for you?"
Maine wiped the dirt and dried sweat from her forehead. "There's no mistake about that. The yeti demon was expecting us. Also, he's the demon's new second in command." Veins bulged at the guardian's temples.
This does not bode well.
Yeah, looks like our counter-strike to the demon's first strike was a dud. We couldn't have known, though. The Guardian gritted his teeth like a trash compactor, and Maine thought it best to leave him to his thoughts. She and Knopf turned to where her friends gathered on the mansion's front lawn, checking Ma to ensure she was okay. The elf swayed, trying to catch herself as Makime felt her forehead. "That's only a few scratches," Ma was saying, when the mansion's front door burst open. Minnie stood in the doorway with a look of utter concern.
Ma, are you okay?
Knopf was amused when he glanced at Maine as if looking for her reaction to a juicy reveal on a soap opera. Maine didn't say anything. She was weary from the fight, too. Ma smiled weakly at the Minotaur. Then her knees gave out and she tumbled to the ground. Somehow, Minnie managed to catch her before she hit the grass. The Minotaur whipped his head up at Makime and Sage.
"She needs healing."
Sage nodded. "Bring her inside. I'll tend to her." While Minnie carried Ma into the foyer, Sage caught up to Maine.
"I take it that it didn't go well."
She rubbed her sore elbow with a ragged sigh. It was funny how you didn't notice all the little aches and pains during a battle, but you did afterward. It could have gone worse. Knopf did a nervous blast-off into the air beside Maine.
"But not much worse. Heal me next. Me.
Maine nudged Knopf with her foot when he landed. "You already had a healing potion."
"Yeah, but that demon yeti was mean. I need a massage at the least."
Sage cocked his eyebrows.
"A demon yeti?"
"The Corruptor's new second-in-command," Maine explained. "I'll tell you all about it. Inside?" After being assured that her wounds weren't serious, Maine disappeared into the kitchen. She considered making another batch of health potions. It was hard to believe they'd already used all the ones she had made earlier. They had probably saved those 2 angels' lives. She gathered the ingredients necessary for health potions along with oil of lemon. She wanted this next batch to taste like lemonade. She started making the health potions, her mind a wreck. How had the Corruptor known they were coming? They had barely escaped from his second-in-command. If the demon was waiting the next time they went on the offensive, how would they stand a chance? She didn't think they had another spy in the group, though. The Guardian seemed sure none of his angels were working for the other side. The Guardian was as disappointed and frustrated, maybe more so. But she still couldn't help but feel it was her fault the demon had escaped in the first place, and it was her responsibility to fix that. Life could be such a burn at times. She turned her focus back to the potion simmering on the stove. It had turned black. Damn it! She took the pot off the stovetop and smacked her forehead a few times. Ugh! She turned off the stove and sank to the floor. A tiny shape blasted up into the kitchen at her back. She spun to face Knopf, sitting atop a marble-topped island behind her.
"As amusing as it is to see a troll beat herself up,
you need someone to talk to." "I need a new head. I can't even make a simple health potion right." The miniature direwolf tilted his head to look down at her on the floor.
"This may surprise you, but there are limitations to what magic can do."
"You're saying magic can't give me a new head?"
"Nope. Besides, who would want to get rid of that lopsided head of yours?"
She unconsciously felt her head with both hands. "My head isn't lopsided."
"Look, symmetrical head or not,"
he padded to the island's edge and hopped down to the floor.
"I still love you. You're the best partner a direwolf could ever hope for, and I'm here for you."
She tried to think of something witty to respond with, but simply nodded. And when Knopf leapt onto her lap, set his head down onto his paws, and closed his eyes, she couldn't help but smile. "Wait, this is about me, right? You're not looking for a free tummy rub." He cracked an eye open at her.
"Is it working?"
She tickled his belly, and he rolled over onto his back with his feet in the air. "What does it look like?"
"Woohoo! Success!"
She continued to scratch his belly. "While you're here, you might as well listen to me vent." Panting in ecstasy, it was all Knopf could do to bob his head upside down at her. It's just... She didn't know where to begin. Her hand paused over Noff's belly, and he caught his breath.
Let me help you out. You feel solely responsible for letting the demon out. Now, it's up to only you to fix it, even if it kills you.
Exactly. He met her eyes from his upside-down position on her lap.
Thing is, I don't want you to die. None of us do. Sage, Mackie May, your uncle, all of us.
I'm not trying to kill myself, Maine said.
Tagging along with those angel operators was kind of reckless. We could have died.
But without taking some risks, we're not going to defeat the demon. Noff blinked.
You think the Guardian is going too soft with his tactics?
Exactly.
You think he ain't qualified to lead the charge against the Corruptor?
Yes.
You think his millennia of experience fighting demons counts for nothing?
Yes.
And the fact that he's faced the demon before.
Yes. Maine tried to tickle him again, and with great effort, Noff turned himself over and sat up on his rear so he could face her like a miniature psychiatrist.
You even listening to yourself?
Yes? I mean, huh?
It's clear to me that you disagree with the Guardian. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But he's wrong. He always has been about stopping the demon. We've got to take the fight to the demon. We can't keep waiting.
Partner, we've already tried that tactic when we didn't include the Guardian in our plans to get Father Time to the labyrinth.
His pause was painful, his following words soft.
And look where that got us.
I thought you were on my side.
I am. To the end. Which hopefully won't be for at least 3 more adventures together.
Why only 3? Noff scratched his head.
I figure by then things will be different than they are now. Hopefully we'll be settled down by then. You know, maybe starting families.
Who says I want that? I already have a family. Noff blinked at her to punctuate his next point.
Then, how about you start showing it? Let us in. Let's be stronger together.
Maine bit her lip. I know. You're right. But it's hard. Noff peeled his lips down in a doggish frown. We each have our problems. And they're usually easier to solve with others around. Noff grinned.
Finally! Something's getting through that thick troll skull of yours.
She patted him on the head in a playful manner and started to get up. Noff hopped off her lap. Thanks. She stood and emptied the failed potion down the sink. Now come on. Time for a change of scenery. Let's go check on Mackie May and Sage's progress with Al's respiriting ritual.
Now that's the spirit, partner. Lead the way.
Chapter 14. How'd the health potions turn out? Sage asked, when Maine entered the study. He and Mackie May were crouching over a coffee table that held the open respiriting tome. Mackie May's tablet was blank at the moment. Maine said. How's the translation coming? Quite well, Mackie May answered. We are nearing the end of it. We have multiple scholars corroborating our translations, since there are several languages to translate. Must be difficult, Maine said. Sage nodded. I have confirmed that we have all the necessary ingredients and equipment to perform the ritual when it's ready. Where are we going to do the ritual? Maine asked. On the rooftop balcony, facing the back lawn. Cool, she said. I've never been up there before. Mackie May looked up from the tome. Did you find a suitable totem to house Al's spirit? Maine fished her mother's wedding ring from her pocket, watching her stepmom's eyes widen at the sight. It's beautiful. Where did you... It was my mother's. My birth mother's, I mean. Mackie May smiled warmly. I am sure Al will appreciate the sentiment. Maine scratched under her shirt's collar. You don't think he'll be embarrassed to reside in a woman's wedding ring?
With a rock like that on it?
Noff yipped, padding after her into the study.
No way. And if someone tries to steal it, Ghost Owl will kick their ass.
Maine slipped the ring back into her pocket. How would he kick their ass if he's a ghost? Knopf blasted up and landed on a sofa.
Would you bother stealing a ring haunted by the ghost of a cyclops?
I wouldn't steal in the first place, she said. But yeah, I get your point. Al can watch over the ring and me.
So poetic,
Knopf yipped.
Your dead dad, Mom, and Butler all watching out for you.
Maine raised a hand. How is Ma doing? She needed some healing after that demon Yeti fight.
After I healed her, she said she was going to get some rest, Sage said.
The blank tablet beside the tome chimed as a video call came through. Makime answered it, and a scholarly witch with her head wrapped in colorful scarves appeared. As Sage and Makime turned their full attention to the woman on the tablet, Maine ambled to the side, wondering what to do now. Knopf bounded over to another coffee table farther down the room and blasted onto its surface. He patted a paw on top of the Direwolf Encyclopedia. Beside it sat a book entitled How to Meditate for a Better Magical Self.
Want me to regale you with some direwolf knowledge?
Being your partner, I think I've learned all I need to know.
Then I look forward to surprising you.
As long as they're good surprises. Maine moved toward the nearest bookcase. I don't want any more surprises like walking in on you in the wolf documentary in that hotel room. Knopf had already buried his tiny snout in the encyclopedia.
Never gonna let me live that down, are you?
Her mouth curved into a smile as a title on the nearest bookcase caught her eye. Nope. She reached out and pulled a thick book from the wall. The title read, Biography of a Hero Troll Queen. She started to flip through it, and when she realized it might be an interesting read, she sat on a sofa with it. She had some free time until the others completed the ritual translation. The book was about a badass female troll chieftain. Chieftainess. It was enthralling, and she lost herself in a tale of the hero troll queen, using her wits and strength to defeat a clan of evil elves. Maine was jealous of the troll queen's success. Eventually, Sage came to stand behind Maine's sofa. She had lost all track of time.
The translation is even closer, he confirmed with confidence. A few more hours, and we should be ready to begin the ritual.
Maine folded the corner of a page to mark her place and set her book down.
Sage looked horrified.
Did I do something wrong? Maine asked. He jabbed a finger at the book.
You bent a page.
I didn't have a bookmark.
Do you know how valuable that book is? It's a first edition.
Sorry, I'm not used to mansion living. I'm more used to cardboard boxes as a TV stand and ramen noodles for lunch. She quickly added, before I met you and tried your cooking.
Sage winced.
Are we good? Maine blurted, hushed so only Sage could hear.
Yeah, I think. We aren't?
What?
No.
We're good. I just, the thing I said about the wishing glass and the wedding and stuff.
Sage chuckled uneasily.
So we're not good? Damn it. He sat next to her on the couch.
I'm good if you say we're good.
But what do you say? He met her eyes.
I like you. I really like you. There's so much going on right now. The demon could strike any time, and we've got to be ready. Magical defenses need preparing. Potions need brewing.
Are we breaking up? Sage leaned in and kissed her on the lips.
That's not what I meant. Look, it kinda freaked me out earlier when you mentioned the wedding. That might be where this is heading in the future. Like I said, I really like you. But I want to make sure we have a future first. Or a world to live in, for that matter.
You're so responsible. And correct. She patted the Troll Queen biography. I probably won't be able to finish this for a while. Do you know the ending? Does she rule the Troll clan happily ever after? Sage grimaced.
You sure you want me to tell you?
Maine kissed him.
Okay. After several key victories over the evil elves, which, in my opinion, weren't evil but only defending their lands, the elves defeated the Troll Queen's forces in battle. It was decisive and ugly.
Maine leaned forward. Maybe she hadn't wanted to hear that. Why was she defeated?
Because the Troll Queen felt it was her responsibility alone to drive back the elves, and went into battle to spare her allied forces who were still a day's travel away.
He swallowed.
After her death, her allies then rallied, and the trolls defeated the evil elves.
Definitely didn't need to hear that, Maine joked.
You told me to tell you.
She grabbed his hands in hers. Thanks. At least I know how it all turned out now, in case I fall in battle, too. Sage caressed the tops of her hands.
That's not going to happen. Remember, you have a bunch of allies, too. Use them.
Yeah, I got it. Mackie called for Sage's attention, and he excused himself to work on finishing the re-spiriting translation. Maine sat for a few minutes, soaking up the depressing story of the Troll Queen. She hadn't been expecting an unhappy ending. Or had it been happy? The trolls had won, after all. Shaking her head, she vowed not to lose to the demon. She would find a way to defeat him. She picked up the What's in a Demon's Name book again, even though the Guardian had said the book was useless due to no one knowing the demon's true name. Maybe there was something he had missed. She flipped through the pages, searching, but she was starting to get restless. She wanted to punch things, not read things. She found a release a few moments later, when an angel horn trumpeted loudly enough for her to hear it inside the study. Maine bolted from the couch and rushed outside to see the reason why. Chapter 15. Maine made it outside as the giant snake monster slithered up to the other side of the purplish force field. As the Guardian trudged across the lawn to meet it, Maine pulled an angel guard aside and asked what was happening. "Demon page," was all the angel said. "Like a page to discuss terms of battle?" she asked, but the angel would say nothing more. Maine sprinted to catch up to the Guardian. She succeeded in pulling level with him, and when he looked disapproving, she said, "What? I can't give my input? We're on the same team." The angel leader's expression might have said, "Not now," but he didn't say anything. They reached the force field. The giant snake demon hissed from the other side. Its overall shape was vaguely humanoid, but that was where any resemblance ended. It had 2 legs that slithered backward in 2 large snake tails. Its body appeared to be a writhing mass of thick, coiled snakes that branched off for 2 arms and a head. It wore plate armor over its chest, and its fat, snake-like head had 2 fangs the length of Maine's forearms.
Warning,
the mantle hissed.
Keep your distance. Very quick. Multiplication is its strength, but also its greatest weakness.
What? Maine muttered, as she stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Guardian. The snake demon hissed from the other side.
Is this any way to treat a messenger of the corruptor? What do you wish to convey? The Guardian thundered.
The snake demon's head twisted sideways, as if lazily searching for a point of weakness within the force field.
Let me in as a show of good faith, and I shall tell you.
Maine elbowed the Guardian in the rib. You going to let him in or not?
The Guardian growled. You are not welcome inside. If you have something you wish to say, speak it now. Let me in first.
Footsteps sounded behind them, and Maine turned as her Uncle Joffrey approached them with the claw hammer in his hands. The snake demon's eyes glimmered hungrily, resting upon the demonic weapon.
I say we let the foul beast in.
Joffrey tightened his grip on the massive spiked warhammer.
If it misbehaves, we deal with it.
An angel guard looked at the Guardian for direction. The Guardian finally nodded, slowly and deliberately, as if it were against his better judgment. In acknowledgement, the angel guard strained, and a small opening appeared in the purplish force field.
"Thank you,"
the snake demon hissed evilly. Then it ducked and slithered across the grass through the hole. The force field immediately closed behind it.
"Speak your business,"
the guardian commanded. Again, the demon's long, fat head writhed and twisted as if searching. A red forked tongue passed between its lipless mouth, tasting the air.
"Warning,"
the mantle hissed.
"It is searching for something. Keep your eyes on it."
Maine wondered what the snake demon was looking for. The force field division of the angel guard stood on the front lawn, maintaining the force field. Behind them was the mansion. The only other structure in sight was the stable. A stable that contained a nexus to the beneath, the wondrous magical city located under Rainwater. Maine had had a bad experience on her first and only trip down there. Newly had tried to kill her when she'd attempted to steal some kidnapped butterfly fairies before he could sell them on the black market. Was the snake demon interested in the Nexus? She pushed this thought to the back of her mind and brought her attention back to the conversation. The snake demon hissed and bared its fangs.
"One wrong move," Joffrey said, "and I'll take your head off."
The snake demon hissed.
"You don't scare me."
"What is it you wish to say?" the guardian demanded. Still, the snake demon continued to search. It sniffed the air. Joffrey clapped one hand against the clawhammer's deadly head.
"It's stalling for time."
The guardian conjured a white angel sword into his hand.
"Does the corruptor wish to discuss terms?"
"Terms?" The snake demon's eyes blinked shut.
"The terms are simple."
The air grew thick with tension as the snake demon's head twisted down and under itself, then lifted again.
"Warning, this is a trap. Prepare."
Maine tensed. Before she could alert the other two, the demon snake gave a racking cough, its long, thick neck convulsing.
"You die."
The snake demon coughed again, and Joffrey darted forward with the clawhammer raised high. A moment later, he buried the demon weapon in the snake demon's head. It staggered backward and slithered back against the force field. Then it straightened, as two new heads thrust their way up from the snake demon's writhing, armored core.
"Now we're talking," Joffrey said. "Double the fun."
He prepared to lurch forward when the guardian held him back with a hand.
"What is your game, demon?"
Both of the snake's heads smiled in pleasure.
"You shall never know."
"It was scoping out the Nexus," Maine said, and without warning, both of the snake heads lashed out at her with surprising speed and length.
"Dive!"
Maine rolled out of the way, popping up with a fireball in both palms. She launched one at the demon, but it evaded, and the projectile passed harmlessly out through the force field and screamed out over the pine forest until it sizzled to nothing.
"Too slow, mantle wearer."
The snake demon readied itself and lurched again.
"Duck!"
Maine bent under the first head and readied her fist as the second flew forward. She socked it in the snout, and it recoiled. As the first head came at her again, her uncle smashed it with the clawhammer. The snake demon backstepped, striking the force field again as two more heads sprouted. Now it had 3 heads, and they all looked utterly pissed off. The guardian stepped forward with his white blade held before him.
"What is it the corruptor wants with the Nexus?" "What do you think?"
Maine loosed another fireball, this one exploding upon contact, taking out both of the 2 new heads. They withered, and 4 heads replaced them. All the new heads were on one side, weighing the demon down and keeping it off balance.
"Again,"
the mantle hissed. Now Maine realized what the mantle had meant earlier about multiplication being its strength and weakness. The additional snakeheads added to its attack radius, but they slowed it down. She prepared a large fireball and nodded to her uncle to engage. Joffrey passed into range, skillfully deflecting heads as they tried to bite his face. He tore one head free with the clawhammer's spike, then maneuvered out of the way, enabling Maine to blast it with her fireball. The snake demon slithered to the side along the magic barrier, trying to find a way around them. More heads were multiplying, and they were weighing it down further. Maine shouted, "Take your surrender terms and shove them!" Joffrey darted in to press the attack, but the snake demon slipped around him and knocked him to the ground with a grunt. He was about to push himself up when the demon leapt at him, and 3 sets of fangs descended upon him. The Guardian's white angel blade arced downward, severing the 3 heads, which flopped like wet tunas upon Joffrey's back. "You'll never win," the snake demon hissed, as it turned to attack the Guardian. The Guardian dodged the snake's attack, and as new heads began to replace the ones he'd severed, he thrust the glowing white blade through the demon's writhing core. The sword easily pierced the armor and sank deep. All at once, the heads shot into the air and hissed like deflated balloons. A moment later, the snake demon wobbled, toppled onto its chest, and dissolved into ashes. The Guardian shook his head solemnly and dispelled his angel blade. He dropped his eyes scornfully to the ash pile. "Take that up your ass and shove it." Maine giggled. "I think you mean—" She let her words trail off at the look the Guardian gave her. "This is disconcerting," the Angel Leader said at last. "Good job uncovering its true intentions of discerning the Nexus location." "What does the demon want with the Nexus, though?" Maine asked. From beside her, Joffrey holstered the claw hammer on his back. The Guardian reached out and touched the inside of the force field, feeling its solidness. "It was not by mere chance I made this our base of operations. If the demon can reach the beneath through the Nexus, he can use it to kickstart the apocalypse, for it is a place of immense magic." Maine made a face. The magic mushrooms have dug other nexuses. Couldn't the demon use those to reach the beneath? The Angel Leader shook his head. "I ordered them shut down and sealed up as soon as the corruptor escaped captivity. This is the only nexus we cannot shut down." He glanced at the force field. "That is why this barrier must not fail." Chapter 16. Maine stormed back into the study. There had to be a way to defeat the demon. They were wasting time. She thought she had a way to do it now. Her uncle stomped after her. "Niece, what is your plan?" "We've got to figure out the corruptor's true name." "We can't," the Guardian called behind Joffrey. "Only the demon knows his true name, and he could have erased it from his memory." "I think there's one other person who might know it." Maine didn't look over her shoulder. She pushed open the door leading into the study and stepped inside. Makime glanced up at her from the re-spiriting tome. "What is it?" "I need you to do another seance." Knopf blasted up onto a sofa in front of Maine.
"Which dead soul we talking to this time?"
"Yes," the Guardian said from behind her, stopping and crossing his arms over his shoulders. "Please, tell us." "I don't know her real name," Maine said, "but the evil Archangel." The Guardian's face paled. Maine gestured for Makime to make the necessary preparations. "You cannot do that," the Guardian said. "Why not? She's been dead for less than 3 days. I think she's our best chance at knowing the corruptor's true name." "Why would she know it?" "I don't know. Because she was the demon's last second in command?" "He wouldn't entrust her with his true name." "You don't know that. In the stable, you told me that she was super clever and extremely ruthless. I don't know about you, but if I were to work for a demon like the corruptor, I would at least try to get some dirt on him first." "It's possible, I guess," the Guardian said. Makime looked between the two of them as if for final confirmation. "Do it," Maine said, as the Guardian said, "Don't." Maine stepped up to the Guardian and poked him in the chest. "Do you want to defeat the demon?" His only answer was a look of death. "Then we've got to take the initiative. The next time the demon attacks, he won't send some snake demon with 1,000 heads. The last I checked, He has both the needle and the timepiece. It probably wouldn't take much for him to get through your magical force field. The Guardian stood resolute. You still owe me a boon. Don't make me use it. Finally, the Guardian relented. Maine didn't like the glare he was giving her. She hoped this gambit paid off. Makime and Sage finished setting up for the seance at the end of the room. With the 2 candles and incense lit, Makime uttered the proper incantation, and a grayscale head appeared before them over the table. It took a moment for the defining features to come through. Then the Archangel's face peered at them all.
What is going on?
A seance, Maine said.
I'm still dead, then?
Yep. The angel blinked her unseeing eyes.
It feels so... I feel nothing.
That's what dead feels like, I guess. It took a few moments for the Archangel to get her bearings. She took in the study's interior with an odd look.
What am I doing here?
We're hoping you can help us. The Archangel's face wrinkled.
Help you? With what?
Maine heaved a sigh. Your former master, the Corruptor, is trying to start the apocalypse. I hoped that with the wisdom death brings, you would see the error of your ways and help us to stop him. There was a long pause. Then the Archangel began to laugh.
What makes you think I would turn against the Corruptor?
Well, he can't kill you twice, can he?
No, he cannot.
Don't you want to double-cross him? You're clever and ruthless. Doesn't some part of you want to prove that you are the ultimate survivor?
This is not a reality game show. Although, that is an interesting thought.
She opened her mouth and tasted the air or ether or whatever.
How is it that you think I can help you?
I won't waste time. We need to defeat the demon before he defeats us. We need to know the demon's true name. The spirit cackled.
And do you think I would know it? I told you, the Guardian said.
At the sound of his voice, the Archangel's spirit tensed. She reevaluated the room and saw the Guardian.
You. Me, he said softly. It's good to... Never mind. Weakness. She still has feelings for the Guardian. As small as they may be, perhaps that is the key to breaking her spirit.
Do you know the Corruptor's true name? Maine asked, her voice steady and powerful.
I do.
Maine had to fight to keep herself from gasping. Then tell us.
Why should I? I worked hard to earn it. You don't know what I had to do for him to divulge it to me. Why would I hand it over to you?
Because you're dead? What will you do with the knowledge of his true name?
I still don't have to tell you.
Maine groaned. Why would you go through all the trouble of learning the demon's true name if you were never going to use it?
It was insurance, in case the demon ever turned on me.
The demon killed you with his bare hands. If that's not turning on you, I'm not sure what is. The spirit shook her head.
He did what he did because I failed him. I deserved my punishment.
That's dumb.
That was a dumb statement, the Mantle hissed. Now is the time to apply some pressure, before her spirit fades.
You're still loyal to the demon. I get that, Maine said. But do you really want to see the world burn?
I won't get to see it. I'm dead, remember?
I'll put this in other terms. If the apocalypse happens, people are going to die. The Guardian is going to die. The Archangel's attention flickered to the Guardian, then back to Maine. I can tell you still have feelings for him, Maine said. If not, you wouldn't have hesitated to kill him in the Angel's safe house. The Archangel was silent. Maine nudged the Guardian. You have anything you want to say to her? He remained silent too, and the Archangel cackled.
Still too proud to admit his feelings?
The Guardian scowled, but said nothing.
You still think I'm a monster?
The Archangel asked. He can be a real ass, Maine said, and the Archangel agreed. Come on, help us. Do it for him.
Why would I?
How about so that your spirit can be at rest? The Archangel set her jaw.
If he can admit that he once cared about me, I will.
This was it. They were so close. Maine grabbed the Guardian's wrist and squeezed painfully hard. Tell the nice Archangel lady what she wants to hear.
He wouldn't, or couldn't.
The Archangel's holographic face flickered. The seance was about to end. Come on, Maine urged. Say it. The Guardian looked constipated. Maine stood on her tiptoes to get as close to his face as possible. She is giving us the demon's greatest weakness on a silver platter. Do it! The Guardian's lip quivered. Are you that friggin' proud? Maine asked. Geez, I thought you were immune to the 7 deadly sins, but it seems you're buddy-buddy with pride. The air came from the Guardian's lips like a breath extinguishing a candle.
I did care about you once, and I forgive you.
Was that so hard, dear? The Archangel said softly. Her features softened, and her face flickered again. Thank you. Her face disappeared, then came back. Maine fell to her knees before the spirit. What's the demon's true name? You said you'd say it.
Are you prepared for it?
The Archangel asked. Maine already had a pen and a piece of paper ready. Demon names were probably difficult to pronounce with all the hissing and growling in their language. Yes. You better spell it, though.
Very well, then.
The spirit flickered, then held, then it disappeared. So close.
Shit!
Knopf yipped. Then the Archangel appeared for one last time, her features flickering, and Maine leaned forward, pen and paper ready.
The corruptor's true name is H-A-R-O-L-D.
A sudden gust whipped up inside the study, ruffling the curtains and extinguishing the candles. The Archangel's face disappeared. The seance had ended. Maine stared at the name she had written. What the fuck? The corruptor's true name is Harold?
I thought it would be stronger sounding,
Knopf yipped. Harold? Maine repeated aloud, not sure whether to believe it. A tense silence followed. Then her Uncle Joffrey stepped up and slapped her shoulder.
Victory is in sight. I shall rally the troops, for tonight we slay the corruptor.
He rushed out of the study. The Guardian, however, went down on one knee and bowed his head. Maine left him to have his moment and joined Sage.
That was some tense negotiating,
he said. I can't believe his name is Harold. That doesn't sound like a demon's name, let alone the biggest and baddest demon of all time. Knopf yipped.
Who cares? Who's gonna win the war now?
He blasted off and high-fived her in the air.
We are!
He blasted off again and high-fived Sage.
We are! We are! Come on, everybody! Say it!
With calm relief washing over her, Maine turned to Sage. Let's promise to never be like them, okay?
Who? The Guardian and the Archangel?
She nodded.
Hey, I won't turn evil if you don't.
Maine laughed and punched him lightly on the shoulder. Things were good between the two of them. Now, they had the means to defeat the demon. Chapter 17. The mansion was ablaze with activity. Angel guards passed in and out as they went about their business, but they mostly made their plans out in the stable, where the Guardian had his war council. While Mackie May finished the respiriting translation, Maine and Sage reviewed the demon-crippling power spell in the What's in a Demon's Name book. It seemed simple enough. The Mantle agreed to memorize the incantation so she wouldn't forget it. Sage read from a passage. As long as the demon in question is within earshot, and one utters the incantation contained within this book, followed by the demon's true name, it will be as if a bolt of lightning will sear through his heart. He glanced up from the passage at Maine. Maine smirked. Sounds like a fitting end for the demon. Will the spell still work since the demon has some of his demon weapons in his possession? She told him what the Guardian had said when she had mentioned using Puck's wish card against the demon. Sage flipped the page and read on. It looks like it should work. The true name spell bypasses all safeguards and protections. Good. It felt impossible to explain how good she felt about confronting the demon now. So, all we have to do is get the demon to meet us, cast the true name spell, give him a magical heart attack, then separate the weapons from him and let the angel guard throw some magical handcuffs on him, or something? Sounds like it, Sage said, his eyes still skimming the text. Wait, there is a word of caution. The true spell will only work once, so exercise the utmost caution when casting it. Maine rubbed her hands together in nervous anticipation. It will only take one spell. Sage nodded, closing the book. You can't jump the gun with the timing of this spell, or else the whole world loses. I'll wait until I see the blacks of his eyes before I say it. It'll be good. After quickly embracing Sage, she left the study and found her uncle in the mansion's foyer. As she went to him, Maine was in such a good mood that she thumped the winged monkey statue over the head. Joffrey grunted in delight. A messenger angel is to be dispatched, to tell the demon we wish to speak on neutral ground. Do you have any suggestions for such a place? Maine thought about it. How about that clearing in the woods, with the stone pedestal and the crystal on top? Knopf blasted through the foyer in an arcing spiral of unbound joy.
The place where Al tried to burn the magic mushrooms that one time?
Exactly.
Joffrey grunted. I know the place. It shall be perfect. I shall tell the angels.
As her uncle exited through the front door, Ma slipped inside the foyer. I can't believe we're about to go to war with the corruptor. She wiped her palms on her torn capris. It seems so surreal. I remember reading about the corruptor in magic school. Now, we're going to be in the history books too for defeating him. We're going to be famous. Maine tried to suppress a grin, but failed. Hold off on the celebrating until the fight is over, okay? Besides, there won't be any news reporters there. Damn. I hoped this would be my big break as an action star stunt double. She shadowboxed some perfectly timed punches and kicks. I thought you'd given up the Hollywood dream. The elf shrugged and shimmied. I thought I had to. I don't know how to put it. Something is calling me back there. The fame and money? Maine asked. No, I'm not sure exactly, but I feel a call. I'm going to meditate on it. The elf bowed. Sorry, you must be busy. I'll let you get back to preparing. Unless you need some help preparing some health potions. Maine smiled. I wouldn't turn down your help. Come on. Maine and Ma made quick work of the health potions. With Ma's wind magic, it was the fastest batch she'd ever produced. After that, Maine attempted the speed potion again. She realized that she had indeed messed up during her first try. This time, when she finished, it turned the correct bubblegum pink color. Victory. Maine grabbed a bunch of small vials. The spellbook said the speed potion was potent, and she wanted to have plenty for everyone if they had to fight the demon. While they were corking the vials, Maine asked Ma about Minnie. What do you mean? I noticed there was some chemistry between you two. The elf frowned, then made a funny face. Oh, huh? He's so funny. Is he? Maine asked. She couldn't recall a single joke the Minotaur mechanic had ever made. And he's such a hunk. Those abs. Don't forget, he can fix cars, too, Maine added, as she stoppered the last potion. Maine was about to clean up when Ma used her wind magic to sweep all the dirty equipment up and deposit it in the sink. "We'll have time to wash them after our victory, right?" Ma asked. "Totally."
"Lazy millennials,"
the Mantle hissed. Maine inserted a bunch of the speed potions into her purse and some health potions. When she shouldered her purse, she ensured it wouldn't hamper her ability to move and fight. Then they went outside to check on what the Angel Guard were doing. The Force Field Division were still standing tall and unmoving in their orderly rows. Off to the side, Minnie and Joffrey were chest-butting.
"Oh dear,"
Ma blushed. Maine snorted. "I can't believe Minnie is so fired up."
"I can't believe you snorted,"
the Mantle hissed.
"Whoosh!"
Maine caught her breath as the Guardian appeared before her, coming out of his swoop, and Ma smiled and excused herself. "Yes, Sir Guardian," Maine said in good jest. The Guardian ignored her wit, in an uncommonly positive mood for once.
"The troops are nearly ready. We have only to await the demon's response. Do you think he will agree to meet us?"
"I think he'll agree," Maine said.
"Me too."
The Guardian studied Maine for a long time, until it was borderline creepy. "Yes," she said.
"I am still trying to wrap my head around how you were able to obtain the corruptor's true name."
"I had some help." She lightly kicked his boot.
"Of course, as well as your chaos factor."
He paused and straightened.
"I am grateful for the opportunity for closure."
"Don't mention it. You have to have initiative."
"Initiative?"
the Guardian asked. "Like the hero Troll Queen and her war against the evil elves."
"You mean the Troll Queen that got too rash and lost a battle resulting in her being decapitated and drawn and quartered?"
Whoa. It seemed Sage had left out a few details. "Yes, that one. You've read that book too?"
"No, I knew her when she was alive. You two have a lot in common."
Maine feigned flattery by pressing a hand to her bowed-out chest. "You're saying I'm like royalty?" Flatly, the Guardian said.
"Oh, certainly. That is what I meant."
"Wow. Sarcasm? I didn't know you had a single funny bone in you." The Guardian gave the slightest of nods.
"Just do not tell my soldiers, or I'll have to smite you."
Maine laughed until she realized he wasn't joking. Luckily, Makime joined them at that point, and the Guardian dismissed himself to see to further preparations. "Yes?" Maine said. "The respiriting ritual," her stepmom said hesitantly. Was it Maine, or did she look disappointed? "Yes?" Maine repeated, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Makime smiled and pressed her palms together in a sign of satisfied tranquility. "It is ready." Chapter 18. Maine had never been up on the mansion's rooftop balcony where Al's ritual was to take place. According to the translation, the ritual required them to perform it in a place that met the sky. The study had a ceiling, so that was out. She climbed the ancient-looking steps of a narrow stairwell to the attic and up another flight to a black door. Upon placing her hand on the knob, static electricity sparked at the touch. She opened the door, and two things hit her: a blast of cool air and an invisible static cloud. Passing her hand in front of her face as if she could dispel it, she stepped onto a flat portion of the mansion's roof. It was located on the mansion's backside and overlooked the pine forests. Even at night, it was a glorious view. The purplish force field gave it a dreamlike quality. She proceeded farther out onto the roof, the dreamlike nature of the scene intensifying as the static electricity in the air seemed so thick about her that it hummed. She spotted a makeshift stone altar beside the black door with an eerie-looking sigil painted atop it in luminescent green. Also, atop the stone altar, a lightning rod jutted up into the night sky like an obelisk. It all felt so strange.
"Maine,"
Sage called. She turned and found him leaning over a wrought iron fence overlooking the forest. She headed over to him. The wrought iron fence had pointy tips, but she leaned beside Sage in contemplation. "Is this fence going to support us?" Maine asked. Sage laughed nervously. "I have no idea. It's not something I'd normally do, but hey, what the hell? We're about to go to battle with the Corruptor." Maine tilted her head to look at him. "If everything goes according to plan, there won't be much of a battle. We strike the demon down and take his weapons." Sage nodded. "I approve of that plan. It's a good plan." "I know. I came up with it." "Oh. In that case." Maine punched him lightly on the arm. "Shut up. Trolls can think too. We're not all fists and fireballs." Sage tilted his head in mock imitation at her and made a silly face. "Okay," she said. "So I'm basically all fists and fireballs. But I use my feet too sometimes." Sage laughed. "I know I wouldn't want to take one of your roundhouse kicks to the face. It also feels good not to be running from the demon. I mean, he's got the needle and the timepiece, but the true name spell negates those. What would we have done had you not thought of that plan?" "Don't forget, he's also got the lightning in the bottle and the power ring. And Cupid is with him with his bow, if you're counting ancillary weapons." "My point, exactly," Sage said. He studied her face, which probably looked dreamlike under the dull glow of the stars through the purplish force field. His face certainly did. "I don't think you realize how important you are to the Veil." She opened her mouth to object, but he shushed her with a finger to her lips. "Don't. If you're about to give me the helpless, I caused this mess spiel, then you still haven't learned, and I'm going to have to smack some sense into that thick head of yours." She snorted. "I'd like to see you try." Grinning, she brought a foot up and kicked him in the butt. In response, Sage clutched his rear and fell exaggeratedly backward to the roof. "Ow! The mean troll queen has fractured my coccyx." Maine giggled as she glanced down at him with mock pity. She took a tentative step closer to him, and he swept out a foot and caught her by the ankle. She barely felt the attempt to trip her, but she toppled to the rooftop regardless, right on top of Sage. He caught her, and they braced each other a foot apart, their eyes drinking in the other in the purplish glow. Some of her hair fell onto Sage's nose, and he blew it away with a puff of breath. Maine squeezed her thighs over his as she lowered herself and kissed him. Then, before she knew what had happened, Sage had rolled her to the side and onto her back so he was on top. He grinned. "I may not be as strong as you, but I can still outwit you, troll queen." "Well played," she smirked. "Who's to say I didn't let you do that?" "Did you?" he asked breathlessly. She paused. "No." They both laughed, and Sage's lips descended to hers. At that moment, Mackie May's voice cut through the night like a katana strike. "Maine! Sage! The optimal time for the ritual draws near." "Oh. I'll come back. She tried to exit the black door but couldn't find the doorknob. Maine and Sage pushed away from each other and picked themselves up from the rooftop. "No," Maine said. "We're ready." She brushed her hair to the sides as she met Sage's face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Thwarted by the universe's interruptions yet again." She smacked his butt with the back of her hand and moved to her stepmom. Then she noticed Knopf sitting behind the stone altar, watching them intently from the shadows. "How long have you been there?" Maine asked. He yipped.
"A few minutes. You two are adorable."
She made a face. "Adorable?"
"Like rabbits."
He blasted up into the air and twirled.
"Okay, people, let's do this. Al's spirit is counting on us."
"What do we need to do?" Maine asked, as she got her breathing back to normal. Mackie May walked to the stone altar and knelt before it with her heels under her like a martial arts student. "The preparations are all complete. The sigil drawn to precision. All that is left is to utter the incantations and summon the lightning.
Summon the lightning? Sage stepped up beside Maine and rested a hand on her shoulder. To power the ritual.
We're going to shock Al's spirit? Maine asked.
Woohoo! We're giving Al the old Frankenstein treatment.
Makime glanced at Knopf.
I suppose we are. She indicated the tall lightning rod fixed to the top of the stone altar. The incantations will attract the lightning. The rod will concentrate the electrical energy and transfer it to the sigil, upon which the totem will rest. You have it with you.
As Maine dug into her pocket for the ring, she wrapped her head around the ritual's process. It seemed easy enough. She handed the diamond ring to her stepmom. Will the force field interfere with the ritual or lightning? We thought about that, Sage said, as he watched Makime place the diamond ring on the altar at the center of the green sigil. 4 mystical experts each confirmed that it should have no effect. Relieved about the force field, Maine asked, How long will the ritual take to complete? Makime checked her wristwatch.
Only a few minutes, and the optimal window of time for it is about to start. Are we ready?
Sage agreed, and Knopf yipped. Maine nodded.
Very well.
Makime still sat on her heels before the stone altar.
Sage, will you bring the translation?
Sage retrieved the tome along with a folded-up page of handwritten notes from the shadows, then sat cross-legged next to Makime. He motioned for Maine to sit next to him, and she mirrored his pose. Knopf blasted up and landed softly in her lap, where she cradled him and scratched behind his ears. Makime instructed,
Maine and Knopf, sit and do not move no matter what happens. This will be over in a moment.
Got it. Maine bit her lip. You are sure that you translated the ritual correctly? Makime nodded.
We did as good a job as we could, given the short time frame.
Sage added, We cross-referenced our translation with all the latest recorded public failed attempts at the ritual to see where they went wrong. It's possible we went wrong somewhere too, but I'd put it at very low odds. Maine didn't like that Al could wake up as a zombified corpse if there was an error with the translation. Still, she trusted her team. Makime glanced once more at her watch.
Do you wish not to go through with the ritual? It is your call, and I will not second-guess you if you say no.
Maine shook her head. Let's not waste any more time. Let's re-spirit Al. Makime closed her eyes, and her features softened as she drew a few deep breaths. Then, without warning, Makime's eyes snapped open, and she started speaking in another language. It was harsh and guttural. Knopf tensed on Maine's lap. What language was Makime using? Maine comforted Knopf with a hand on his back, and sat upright, listening as Makime continued. At the rapid pace and with the force she was using behind the harsh words, Maine feared her stepmom's throat might crack. It was not easy to listen to. She glanced at Sage, but his focus was complete. Holding the ritual tome before Makime with one hand, trailing under the lines of the translation with a finger on his other. His features showed no ill reaction to Makime's Cthulhu-like words, so she tried to still her rushing heartbeat while continuing to comfort Knopf. She was glad for the dire wolf's presence. It would have felt odd for her partner not to have been there. Makime continued rattling off the words for at least 5 minutes, taking only a few brief pauses to catch her breath. Near the end of the 5 minutes, her voice took on a ragged edge. Maine wished she had a glass of water to give her stepmom, but the woman had warned her not to move. At the end of the 5 minutes, Makime paused for the longest moment yet, and Maine wondered if the ritual was complete. There hadn't been any lightning that she could see, so she pursed her lips, waiting for what would happen next. Without warning, a startling boom sounded, and Maine nearly jumped to her feet. Maybe it was because she had expected the sound to come from the skies instead of the ground on the other side of the mansion. It hadn't sounded like thunder. It had sounded more like hooves touching the ground with a lot of force. Was the lightning coming to them on some kind of lightning demon horse?
The nervous tightening of Sage's cheeks and eyes beside her told her that the sound had not been the lightning. Then what was it? Makime drew in a sharp breath, preparing to continue the ritual's incantation, as a series of demonic horse whinnies split the night air from the other side of the mansion. Next followed the creak of wooden boards and the squeal of iron. What the hell? After a frantic check of her watch, Makime continued spewing more words, this time at a pace more rapid than the first. She rapidly blinked as she scanned the text. Shit. Had something gone wrong? It now sounded like iron anchors had dropped into the dirt at the front of the building. What was making those sounds? Had the ritual been compromised? Now Sage joined his voice with Makime's, speaking that same guttural language in unison until Makime's voice gave out completely, and she knelt there silently, sweat dripping from her brow. Yeah. If Maine had known the ritual would be this exhausting for them, she probably would have told them not to go through with it. It was too late now, and Sage continued the ritual. A few minutes later, Maine felt the static electricity all around her intensify further. Her tongue felt numb and tasted coppery. Her hair lifted of its own accord. The sky crackled then, and flashed incredibly white. A searing heat gripped Maine's chest as a lightning bolt forked down from the clouds, passed through the force field, and wreathed the lightning rod atop the stone altar. Time ceased to exist. She forgot to breathe. Then it was over. For a moment, all Maine could see were spots. Then she noticed the green sigil beneath the ring was glowing, as well as her mom's wedding ring. It looked downright eerie, as if the ring was possessed, which Maine supposed it was if the ritual was successful. Then both the ring and the sigil ceased glowing, and Maine realized both Makime and Sage had toppled over onto their sides, heaving in breaths. "Check my mom," Maine told Nov, as she rushed to Sage's side. "I'm okay," he muttered, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like hell. "What? Are you okay?" Maine gasped. He nodded, weakly, curled up atop the rooftop on his side. "Yeah, it was a rough ritual, but we should both be good." From the other side of him, Nov yipped that Makime was all right, too. Maine gently squeezed Sage's shoulder. "Why didn't you tell me this would be so hard on your body?" He smiled weakly back at her. "Would you have still gone through with it?" She shook her head, and Sage failed in his attempt to laugh. "Did it work? The ritual?" Maine asked. Makime pushed herself up with some effort. "It should have, but there's no way to tell right now, especially with that disturbance." "What do you mean?" Maine asked. "We must wait." "For how long?" Sage sat up too, with great effort. "We don't know. That part of the ritual was too smudged to read." He gripped her wrist shakily. "No, don't freak out." "If you couldn't read it, what if you messed up a step?" "We didn't," Makime said wearily. "The mystical experts agreed that the ritual could take up to 2 days to take effect. In the meantime..." The Haryanago nodded at the wedding ring sitting on the stone altar. "Keep that on you. Al's spirit could manifest at any time, and you will want to ground him when he does, so he doesn't go, crazy." "Crazy?" "Like I said, he shouldn't if you greet him when he materializes." She looked at her stepmom and Sage. "You guys weren't telling me everything about that ritual." Sage attempted to smile, but realized the severity of her look and stopped. "At least it is finished now," Makime said. Maine plucked up the wedding ring and felt it between her fingers. She expected magical energy to pulse through it, but it felt like it had before the ritual. The static buildup in the air had also ceased. She slid the ring into her pocket. "What were those loud sounds coming from the front of the mansion?" Maine asked, as what sounded like a demonic horse whinny reached them again. "Not part of the ritual." Sage wobbled as he stood. Maine caught him by the arms. "You sit." She dug in her purse for some health potions, but May waved her on. "We will be fine," her stepmom said. "Besides, potions will not help us recover from the ritual." Sage nodded sheepishly. "Don't worry. The effects should wear off naturally." May drew in a pained breath. "Why don't you go see what is making that sound? It could be the demon's emissary." Maine didn't want to leave them, but they insisted they would be fine. If that sound had been the emissary's arrival, she needed to find out what was happening. She hugged each of them and moved slowly toward the black door to the attic. Knopf scampered after her, and as she was about to close the door behind her, she thought she heard May muttering about the distraction, hoping it hadn't interfered with the respiriting ritual. Doubt niggled at Maine's mind, but she forced it away. She had to stay clear-headed. Her companions, no, the world, needed her at her best. Chapter 19. The first thing Maine saw as she came out the mansion's front door was a gigantic, hellish-covered wagon. It looked like an old settler's wagon, with a skein of fabric curving over the top and iron bandings holding together its wooden sides, except its exterior was decorated with countless skulls. Hitched to the wagon's front, 2 massive skeleton horses pawed anxiously at the front lawn.
"Now that's a sight to see,"
Knopf yipped, padding alongside her. A large figure approached Maine from the side, and she was relieved to see her uncle.
"It sure is."
He drew the claw hammer.
"What say we hop in and beat the crap out of what demons may hide within?"
"Woohoo!"
Knopf yipped, blasting up into the air and landing on Maine's shoulder.
"Let's go."
Maine grabbed her uncle's arm. "Wait, that wagon may belong to the demon's emissary."
"You think?"
Knopf yipped.
"What gave it away?"
Maine gave Knopf a slight flick to the ear. "Come on, let's see what he has to say." Her uncle was still on edge as he trudged by her side. The Guardian and a small troop of angel guards stepped up to the wagon's rear. They conjured angel swords into their hands, but held them down at their sides. When they reached the back, they waited expectantly. Then a back hatch creaked out and slammed into the dirt with a heavy thud.
"Whoever is in there,"
Knopf yipped, glancing at the ruined yard the wagon had parked in.
"They sure don't give a damn about lawn care. He's probably some kind of heavily armored badass."
His words trailed off as the wagon's inhabitant fluttered out the back and touched down softly in front of the wagon. "You?" Maine asked incredulously. Joffrey grunted.
"Please, let me kill him."
The Guardian bowed his head slightly and raised a hand ceremoniously.
"Cupid, welcome."
It was then that Maine realized what Cupid was wearing. The little cherub wore Oshkosh-bagosh denim overalls. Knopf snickered atop her shoulder. He must have noticed, too.
"Hey, asshole!"
Knopf yipped.
"The 80s called. They want their fashion back."
Cupid clenched his fists, then relaxed them. He stood tall and thrust out his chest, tugging on his overall straps.
"Oh, these. A gift from my master. Such a practical article of clothing. Appropriate for all outings and occasions. If you're a toddler,"
Knopf yipped. Maine snickered. "I don't know. I think you might look cute in a pair of chihuahua-sized overalls."
"Watch it, woman. I will bite you."
Cupid hopped off the ground and did a loop-de-loop before landing atop the covered skull wagon.
"It was nice catching up with you chumps, but it's time to do my master's bidding."
He cleared his throat and sat atop the wagon with his chubby legs hanging over the edge.
"You requested an audience with the corruptor on neutral grounds. He has graciously accepted. He even agreed to the meeting place, the crystal clearing about 10 miles from here."
"Are there any additional terms?"
the Guardian asked guardedly. Cupid grinned.
"No. My master can be a gracious host and a fair negotiator. He anticipated your question and wished me to inform you that he does not need to rely upon tricks and devices to reach a peaceable agreement with you all.
The Guardian crossed his arms.
Oh, really? Is that why he hasn't used the timepiece to come after us?
Cupid shrugged.
He wants to give you a choice.
And that is? Maine called.
Join him. Or,
Knopf yipped. Cupid smiled pleasantly.
Oh, I think you know what he's capable of.
Then why hasn't he used his weapons against us?
The Guardian asked.
I do not know my master's inner thoughts. I only express his explicit commands.
Because... Maine eyed the gold slave ring on Cupid's finger. The band was magically tethered to the power ring that the corruptor wore. You're his slave.
Am not. He gives me nice things.
Like that gold ring on your finger,
Joffrey grunted, in distaste. Finally, Cupid's face soured. He hopped down to the ground, then fluttered up and inside the back of the wagon.
Now, will you join me for a wagon ride to the meeting as a show of good faith?
Joffrey slammed the butt of the clawhammer into the earth.
Good faith? Pah! This is obviously a trick. A trap!
My master bid me tell you that if you refuse to meet him on neutral ground, he'll be forced to come here himself with a display of force.
The Guardian muttered something under his breath. Then his voice boomed.
Let us converse briefly among ourselves.
Cupid groaned.
Make it quick.
The Guardian moved back to Maine, Joffrey, and Knopf. A tight grouping of elite angel guards joined them too.
We've got the advantage,
the Guardian whispered.
Let us pretend that we are conflicted, though.
With the knowledge of the demon's true name, they had victory within their grasp, but they couldn't let on to the corruptor about this. They had to make him feel like he was in complete control, or he'd unleash his demonic weapons and wipe them out.
You're not seriously thinking about it, are you?
Joffrey said, in an overly loud tone, with a sly flicker in his eye. The Guardian popped his neck slowly from side to side.
I don't like it, but if there is even a chance of settling this peacefully... He's lying, Joffrey growled.
The Guardian turned back to the cherub.
Perhaps we travel separately to the crystal clearing.
Cupid shook his head.
Nope. Your representatives must ride in the hell wagon.
You can understand how we would find that suspicious.
Those are the terms.
We could ride the direwolves, Joffrey said.
I've got it, Maine said. We have zombie Icarus give us wings. Then, at the first sign of trouble, we fly away. Cupid snorted and picked at the strap of his overalls.
You sure are a paranoid bunch. We're dealing with the corruptor, asshat,
Knopf yipped.
He's not as bad as you all think. He's cruel, but fair. His will be a better world when no one ever has to work again.
And, Maine added, going off his cue, the only thing we have to do is give up our sovereignty and depend upon the demon for everything. Safety, food, water, shelter.
So,
Cupid said,
who needs all that responsibility anyway?
Obviously not you, you little betrayer. Maine's voice grew hard as a fireball formed over one palm. The Guardian reeled the conversation back to civility.
We agreed to the corruptor's terms to discuss peace. However, I must reserve our right to come with Icarus wings, as a precaution.
The cherub looked at them all for a few moments, and Maine thought he might call off the meeting. Then a smile crept onto his face, and he leapt into the air and fluttered in a circle.
Fine. If it means we get rolling, I'll allow it. If the corruptor takes offense, I will take the blame.
Joffrey ground the butt of the clawhammer into the ground as he gritted his teeth.
I hope he does. He'll flay you for it.
Cupid chuckled nervously.
I'll ready the horses then. Hurry up.
Chapter 20. Sage applied some magic wax to their backs, and Zombie Icarus granted them each a pair of fluffy white wings. Then Maine, Knopf, Joffrey, Minnie, and Ma clambered into the back of the Hell Wagon, where the Guardian and several of his elite angel guards waited.
Good luck,
Sage waved from the front yard. Mackie May stood beside him, smiling wanly. The two of them looked a little better than they had after the respiriting ritual. You sure you two don't want to come? Maine called through the wagon's open back hatch. She knew they were both still exhausted from the ritual, but she would have felt much more confident if they had been there too. You're both cool under pressure, and we're meeting the demon. Mackie May nodded politely. You've got this, dear. There was another reason the two of them were staying behind. If something did go wrong with the demon meeting, they needed someone to tend to the mansion and be ready to heal the survivors when they returned. It was an unnecessary precaution as far as Maine was concerned. She trusted herself to get the job done. Once she whammied the demon with the true name spell, the Guardian would trumpet down several hosts of angel guards to swoop in and ensure victory. She offered her stepmom and boyfriend a tight smile. Then the back of the wagon creaked as it raised and closed with an iron clang. Although a tightly stretched piece of leather, hopefully not skin, covered the wagon's top, starlight twinkled down through it and the open half-circle in the back. At the front, an opening led to the horses and their traces. Cupid sat atop one with a whip. He cracked it.
All aboard!
He cried, and the skeleton horses let out an awful whinny. The Hell Wagon lurched forward, and Maine tensed, expecting a rough ride. She was surprised when there was no grinding of wheels upon the earth. Instead, they moved forward without any friction. Trailing one hand against the wagon's interior wall, she walked back and peered out at the night sky flying past. When she peeked down, she saw the ground growing small far beneath them. They were flying, and a moment later, they passed through a gap in the purplish force field. It abruptly closed behind them. Knopf yipped in amusement.
I wondered how we were going to get through the forest in this big creaky thing. Would it have been too much for the demon to pick us up in a stretch limo?
No one in the back said much as they rode in the flying Hell Wagon through the night sky. Would Cupid be true to his word and take them to the crystal clearing? Or was he guiding them somewhere else, into a trap? The Guardian sat against one interior wall with his eyes closed in contemplation, while his angel guard stayed vigilant. Joffrey paced near the front of the wagon, where he could keep Cupid in his sight. Minnie and Ma were standing against the other wall, where Ma was flexing her Icarus wings in amazement. Minnie looked pale when the elf expressed wonder about flying with her temporary magic wings. The poor guy was afraid of heights, but he seemed to be controlling himself for Ma. Maine tried to keep herself composed, adjusting the purse strap over her shoulder. When the Hell Wagon descended, it would be time to enact their plan. Cupid would still be up front on the skeleton horse, so she didn't have to worry about him seeing what she was doing. While Maine waited, she mentally rehearsed the true name spell. The Mantle had memorized it and fed it to her over and over in her mind as the night air buffeted the Hell Wagon. Before long, the skeleton horses angled down, and the Hell Wagon followed suit. It was time for Operation Speed. Maine unzipped her purse and handed everyone 2 tiny vials of speed potion she had brewed, with Ma's help, earlier. Without it, they didn't stand a chance if the demons slowed time with the timepiece. Extra speed would also give them an edge if they had to fight any other demons or retreat. They all downed their first speed potions while awaiting the landing, which was surprisingly turbulent. The 2 skeleton horses whinnied, and Cupid whipped them. Their forward progress slowed, and eventually they stopped.
This is our stop, folks,
Cupid called as he hopped into the wagon. Maine barely managed to get her empty vial out of sight as he fluttered past them all and opened the rear hatch with his magic.
Single file, ladies and gents. Let's try to be civil.
Maine gave the cherub a dirty look as they walked past. He was acting much too smug for her taste. Or was the corruptor pulling Cupid's strings at the moment, through the power ring? It didn't matter. The demon wouldn't be in control of anything for much longer. However, the possibility that he was watching them right now through Cupid's eyes was disconcerting. They climbed out of the wagon's back into a forest clearing. A stone pedestal rose at its center with a crystal embedded atop it. This was somewhat of a magical tourist attraction, but the place was empty at the moment. The demons overrunning Rainwater were probably guarding entry into the woods. Knopf sniffed the air around him.
"Where's the demon?"
"You don't smell him?" Maine asked. The miniature direwolf shook his head. That was odd, but not entirely unexpected. The demon would be very careful, even with the weapons he had. Maine ambled toward the stone pedestal with the crystal as she waited.
"Where is he?" Joffrey growled.
Cupid only whistled as he leaned back against one of the hellwagon's wheels.
"Sheesh, calm down. He'll be here."
"If this is a trick," the Guardian said firmly.
The cherub threw up his hands, his overalls stretching with the motion.
"Hey, as long as you guys aren't trying to pull a trick, you have nothing to worry about. The corruptor wishes only to talk."
Joffrey growled.
"You mean terms of surrender?"
"I honestly don't know what he's going to tell you." "Right,"
Knopf mistrustfully yipped as he padded after Maine. Maine reached the stone pedestal and touched the crystal atop it. Nothing happened. It didn't flash to life. It didn't hum with energy. She hadn't expected it to, but it would have boosted her confidence.
"Trust only yourself,"
the Mantle hissed suddenly. "What?" Maine said.
"In the coming confrontation, remember all you have learned. I won't always be here to help you."
"What do you mean by that?" Maine asked.
"Hush. My original master approaches."
Maine turned, surveying the dark forest. She saw no signs of the demon yet, but she gave a sharp whistle, and everyone in the party instantly went on high alert. Still, the corruptor didn't show up. Maine kept glancing all around. Then he appeared. First, his shoulder spikes poked out through the gloom, then his horned head and darkly armored chest. Maine expected Knopf to make some kind of joke, but he remained silent. They all did. The demon's steps were heavy as he strode forward. The woods quieted. All was still.
"There you are,"
the Guardian boomed, stepping forward to meet the demon. The demon kept walking, disregarding him.
"You wish to discuss terms?"
The Guardian stood his ground. Still, the demon showed no signs of acknowledging the angel leader. He continued forward, his heavy, imposing armor clinking as he closed the distance to the stone pedestal. The Mantle hissed.
"Always keep your weapons close."
The demon was heading right toward her. Maine was more than on guard. "Are you going to answer?" she asked. The demon's dark eyes passed over hers, searching the air around and behind her. Then he spun and scrutinized the rest of the party that had come.
"Looks like you brought a veritable army," he rasped, voice low as he twisted back to face Maine.
Maine felt a speed potion coursing through her body. With the slightest of efforts, and in the blink of an eye, she could leap backward out of range or forward and attack. The Guardian proceeded toward the stone pedestal.
"Only a precaution. Now, can we talk?"
The demon looked into the darkness over Maine's shoulder.
"I came alone."
"Is he telling the truth?" Maine asked the Mantle.
"Most likely, no."
"Then where were his minions?"
"Caution. Be ready."
Maine stiffened, preparing to utter the true name spell. Maybe the demon wasn't going to try to attack them, but he was hiding something. Drawing their attention and dragging this out. Why? Suddenly, the demon dropped to a crouch, threw his spiked shoulders back, and thrust his chin into the air, sniffing in great inhalations through his nose. Sniffing? What was he doing? Then the corruptor twisted his arm inward and reached for an item on his wrist. The timepiece. Angels blurred as they streaked toward the demon like Sonic the Hedgehog. The Guardian was the first there, slamming the edge of a white angel blade into the demon's shoulder. With a sneer, the corruptor spun and backhanded the Guardian, who soared back into a tree. It was now or never. Maine began the chant for the true name spell. Joffrey was upon him next. The clawhammer glowed a menacing red as it descended toward the demon's head. The corruptor sidestepped the furious, quick attack and raked his claws across Joffrey's leather chest armor. With a grunt, the troll hunter flew back to the ground. Maine continued with the spell, carefully pronouncing the words she'd rehearsed in her mind on the wagon ride over. It wasn't long before the demon realized what she was doing. He rounded on her, savagery flickering in his eyes as he prepared to clear the distance to her in a single bound. He was too late. She had only to utter one last line and his true name, and according to the book, he'd suffer a searing bolt of lightning to the heart. Minnie rushed into the demon's backside in a mighty bull's charge at supersonic speed. The corruptor staggered. Then Ma blurred past him, sending a wind-powered tree stump against his armored chest as she leapt clear along with Minnie. Now the demon staggered, alone, in the crystal clearing after being unable to activate the timepiece. The guardian's cry came from somewhere close. "Now!" Maine finished the spell. "Destruction befall the demon, whose name is Harold." Thunder exploded across the sky with the conclusion of the true name spell. The air all around the clearing felt supercharged with hot energy. "What have you done?" the demon shouted in alarm.
"Taking out the garbage,"
Knopf yipped, blasting forward and kicking the demon in the jaw before quick blasting into Maine's arms as a white lightning bolt punched down from the clouds and bored through the demon's heavy chest armor. The powerful energy stroke crushed out through the demon's back and dissipated into a spreading smoke cloud. Whoa! Had the spell exploded the demon's heart? The smoke reached Maine's nostrils. It smelled like molten iron and sulfur. There was no way the demon was still standing after that. With Knopf tucked under her arm, she pressed through into the fog. When she saw the demon's prone body on the ground, it felt like the weight of the world slid from her shoulders. In a sense, the world's fate had been on her shoulders. The demon lay in a heap of smoldering scrap metal, unmoving, his shaggy white hair showing through in spots underneath his ruined armor. "What the hell?" she muttered. The demon's voice crashed through the clearing from within the tree line behind her.
"At last, we drop the charade."
His voice was raspy and harsh, seeking to destroy. Maine twisted toward where the demon strode out from the forest. He was completely unscathed, adorned in the same armor the dead demon in front of her wore. The rest of her team swiveled toward the demon with equal confusion.
"You still don't get it, do you?"
the demon rasped.
"You didn't kill me. You can't!"
Joffrey was now crouching beside the charred figure on the ground. He prodded the melted armor and shook his head once to the side in defeat.
"This is not the corruptor. It looks like a demon yeti."
The corruptor rubbed his hands together, his claws clicking against each other like metal spider legs.
"Exactly."
"You had your second-in-command killed?" Ma was bewildered.
"The demon yeti earned his fate when he failed to kill you, when you infiltrated Rainwater from under the ground. Very sneaky using magic mushrooms, by the way. I liked the creativity."
With a snap of his fingers, the demon yeti disappeared into an explosion of ashes. They splattered across all those gathered like wind slashing through a pile of autumn leaves.
"This isn't good,"
the Mantle hissed. The demon's dark eyes met Maine's for real this time, freezing her in place with their intensity.
"Now, as I understand it, you can only use the true name spell once."
A cold chuckle escaped him.
"Now it looks like you're all out of tricks."
Chapter 21.
Whoosh!
The Guardian rocketed toward the demon with supersonic speed. Without even looking, the demon swept a claw backward, deflecting the attack and flipping the Guardian into the air. The Angel Leader stuck the landing and thrust forward again with his blade. The demon punched it aside and kicked him in the gut. Staggering to a knee, the Guardian demanded,
"What? How?" As always, I've stayed one step ahead of you. See, I learned my lesson when I was defeated before. There is something more important than always keeping your weapons on you. That is to always keep your enemies close.
The Guardian lashed out again from a semi-crouched position, and the demon evaded with ease.
Not possible. I have vetted my angel guard 100 different ways. I checked them all for slave rings myself, and the force field prevents magical spying through it.
The demon grinned toothily and popped his neck on both sides.
What? You expect me to reveal my secrets? This show is only half over.
Show? Maine asked. You think this is a game?
Of course, war is a game. Only one side can win. It's quite fun to play if you do it right.
Joffrey sprinted up and delivered a lightning-fast series of strikes with the claw hammer. The demon met each one with a block of his claws. With sweat bursting from his veined temples, the troll tucked the claw hammer back against him and shoved forward. Time slowed as the demon sidestepped, clutched Joffrey by the collar, and slung him into the underbrush as if he weighed no more than a kitten.
He's using the timepiece,
one of the angel guards called.
I am, the demon admitted. Now, be nice little playthings and drink your second speedy potions.
The Guardian exchanged a bewildered look with Maine as her stomach dropped. How did the demon know that was part of their plan? How did he know they had 2 doses of speed potion? They all froze, not knowing what to do, and the demon watched. After a moment, he eased his posture and rolled his shoulders, relishing each ancient pop. Then he extended an arm and beckoned them to come hither with his finger.
Go on, take your potions. I'll wait. Wouldn't want this to be too much of an unfair fight.
Well,
Knopf yipped beside her.
You gonna give me my second potion or not?
At that moment, Maine became hyper-aware of her Icarus wings flapping automatically on her back, like a heartbeat. How was the demon keeping ahead of them? Was it another spy? She didn't think so. Knopf cleared his throat.
Potion?
The demon laughed, his voice like a raspy file.
The ankle biter cracks me up. Perhaps I shall stuff him and put him in my castle throne room.
Maine snapped to attention and slipped her and Knopf's speed potions from her purse. With the mantle assisting her dexterity, she had her potion down her throat in a second, and she poured Knopf's speed potion down his. Everyone else was taking their second speed potions as well, Maine saw. After her uncle dumped his potion down his throat, he crushed the vial in his huge hands and brushed the glass shards off upon his torn fur and leather armor.
Ready?
The demon asked, once they had plenty of time for the second dose of speed potion to settle in. This feels all wrong, Maine muttered to herself.
That's because it is,
the mantle hissed. She focused on the demon's face, and she felt the mantle strain.
I cannot read at this time. He's blocking my attempts with the lightning in a bottle.
Of course he was. The Guardian finished executing a series of wordless communications with his angel guards, who had circled the demon. The corruptor crouched in a defensive stance.
Shall I count down? 3, 2...
4 of the angel guards shot toward his position like thunderbolts, and cried out as they all crashed into each other, bumping their heads as the demon dove out of the way at the last second.
He's real fast,
Knopf gasped.
Real fast.
Joffrey was next, springing forward like a deer, projecting a fireball before him. The demon caught the fireball in his claw, spun around Joffrey as he passed, and slammed the fireball into the troll's back. The magic blast exploded with a spectacular crack, sending Joffrey sprawling and smoking into the underbrush again. Maine seized the opportunity to attack, ducking in and throwing a punch that she was sure would connect with the demon's jaw. He tilted his chin up with painful precision, and her blow whiffed the air. She swung again and again, each successive blow faster than the last. She felt juiced up on magical adrenaline. Each swing missed by less than an inch. He was playing with her by manipulating time. Feeling her stamina depleting, she swung once more and pulled it at the last second, opting instead to slam her knee up into his armored groin. The next thing she knew, she was lying flat upon her back, her knee having missed the demon and struck her in the forehead. Already she felt the goose egg forming. The demon had sped time up, and she had miscalculated. She groaned, then realized the corruptor was about to plant his foot upon her gut.
"I am the Noth, and I—"
Overhead, Noth blasted through the air so fast that he created a sonic boom as he streaked toward the demon. Maine watched as Noth slowed in midair, freezing temporarily, the demon grinning madly with anticipation. He stepped gingerly aside. Then time resumed, but at 100 times the normal speed. Noth shot like a bullet over the spot where the demon had been standing half a moment earlier. He careened right through a tree trunk with a loud pop. "Noth!" she shouted, but the demon swung her way. She reacted by instinct, throwing herself backward, and with the mantle's help, she managed to bend and hollow her waist enough. Claws nicked her belt buckle with a spark. He stepped in and swung again, and she became aware of time slowing. "I shall assist as much as I can," the mantle hissed, exerting itself and manipulating her muscle twitches and impulses. Allowing the mantle to guide her movements, she survived the first 3 swipes. Then time slowed more, and the mantle switched up its tactics, trying to anticipate the demon's upcoming attacks and repositioning her body. It felt like watching a horror movie in slow motion, where you were yelling at a character to, "Move, you idiot! You're gonna die!" But she was the idiot, and those were no plastic claws on an actor's hand. "I am nearly depleted," the mantle hissed, in a defeated tone, while the corruptor's energized smirk suggested he could keep this up for hours. "Time to do something unpredictable." She brought up a leg and finally managed to land a glancing blow against his thigh. Then, as his claws came down at her, she conjured 2 of the largest fireballs she could. Fire exploded as time sped up, shoving her backward to the ground while not phasing the demon. He took a step forward, was intercepted by a slash of the Guardian's white angel blade, which the demon caught in his claws and snapped. "No!" the Guardian roared, as he threw himself onto the corruptor and held him in place. 4 more angel guards swooped in with supersonic speed to attack from 4 directions. Time slowed again. The demon extricated himself from the Guardian's face contorted, and time sped up as his 4 angel guards slammed into him at hyperspeed, driving the breath from his lungs. To Maine, it was like watching a cartoon on fast forward, and the cartoon was about to end. Chapter 22. A voice drew Maine's attention from off to the side.
"You're starting to piss me off,"
Cupid grunted, with each shot he took, but every arrow missed his target. Crawling away from the demon dealing with some angel guards, Maine glanced up to see Ma intercepting every one of Cupid's arrows with her wind magic. Wow, the little bastard had been shooting at them this whole time? Ma took her concentration off Cupid for a moment as she acknowledged Maine, and her next wind gust didn't catch the arrow fully. The projectile sliced through the side of her arm. Maine launched a fireball at Cupid, and Ma used her wind magic to split the fireball and chase the flitting cherub with each of the smaller flames one by one. "Thanks for the assist," Ma called, wiping sweat from her eyes with her shoulder. Minnie grunted from off to the side, and Maine realized they had unequivocally lost the fight. The Minotaur was locked in battle with several bull-headed demons that had broken through the tree line. He seemed to be holding his own, punching and headbutting, but he would soon be overwhelmed. The demons outmatched them. It was time to call a retreat. Maine's Icarus wings flapped hard. Then a weight fell upon her shoulder. Time slowed, then sped up, and her back slammed against a tree. The corruptor stood directly before her, pinning her there.
"This was fun," he rasped. "Not quite the last hurrah I expected from you guys, but it was a decent effort. You tried.
You tried. The demon's words echoed through Maine's mind, taunting and ridiculing her. She threw up a leg, a knee. Her blows dinged off the demon's armor with no effect as he pressed her back into the tree. Bark cracked and splintered at her back.
Don't feel too bad, though, he said in an easy tone. All things must come to an end.
She kicked again, but got only armor. What are you... The sudden, searing pain that burned through her body caused her to black out momentarily. She came to on the ground in a fetal position. She wanted to scream, but she was in too much pain. Her body felt broken in places and like jelly in others. What was going on? And why was she on the ground? She forced her gaze to the demon, turning a dark cloak over in his claws. His satisfied grin confused her. Since when did he have a cloak? Mantle, she coughed. What is going... The mantle! She reached for it as if she could summon it back into her grasp, but the demon raised a foot and stomped her hand into the dirt. Before she could cry out, the corruptor reached over her and tore both magic wings from her back. Pain, then nothingness. As she blacked out for good this time, she was vaguely aware of the guardian shouting, "Retreat! Back to the mansion!" The next few minutes were touch and go. She was flying through the air, but she didn't have wings. That meant someone was carrying her. Who? She tried to keep her eyes open, but she was tired, and the wind kept drying them out. A firebolt streaked past her, trailing a thick black plume behind it. Another firebolt screamed past on her other side, and someone cursed. There was a heavy thud, and whoever was carrying her dropped her. Her body tumbled down like a broken doll. As she cartwheeled, she spotted a winged demon swinging a club at her uncle, his wings flapping strenuously. Her uncle had been carrying her. She kept expecting the mantle to hiss something spiteful or helpful as she fell. But then she remembered she no longer wore it. The demon had reclaimed it, and her body still felt like it was burning from the inside out. Treetops were rising rapidly. Luckily, a wind gust caught her, buffeting her up until Ma swept down and grabbed her wrist. Ash smudged the elf's face, and her clothing had tears in multiple places. "Thank you," Maine muttered deliriously. Then Ma wavered in midair as a winged demon swung a scythe at her. A moment later there was a roar like a dump truck, and Minnie plowed into the demon from behind. Ash sprayed everywhere. Then the Minotaur grabbed Maine and threw her over his shoulder. Another firebolt flared past, singeing the air as it whooshed by. "Who's shooting at us?" Maine croaked. "Who isn't shooting at us?" Ma sent a blast of wind back at several winged demons, closing on them from behind. The gust twisted the demons' leathery wings, and they plummeted to the ground. "Are we almost there?" Maine asked. A tiny ball of fur blasted past them, and Knopf yipped,
"Hey, that's my line!"
That brought a smile to her face as she clung to Minnie's shoulder. But why did it still feel like her insides were on fire? A couple of demons flapped up to them from behind, and it was all Maine could do to lift a hand. She tried to conjure a fireball, but the effort racked her body like a cough. It felt like there was zero magic within her body. What had the demon done to her? And could magic fix it once they got to the mansion?
"I see it,"
Knopf yipped.
"Coming up fast."
"Where's the force field?" Ma asked. Knopf yipped.
Force field? Oh shit, don't look at the ground."
Maine twisted her head around so that she could see the mansion and the ground around it. The purplish force field flickered into existence, then faded again. "Did someone forget to charge the magic battery?" Ma gulped. Maine realized why. Where the force field met the ground, scores of lesser demons attacked the magic barrier with weapons and claws. "Oh no, the force field!" a wounded angel guard shouted from above. "They're overrunning the mansion!" another cried. Lightheaded, Maine muttered, "What else could go wrong?" "Oh!"
I can't look,
Minnie blurted. Please look, Maine managed as she gripped him tightly. She risked another glance down at the mansion grounds. Demons were now breaching the front lawn, and a tiny figure cast bright spells at the onrushing demons, stunning them. Then a second tiny figure dashed up to them, chopping and throwing them to the ground as her long hair... Attack them? I must be hallucinating, Maine muttered, as consciousness left her again. Sometime later, they were on the ground now. The clashing of swords and claws awoke Maine. She rolled over onto her side, but her energy was still sapped, her body numb and on fire simultaneously. A demon's clawed toes dug into the grass beside her cheek. Unable to physically attack, Maine willed the demon to explode into a ball of ash. A moment later it did, coating her in soupy ash. Whoa, she gasped, then saw her uncle before her, gripping the claw hammer. Oh, he looked like hell. He reached down for her.
Come, Niece. We must get inside and barricade ourselves in for the final fight.
As he picked her up and cradled her in one arm, her head rolled to the side, and she saw they weren't going to make it to the mansion. There were too many demons. The force field flickered back into existence, painting that purple dreamlike glow across the grounds, and Maine got her first good look at the angelic force field division. Less than half of them still stood. The rest lay in collapsed heaps upon the ground. Dead? Alive? She didn't know. A demon hissed from off to the side. Joffrey turned with such force that Maine's shoe struck the hawkish demon's face with enough centrifugal force that the demon burst into ash.
Nice kick, kid, the troll hunter grunted. I'm proud of how you turned out.
He elbowed a shark-headed demon in the throat, and it puffed into an ash cloud as well. Maybe it was from all the ash, but Maine thought her uncle's eyes were starting to mist over. Are you going to cry on me now? She asked, in a dazed voice. Her uncle blinked hard and shook his head. 5 shrew-faced demons leapt at them, but they didn't stand a chance. As he wiped their ash from his eyes a moment later, he said,
Of course not. Trolls never cry.
A firebolt slammed into his back, and Maine was spinning through the air again. As she tumbled over the grass, the poor lawn looked so bad. The guardian's voice boomed.
Avert your eyes!
The night sky erupted into a ball of white, smiting light. Energy scoured over her, furiously ripping at her clothing. When it had passed, she spat some grass out to the side. Then, there was stillness. The purple force field flickered back on and held, and there were no more demons hissing and growling within it. Tiny feet padded over to her, and Knopf yipped softly. He slumped forward, exhausted, onto his front paws.
Did we win?
From the other side of the force field, the demon horde continued to attack, but the force field stayed solid, and after a couple more minutes, the demons gave up and retreated into the woods. They hadn't won, but somehow they had survived. Chapter 23. Maine came to on a cot in the mansion's foyer. It was early morning, she deduced from the faint light coming in through the mansion's windows, but most of the warm interior light was coming from magical light orbs, hovering throughout the spacious room. Blessedly, the fire inside her body had dissipated, and she felt calm and relaxed. Suddenly, her arm stung as if someone had poured acid on it. Ow! She tried to sit up, but her arms were tied down, probably for her protection.
You're awake,
Sage blurted. He stepped up to her cot and leaned over her with a bottle of disinfectant in his hand.
Sorry about the sting. Don't want that wound to get infected.
Yeah,
Knopf yipped from the next cot over.
Yeah, that would make a real funny gravestone. Here lies Maine Half-Troll. She survived the Corruptor's wrath and countless demon hordes, but died from gangrene.
If I had something to throw at you, I would, Maine smirked.
Yay! She's back!
Knopf yipped. The miniature direwolf had a cast on one of his feet.
Ow. Doc, I think my morphine drip needs to be adjusted.
You don't have a morphine drip, Sage said. Anguish and concern creased his face, and he cast a weary look at the rest of the foyer. There were cots everywhere, with wounded angel guards lying on them. It looked like a wartime triage center. Hey, what's wrong? Maine asked calmly. What's wrong? Sage asked. What's wrong? Yes, I heard you the first time. Tell me what isn't wrong. I'm not sure how much of the battle you remember after the demon debacle, but... Maine tried to sit up again, but the straps still held her down by the arms. She flexed her biceps, and the two straps snapped. I know it was bad. She was surprised at how well her body felt now. However, something was off inside her. Sage set down the disinfectant on a side table and crossed his arms. Bad? Maine rolled her shoulders to test her range of motion. There was a little soreness, but nothing she couldn't handle. She slid her feet off the cot and glanced down at the floor. Demon claws had scored a long trail deep into it. Damn! Some demons managed to get inside the mansion? Sage's gaze faded out of focus as he sat next to her on the cot. I've never seen so many demons. Not that I'd ever really seen one in person before the corruptor escaped. When they attacked the mansion all at once, and the force field broke, it was war. No, it was like hell on Earth. It was... Maine reached up and rubbed his back. I can only imagine. Her voice was flat, but serene. She felt an emptiness inside her and realized she didn't mind it. Sage's eyes were glazing over. I don't know how many demons I took out with my spells. The crystal lance provided me with an almost limitless supply of magic. I was stunning and confusing them as fast as I could get the spells out. I was even using more advanced spells I'd never even practiced before. The crystal lance comes pre-downloaded with a bunch of wartime spells. I was casting laser beams and wind knives and some kind of mini black holes. It was intense. Maine nodded good-naturedly. Mackie May was there too. She's so fast and flexible. She darted between stunned and wounded demons, taking them out with chops and kicks and magic daggers. She is seriously badass. He looked at her soberly. At one point, I'm pretty sure I saw her hair eat a demon's face off. Remind me never to piss her off. Noted, Maine said. It was so much. Sage buried his face in his hands. I was on autopilot, trying to destroy as many demons as I could, save as many angel guards as I could, but it wasn't good enough. So many of them fell. There were so many demons. So many. She squeezed his hand. It was a nightmare. A trap. We walked right into it. It's a wonder we survived the demon in the crystal clearing. Sage sat up again. I heard that got pretty rough too. You should have seen it. It wasn't funny at the time, but angels were flying into each other at supersonic speeds, knocking heads with each other like it was an episode of Looney Tunes or a video game. Is it funny now? Sage asked sternly. No. She rotated her hand and felt absently at her wrist. Her voice didn't seem like hers when she spoke. It sounded hollow. She found she didn't mind. The demon did something to me in the clearing, tore something from me. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But afterward, it felt like my body was on fire from the inside out. I feel good now, though. Sage squinted at her. I don't sense any major physical trauma. He probably rattled your magic core. My magic what? Then she thought of something. She closed her eyes and chanted, Om. She waited to see if her magic core would appear in her mind's eye, but she didn't see anything. She tried it again. Nothing. I don't feel any magic, she said. Sage felt her forehead and frowned. You aren't in pain.
It feels like I'm empty inside. She concentrated. Wait, it doesn't hurt, but it does feel like ants are marching beneath my skin. Naf yipped in confusion.
You got ants in your pants?
Sage checked her again, placed a hand on her arm, and suffused her with some healing energy. I don't understand. It sounds like magic poisoning, but the mantle should be helping to correct the imbalance. I don't have the mantle anymore. Sage and Naf gasped in confusion. Naf was the first to react.
What do you mean? You don't...
Sage did a double take, his face paling. The demon took it, slammed me up against a tree, and did whatever he did. I think he did more than take the mantle, though. Sage rubbed a hand over his forehead like the world's weariest physician. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't notice right away. I do usually keep it invisible, Maine said. Still, I should have realized it. The way your body was going in and out of shock when I found you. In and out of shock? Maine asked. Sage continued. I thought the mantle had depleted its resources and was still trying to recharge. Nope, Maine said flatly. It's gone. Naf yipped.
Don't worry. We'll get it back, partner.
Maine shrugged. You don't seem too concerned, Sage said carefully, getting up and walking over to a side table filled with various colored potion vials. Well, what are we going to do? She asked placidly. Sage picked up a potion vial and was inspecting it when her words registered. Huh? Maine tried explaining it as calmly as she could. The demon has all his weapons except the claw hammer, crystal lance, zombie Icarus, and the gravity bat. He doesn't need those last two. They're ancillary weapons. Sage turned to face her, his face slack. What exactly are you saying? It's obvious, right? Maine said with a half-smirk. We've been beaten. We've lost. Chapter 24.
You're throwing in the towel?
Naf yelped. He shifted onto his feet and yelped as he applied pressure to his hurt foot. You can't. Sage moved toward her with the potion. He offered it to her, but Maine refused it. Nah, I'd rather feel the pain. It lets me know I'm still alive. For now. You're seriously giving up? Sage asked. Seems like the only sensible thing to do. Naf gave a low growl.
Who the hell are you? And what did you do with my partner?
Maine let out a relaxed breath. It felt good to let go of all the responsibility she had put on herself ever since the demon had escaped. She's gone, Maine said, simply. Left when the mantle left my shoulders. Sage was practically pleading. You can't quit. What's it matter if you don't have the mantle anymore? The mantle never defined you. You didn't even want it in the beginning. This isn't about the stupid mantle, Maine said.
Then what?
Naf growled. How many more defeats do we need to suffer? Huh? Sage asked. I wouldn't expect you to understand. You weren't at the crystal clearing when the demon handed us our asses. Even with 2 doses of speed potion, we didn't stand a chance against the demon's speed. He's got the timepiece, Sage argued. Exactly. And the needle. And the lightning in a bottle. And the power ring, which I still say is a knockoff of Lord of the Rings. And the mantle. Now Sage was getting mad. He set down the potion Maine was refusing and grabbed the crystal lance from his back. He gripped it tight. The corruptor doesn't have the lance. And last I checked, your uncle still had the claw hammer. Naf pawed at his cot.
That troll ain't never given that thing up.
Maine shrugged. You think you or my uncle will have a choice when the demon finally attacks the mansion himself? We're not going to bow down to him, Sage said. Is that what you're going to do? Try to make a deal with him? Become another Cupid? At the mention of Cupid, a vicious growl escaped Naf's throat, and his key marking glowed faintly on his rump. Then he regained his composure. No, Maine said. I'd never be the demon's slave. Then what? both Sage and Naf asked as one. I was thinking about asking the Guardian to portal me to Aruba. Spend my last days in paradise.
Please, Sage pleaded, dropping to one knee. Tell me you are joking.
Or maybe the Bahamas.
This isn't you.
Sage grabbed tufts of his hair in both hands. You both can come with me, as long as you don't kill the vibe, like you're doing now.
Maine, we're at war. A battle to ensure the future of the entire world.
It'll be a quick war. You sure you don't want to join me on the beach? Naf's rear end quivered, and he blasted off his cot and onto Maine's, landing next to her knee with a wince. He headbutted her thigh and tumbled backward onto his butt. Maine scratched behind his ears and got up. Pain flickered throughout her body, but she could walk. Too bad I won't be able to use magic anymore, she said lazily. I think the demon stole mine when he took the mantle.
He didn't steal it, Sage said. He poisoned it, which, to be honest, is kind of the same. But you still have access to your magic. It's not going to regenerate on its own unless you take the antidote.
He picked up the potion vial again, which is in here. Take it. Maine shooed it away with a hand. On second thought, I'm good. I'm starting to think magic is overrated. What did it ever do to help me? If anything, it's been a curse.
Sage sputtered. If you hadn't found magic, you'd never have met me.
Or me,
Naf yipped. He blasted off and twisted in midair, kicking Maine's cheek with his hind leg, before blasting off in midair and landing back on the cot. Maine wiped her mouth and nodded. I probably deserve that. Do you two want to go to a tropical paradise with me or not?
I'm not going to answer that,
Naf grunted. Sage didn't bother with a response. He set the magic poisoning antidote upon her cot and strode out of the room. Some of the wounded angel guards lying on the cots around her gave her odd looks. With a shrug, Maine headed toward the mansion's front door. Naf called after her as she walked.
You really messed up, partner. But I'm not going to let you ruin the rest of your life.
He blasted off and soared through the air at her. Maine spun and caught him before he could headbutt her again and set him gently on the floor. I get that you want to help. I do. But I don't need help right now.
Maybe you do,
Naf yipped.
How about we meditate together? It's been helping me. I can feel myself on the edge of a breakthrough.
Upon seeing her face, he let his voice trail off. No, I need some time alone. Maine started walking, then stopped. When it was apparent that Naf wasn't following, she continued to the front door. She stepped outside. The fresh morning air felt good on her face and skin, even if it was a little chilly. She wasn't joking about the beach plan. Why live out her final hours in the state of Maine, where it rained half the year and snowed the other half? Yeah, the beach was where it was at. It was time to take a vacation. She thrust her hands into her jean pockets as she meandered onto the lawn, which the fighting had shredded beyond repair. Her finger touched her mom's wedding ring, Al's totem, and she chuckled madly. Oh, Al, if you could only see the world now, you'd be better off staying dead instead of coming back. Maybe I'll check with Mackie May to see if it's too late to reverse the respiriting ritual. She shrugged. Of course, you'd probably like the beach. Who doesn't? Her attention snapped back to the present as she passed cots on the lawn containing wounded angel guards. Angel nurses were tending to them, and Maine couldn't help but notice a lot of the angels weren't in good condition. They wore bloody bandages and had cuts and scrapes. Why weren't they getting magically healed? Oh well, not her problem. She continued past them. Some of them reached out at her beseechingly, but she ignored them. What was their problem? The force field surrounding the mansion still appeared strong. When she glanced up to inspect it, she saw a bunch of swaths of black covering it in spots. Maybe it wasn't as strong as she thought. An angel nurse almost collided with her on the way to the next patient. Maine touched her shoulder and pointed at the force field. What are those black spots? The angel's face was terse. What? Oh, that's ash from all the demons the Guardian vanquished with his smiting bomb. She brushed past Maine and started administering to the next wounded angel guard, dabbing his head with a wet sponge. Maine considered asking what was up with the medieval healing procedures when they had magic at their disposal, but let the nurse get back to work. There was also a lot of demon ash on the ground, and she walked through it, continuing toward the force field wall. She touched it. It was warm to the touch. The other side of the barrier was clear of enemies, although it was evident from the devastation on the ground inside and outside the barrier that there had been a serious skirmish here. Sage hadn't been joking about there being a lot of demons here. If the Guardian hadn't done his smite bomb thing, Maine reckoned she would probably never have woken up this morning. She became aware of a ragged intake of breath behind her. Then a voice said, "What happened?" She turned. The Guardian stood before her, entrusting his partial weight upon a crutch. His face had a long gash on one side that had been stitched up with sutures. The arms and chest of his white uniform were stained red. He brushed grimy blonde hair from his eyes. "Well?" "I don't understand the question." "The corruptor. How did he—" "Kick our asses?" She shrugged and prepared to leave. The Guardian gave his head a hard shake. "No. How did he know our exact plan?" "He went to a fortune teller before meeting us? A really good fortune teller." "No," he snapped. "It was as if he knew our entire plan. He knew about the speed potions. I suppose he could have anticipated us employing them, since we would need to combat his timepiece, but he also knew about the true name spell you cast." "How?" Maine spat unconcernedly off to the side. "How? How should I know? He's the friggin' corruptor." "The force field would have prevented him from intercepting our words." "Maybe you have another angel mole." The angel leader gritted his teeth. "I do not. And Cupid was never one of my angels." "Look, I don't know what you want me to tell you." She focused on his wounded cheek. "What happened to your face? Whoever sewed that up didn't do a good job." A grim shadow fell over the Guardian's face. "The Angel Guard took many casualties. We've depleted our health potion supply, and our angel medics have run out of healing magic for the moment. Our wounds were extensive. Thus we have had to resort to getting patched up the old way, the human way. Magic healing has done all it can do for me at the moment." Maine hooked some hair over her ear. "That sucks." The Guardian stared at her. "Oh, can you portal me to Aruba?" "Portal you to—" She scrunched up her face. "Please." Then, understanding flickered through the Guardian's face. "You're not joking, are you?" "Nope." "You'd flee before the battle to decide the universe's fate." "I think some sunshine would do my complexion some good." Sensing he wasn't going to help her, she walked away. "You can't leave," the Guardian called after her, leaning on his crutch. "The troops look up to you. You're a troll. You're made for fighting battles." "I'm tired of fighting." "But you're the mantle wearer." "Was the mantle wearer. Now I'm a half-troll girl." "You are not," the Guardian grunted. Maine kept walking. She heard him flap his wings to whoosh forward, but he must have given up. Or his wings were too wounded to perform the maneuver, because he never whooshed up to her. It was for the best. He was starting to annoy her. Chapter 25. She decided to take a lap around the mansion and stretch her legs. She walked as if in a daze. Never had she felt so free to do whatever she wanted. This contrasted with the mentality of everyone around her. Wounded angel guards did warm-up drills on the side lawn. Minnie was helping to reinforce all the ground-level doors leading into the mansion, while Ma worked on fortifying the windows with metal bars and pieces of wood with her wind magic. They both called out to her as she passed them, but she didn't feel like talking to anyone, so she kept walking as if she hadn't heard them. Why was everyone still trying to hold strong? What kind of false hope were they clinging to? She focused on 2 angel medics carrying an injured angel guard on a gurney across the lawn. She waited for the mantle to hiss a snide weakness to her, but then she remembered that, oh yeah, the mantle was gone. The corruptor was probably wearing it right now, evaluating the weaknesses of his lieutenants so he could weed out the failures. Up there in his castle at the top of Rainwater, suspended over the trees like a threat. Maine stopped and glanced back at it. The castle's highest tower appeared to be watching them, continuously sending the message that the demon would be coming for them. It was only a matter of time. Really, what was the demon waiting for? He had all the power, held all the cards. Cards. Maine pulled Puck's wish card from her purse. She couldn't use it against the demon as long as he had at least one demon weapon on him. But she could use it to portal herself to Aruba. The thought was so tempting. However, something was keeping her here, on the mansion grounds. She kept walking with her hands in her pockets. She absent-mindedly fingered her mom's wedding ring. It wasn't long before she completed a lap around the mansion. Where to go now? If she went inside, she'd have to deal with Sage and Knopf again. She'd have to see all the wounded inside, lying on their cots in the triage area. That would be a big downer. She considered seeking out her uncle, seeing if he wanted to go to Aruba with her. But what Knopf had said about him was true. He wielded the claw hammer, and he wouldn't ever run from a fight. He lived for fighting. Besides, if she told him she was going to run away, he'd probably scoff at her and tell her she was a disgrace to troll kind and how her father would disapprove. If she didn't want to do another lap around the mansion, and she didn't want to go inside it, what did that leave? Her gaze trailed along the grounds, looking at the wanton destruction of the formerly pristine front lawn. She saw the stable. With a pep in her step, she headed toward it. Surprisingly, she found it empty. None of the Guardians' war council gathered around the big wooden table. Maybe they hadn't survived the demon horde attack. She walked along some horse stalls, trailing her fingers over the wood fencing and rails. Seriously, how had Al kept this place so clean? Al. Oh, how she missed him. Not that he could do anything for her now, even if he weren't dead. Not all the freshly baked cookies in the world could fix the situation. At the thought of cookies, her stomach rumbled, and she cursed softly. She continued to the back of the stable, where the Nexus glowed. Instead of Aruba, she could always head to the Beneath. The demon would invade it soon, once he breached the mansion's force field, so she might as well explore it while she had the chance. Her first experience down there hadn't been so pleasant. She thought about it, but she didn't want to go to the Beneath. It was a place of magic and full of magical creatures, and she'd rather not have to deal with them right now. Maybe she should have stayed in the human world when her father had died. Then she would never know the demon apocalypse was coming right now. Wait, if she had never embraced life beyond the veil, she would never have cast the luck spell and helped free the demon in the first place. There wouldn't be an impending apocalypse right now. A tiny voice spoke in her mind then. It took a moment for her to realize who it belonged to. Then she realized it was Al's memory talking to her.
Master Maine, you really must snap out of this funk. You do not have to be the victim of this situation if you do not want to be. You can step up and be a hero.
She thought about his words, but it wasn't so much the words as the speaker behind them. It sounded so much like Al that she thought he must be here in person, standing next to her. But when she looked around the stable, she saw no sign of him. It was only Al's memory speaking to her through her mind. Which was cool, but a memory of her butler couldn't bake cookies. Oh, yeah, she said vaguely, searching for something to sit on. She didn't see anything, so she plunked down on the earthen floor and wrapped her arms around her raised knees. She let her gaze focus and unfocus on the glowing Nexus a few yards in front of her.
Master Maine, While it is true you've suffered a bad hand at times, you've also proved to be quite the wild card yourself.
Cards schmards, she said. Al's memory chuckled.
I do not know what a schmard is, but I know what a snickerdoodle is, and you are acting much like one.
She scrunched up her face. I'm sweet and soft?
No, Master Maine. Snickerdoodle is a very silly word. That is precisely what you are acting like.
Maine tried to refute this, but he cut her off.
No, you must hear this, even though you do not wish to. For Troll's sake, you are a troll. Act like one.
Wait, what?
Trolls are the ones who lead the charge into battle. They rally the troops. They fight for ideals like courage, loyalty, and strength.
And for revenge against those evil elves, Maine snickered. Al's words were like a condemnation.
Oh, so you think to make light of the situation?
Maine bit her lip. Al had never spoken out against her like this before. She got the feeling that this wasn't his memory, but something else. Laughing's better than crying.
Ah, but of course. There shall be much laughing and merrymaking when the corrupter has cast the world into oblivion.
She didn't say anything.
Snickerdoodle, you are.
They don't need me, Maine said. The angels have the Guardian to lead them into battle.
Pah! The Guardian is a fine warrior, but most angels lack battle tactics. They're good at following orders and throwing themselves doggedly at the enemy, but they can't always read the battlefield. They're a different breed, angels. Maybe it's the wings.
Well, she said, trying to think of something else to bolster her stance. You said trolls make the best magical war leaders?
Yes,
Al said patiently. My uncle is a troll. He has the clawhammer. That makes him more than qualified to lead the charge.
You know your uncle's nature. Hot-headed, yet cool under pressure. But battle always turns him into a beast, with no thoughts but fighting. The forces of good require someone who can think clearly, who will look out for the betterment of her friends and all others who still live. They don't need a brute. They need you.
Yeah, but...
Master Maine, you know what I speak is true. You can feel it in your bones.
How do you know?
Because, while alive, I had the pleasure of serving you for a short time. I grew to know you, not as a servant, but as a friend.
Maine sighed and slowly shook her head. You're not Al's memory. You're part of my trollish subconscious, trying to trick me into being a troll. Al paused.
There is something else. Not many know this, but Cyclops have another innate ability. Besides being able to see their deaths, they also can see inside a person's soul. Often they can see what other people can't see for themselves. When I first looked at you, I saw the true hero you always knew yourself to be. The true hero you had already grown into before you ever ventured beyond the veil.
Al's words, or whoever was saying them, sank into her. She had to admit there did seem to be some truth in them. Al continued.
Your desire to join the police to defend the weak. Your refusal to let Newly's assassins kill you and take the Mantle. Your commitment to helping the residents of Rainwater, tackling their cases as if they were your problems.
Anyone would have done the same, Maine argued. Al's words were stern.
Oh, really? Do you truly think that most people would help Death?
He was our client, Maine said. I had to.
You have stood up to some of the strongest magical beings beyond the veil, and always found a way to come out on top. You know, deep down, that this is your battle to lead.
She muttered under her breath. You're right. She was running away, leaving her friends to fight and most likely lose a battle. Would it end any better with her joining the cause? Maybe, and maybe not. But clenching one of her fists, she felt some strength and conviction start to flutter. She blinked. "You're right," she said, this time with conviction. "Thanks, Al, or whoever you are." Her eyes wandered to the side of the stable, almost passing right over the faint flickering figure standing in the shadows. Was it her imagination? Or did it look like a cyclops dressed in his best finery? "Al?" she asked hesitantly. Then she pulled out her mother's wedding ring from her pocket. It was glowing a light bluish color. Her gaze flicked between it and the ghostly form hanging out in the shadows. "Al!" she blurted. The ghostly figure stepped forth from the shadows, his body flickering in and out. Al bent in a polite bow. "Master Maine, it is a pleasure." She rushed forward and embraced the ghost, and tumbled right through him. She lost her balance and nearly fell but caught herself. She spun. "Al, you're here! The re-spiriting ritual worked!" Al beamed, his smile white and translucent. "Alas, it has." Raising both glowing hands before his face, he said, "I am not a zombie, so that means the others accurately translated it. You should patent that translation. You could make billions from it." She grinned. "You're Al. Always thinking of ways to gain more wealth and assets." The Cyclops ghost shrugged. "How else am I to afford the cost of all the food you eat? And mansions are not exactly cheap to maintain." "Ha! Good point. It's still your mansion if you want." "Pah! I no longer need a mansion. It is yours. My home is in your heart. Well, the totem you chose for me. It is quite nice. You have impeccable taste." "Thanks." She held the glowing blue ring in her palm. Suddenly, the light faded, and it looked normal again. But Al's ghost remained. "I am honored to be tethered to your mother's wedding ring. A most precious memento." Maine extended an arm and gingerly wrapped it around his broad, formless shoulder, careful not to pass through it. "I'm glad you're back. I missed you so much. I can't wait to share the news with everyone." The stable's door burst open, and tiny footsteps padded frantically into the stable. Knopf's footsteps, she recognized. Great. He could be the first she told about Al. When Knopf stumbled into her section of the stable, a scowl crossed his face. "Knopf," she said, then stopped, her eyes widening as she took in her partner's appearance. She immediately noticed that the muscles of his short legs had twisted and knotted into larger sizes of themselves. And was it her, or had he grown a few inches taller? His coat looked shaggier and more mature than usual, and his shoulder blades had some more muscle atop them. In short, he looked as if a few years had passed since she'd last seen him about an hour ago. "Knopf, did you finally hit puberty?" The still miniature direwolf gave a slight low growl.
"You know, partner, I'm really starting to tire of your downer shit."
He cocked his head up at her, a curious look suddenly overtaking his wolfish features.
"Wait, was that a joke? Is the real Maine back?"
"In the flesh," Maine said. Knopf grew defensive. Then his eyes registered Al's ghost off to the side in the stable.
"Al?"
Al raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, Master Knopf, a pleasure to see you again." Maine crouched and held out her arms for Knopf to come to her. The direwolf looked like he wanted to for a moment. Then he bit back his joy.
"No time for play," he barked. "You've got to come out and have a look."
Concern played across Maine's face. With a serious nod, she stood and beckoned for her partner to lead the way outside. Chapter 26. Maine felt a heaviness in the air when she emerged from the stable. Turning toward the force field, she understood the cause of the tension. Demons as large as houses stood against the other side of the force field. They stood upright, still as statues, waiting for some command. Above them, lesser demons with bat-like wings flapped, their wings thrumming in a slow, rhythmic beat. Beyond the demon behemoths, countless demon hordes stretched back to the trees.
"They're on all sides of the mansion,"
Knopf barked.
"We're surrounded."
Al's ghost had followed them outside. He let out a low sigh.
Oh dear.
Maine gave her ghost butler a raised eyebrow. Still think we stand a chance? Al didn't stammer.
Of course. Now that we have you back on our side.
Knopf barked.
"Damn straight."
The longer Maine focused on the incredible demon army arrayed before her, the less conviction she felt. What would it take to defeat one of those huge demons? How much ash would explode from them when they did? She could have used the Mantle's suggestions right then, above any other time she'd faced any foe. But she didn't have the Mantle, so she'd have to find another way to gain an edge. As Maine stepped farther away from the stable, the demons' eyes shifted so they all homed in on her. Some sneered. Others laughed, their fork-like tongues slithering over and around their sharp teeth. How the hell could they see her? The Guardian had assured her they couldn't see clearly through the force field. Some kind of magic kept outsiders from spying on them. She drew a breath. That had been when the force field was at full strength. Now it was at half power at best. Did the demons know that? Were they about to press the final mansion assault? Maine spun from the force field and nearly crashed into a formidable white uniform, stained red in several places.
"Come to fly the surrender flag," he said gruffly.
"What?" Maine said.
"You've given up, correct?"
"No." She threw her shoulders back. "I'm here to fight. These demons don't scare me. Much." The Guardian's steely eyes bore into her forehead.
"You..."
He pursed his lips together.
"There is a different energy about you now. Ah, I see the ghost of your butler has met you."
The Angel Leader crossed his arms, highlighting his imposing chest.
"A fine accomplishment, but completing the re-spiriting ritual is a different matter than defeating 100 demon hordes."
100?
Knopf yelped. Maine gritted her teeth, then eased up so she could think instead of losing her head. "Maybe we don't have to defeat them."
"Huh? What madness are you talking about?"
The Guardian gave his wings 2 mighty flaps, blasting wind in Maine's face. He'd certainly recovered since their last conversation. She closed her eyes and bore the wind, then wiped her mouth with the back of her sleeve.
"I ask again, what are you talking about? Retreat?"
His inflection on that last word made it come across as blasphemy in his thundering voice. Maine bit her lip. Maybe she had an idea after all. Like Al had said, most angels knew only how to fight blindly upon command. They didn't always consider all the options or read the battlefield like trolls.
"Out with it,"
the Guardian demanded.
"What is it, you mean?"
"I don't know yet." Maine was still thinking about it. "I don't think an all-out battle is our best option right now." Angry energy simmered all around the Guardian's being.
"Not our best option? It's our only option."
"Yeah, if you want it to be a final stand. Me, I wish to live a while longer." The Guardian swore as his fists balled up at his sides.
"Wishes are nothing. If you think to use the wish card, you can't wish all the demon hordes away."
"Shit. Can't someone tell me all the rules and conditions of using the wish card? It didn't exactly come with any fine print that I saw." The Guardian growled.
"This is not the time for humor."
Maine shook a hand dismissively in front of her. "Doesn't matter. I wasn't considering using the wish card to wish away the demon army. But I don't think we can meet the Corruptor's army on this field and win. Not under these conditions."
"Oh, so you propose to wish us all to another location? To do battle with the demon there?"
Maine considered it. Would that work? She asked. Could I wish us all to be inside the demon's castle on top of Rainwater? She pointed above the trees where her hometown rose up like a mountain, its side streets and back roads tearing upward to the demon's castle set at the heart of downtown. Now the Guardian looked thoughtful. He stroked his chin. Perhaps. Portaling us all there would take too long. He met her eyes. You mean to blitzkrieg the demon, in his throne room, with our entire might? Maine nodded, then shook her head. No, that probably wouldn't work. He would probably somehow anticipate our move and set a trap. He predicted our actions earlier. I only have one wish card. The Guardian growled again. You are correct. And leaving our fortified position here, the demon's forces will be able to invade the beneath via the Nexus in the stable. Under no circumstances may we allow the demon to take over the beneath. If he ever does, the veil will fall, and the demon apocalypse will begin. Knopf barked and hopped up beside Maine's foot. With his new increase in size, he now came up almost to her knee. Almost.
We won't let that happen. If my partner says she'll find a way to win, she will.
The Guardian let out a ragged breath.
I see not how. Their numbers are astounding. The Corruptor must have called them from all the known hell dimensions and gathered them under his banner. There are not enough hosts of angels to contend with them all.
A sudden, loud, thunderous drumbeat pierced the heavy air. It had come from the other side of the force field. Utter silence fell over the mansion grounds. Then a war horn blew. It took Maine a moment to find its source, but one of the demon giants had a curled animal horn pressed to its awful lips. It grew louder with every second it stretched out, until Maine felt the need to cover her ears with her palms. She didn't, though, for fear it might betray a weakness to the demons. Still, it grew louder until her skin seemed to teem with termites nibbling through her flesh. At her foot, Knopf quivered only slightly, but his eyes were squinted in pain to the point that they were watering. With his hearing, the hell horn must have been agonizingly painful. Still, he didn't cower or cover his ears. The Guardian gave Maine a look that said much in a single instant. Among the flitting emotions gripping his face was scorn, but also admiration for her ability to withstand the horn blast. Behind her, an entire row of the Force Field Division Angel Guards collapsed to their knees and flopped forward onto their faces. The Guardian shook his head as the force field flickered once, then resumed its usual purplish surface. Was that the demon's plan? Knock out the angel force field generators, then charge? Then, as suddenly as it had started, the war horn ceased, replaced by a hellish ringing in Maine's ears. She drew a deep breath as she looked dead ahead at the demon hordes on the other side of the force field. She realized then that most of the demon's eyes weren't on her, but on the Guardian, which made a lot more sense. She wasn't a demon weapon holder anymore. What did she matter to them? Beside her, the Guardian kept his eyes ahead as well. Then he muttered audibly enough so Maine could hear over the fuzzy ringing in her ears. We are down to but a quarter of the force field division. He paused, his words grim, his eyes never leaving the demons hungrily watching him for any sign of weakness. It will not be long until they force us to fight for our lives, and the lives of all who still live. Is there any way to revive the force field angels? Maine asked. With the right combination of potions, it might be possible to rejuvenate some of the fallen, but it would not do us much good. Once the demon army decides to attack, the force field will last only minutes. We're running out of time, Maine agreed, but I only need a little more to figure out the rest of my plan. Plan? The Guardian said flatly. You truly have a plan that does not involve leaving the Nexus to the beneath unguarded. Maine gave the Guardian a one-eyed wink. Watch me go buy us some time. She saw a fleeting glimpse of hope in his eyes. Then it was gone. Never wink at me again. It's creepy. With a smirk, Maine followed her intuition and trudged toward the force field, and the demons gathered beyond.
Yeah,
Knopf barked as he scampered to keep up with her.
Winking is creepy, no matter who you are.
Maine kept walking directly toward the giant demon with the war horn. She didn't stop until she was at arm's length away from the purple force field. Then she reached out and placed a palm against its magical surface, feeling its energy. It felt weaker than it had earlier, but for the moment, it was still holding, so she felt it was relatively safe if she did what she was about to do. It would be an act of genius, or they would all be dead within a minute. Sucking in a breath, she opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. Beside her, Knopf must have read her thoughts because he repositioned himself 90 degrees and lifted a leg, urinating on the force field. The demons on the other side roared with rage. They all cried out in a fury of hisses and growls and caws. They scratched and beat their chests, but didn't physically strike the force field.
Nice little demons,
Knopf barked.
They're well trained, wouldn't you agree?
Thrusting her hands in her pockets, she nodded. Yep. A second wave of furor rose among the demons. All the while, Maine tilted her head up at the giant demon with the war horn and stared into its dark eyes. Infuriated, the demon giant brought the horn back to its hideous lips, but before it could blow into it, it had accidentally crushed it inside its massive, deformed claws. An act of genius it was, then. There would be no further hellhorns to weaken their force field angels, or so Maine hoped. With a smirk of satisfaction that all the demons gathered couldn't mistake, Maine spun and sauntered back to where the Guardian stood, his eyes now gleaming with admiration of her abilities.
Very well done, half-troll. As pained as I am to say it, I do not think I could have done it any better myself.
Well, I learned from the best, she said. Knopf barked.
You mean me?
No, the Mantle. The Guardian straightened his dirty uniform and gave Maine a stiff salute.
The Angel Guard shall hold them off as best we can if they attack. Go and enact your plan. Quickly.
Maine nodded officiously, and she and Knopf continued past him toward the mansion. Angel Guards saluted her as they approached, while at their backs the demon hordes sent up another cry of anger and fury. They were almost to the mansion now. Realizing that she hadn't heard from Al in a while, she checked around her, but he wasn't there anymore. Maybe he had run out of ghost energy for the moment. Knopf barked.
Let me guess. The Guardian ain't gonna like your plan, is he?
Nope, probably not. When they reached the heavy front doors, an Angel Guard rushed up and opened them almost reverently. The demon army continued to cry out in shrill hisses and guttural growls behind them. As Maine was about to step inside, Knopf barked.
You do have a plan, right?
Nope, not yet, she admitted. Chapter 27.
Niece,
her Uncle Joffrey called once she'd stepped inside. He rushed up to her with the claw hammer in his hands.
What in Troll's name is going on out there?
She rolled her shoulders. Oh, the demon hordes are flexing their jaws and claws. Her uncle's eyes widened hungrily.
They're already gathered outside the barrier?
Lots of them, too,
Knopf barked. Joffrey belly laughed.
Do my eyes deceive me, or has the Knopf grown a few inches?
Knopf beamed.
Thanks for noticing. I ain't big enough to ride on, but I've picked up a few tricks.
How? Maine swept her gaze over the foyer. She was looking for Sage, but saw only cots occupied with the wounded.
Remember that direwolf encyclopedia? It's got some good stuff in it. It would appear one of my chakras was blocked, stunting my growth.
Your chakras? That sounds pretty complex.
Not really. Chakra imbalances aren't usually an issue with magical creatures beyond the veil.
Still, Maine said, it couldn't be easy. How did you unblock it?
That other book I found in Newley's library, How to Meditate for a Better Magical Self. Meditation is the shit. Now I'm like, super Nov.
Maine chuckled. Glad to see your hard work paid off. Can't wait to see your new tricks in action. Not seeing Sage, she turned back to her uncle. Where have you been? I thought you would have been outside as soon as the demons began their noise-making.
Ever since I received some healing after the last battle, I have been meditating for war.
Meditating? Some people, Makime, for example, looked like they were avid meditators. Her burly uncle, with his tattered wolf skins draped over his shoulders, not so much.
Of course. Trolls make some of the best meditators. They must be, to counterbalance their warlike tendencies. I don't meditate as often as I should, but every troll should before a battle this glorious, to call down the spirits of their ancestors.
Knopf nudged her ankle and barked.
Maine
shooed him away and nodded at her uncle. I'll take that into consideration. Have you seen Sage anywhere? The troll scratched his brow with the head of the claw hammer.
I have not. Now, if you require me, I shall be outside, staring down our enemy before the battle to end all battles.
As he trudged out the front door, he talked to himself.
And they shall call this day Troll War 3.
I hope it doesn't come to that, Maine said.
Then we gotta hurry up and come up with a plan,
Knopf barked. Maine stepped between the cots of wounded angels reaching up at her in delirium, asking for healing. Knopf tried ducking under a cot, but bumped his head. Being taller comes with greater responsibilities, Maine chided lightheartedly. The direwolf glared at her.
Woman, I will piss on your shoe.
Maine found the magic poisoning antidote Sage had tried to give her earlier, and she drank it all down. Almost immediately, she felt the emptiness inside her start to regenerate her magic. She felt like a new troll. They pressed through the cots. On the other side of the foyer, a flapping sound met Maine's ears. She glanced up at zombie Icarus descending from the second floor with a dirty rug gripped between his withered hands. He touched down on the first floor and dunked the rug into a dirty mop bucket. However is one to get ash out of shag rugs? They're all ruined. Hey, Icarus, Maine called, interrupting his muttering. Have you seen Sage, or Makime? Icarus's neck loudly popped as he twisted her way. Then he pointed off to the side. Last I saw, they were in the study. Then he returned to his task and pulled the squeegee mechanism on the mop bucket with a curse. I know it's not much, Maine said, but you're doing a very nice job cleaning. Zombie Icarus straightened at the compliment, his cheeks flushing red. Well, thank you. I don't have any latent magical healing abilities, and I find cleaning to be meaningful work. Knopf whispered up to her in an overly loud voice.
Ask him to be your butler. Your physical butler.
Can you bake cookies or pizza? Maine angled her body toward the study. Gods, no. I'm a zombie. Do you think I eat food? Maine swallowed. She hadn't exactly ever seen zombie Icarus eat food, but she figured he did. Thanks. I'll be going to the study, then. Zombie Icarus nodded and turned back to the mop bucket. As he did so, one of his wings struck the winged monkey statue in the foyer, and it overturned, thudding to the floor. Surprisingly, it didn't shatter.
Now that's a strong statue,
Knopf remarked, while zombie Icarus cursed.
And Icarus would make the perfect butler. He's already dead, so you wouldn't have to feed him or pay him.
I told you. I already have a ghost butler, Maine said.
Uh-huh. Sure you do.
I do. You saw Al.
He ain't here now. Maybe we were both hallucinating.
You're a turd. You know that? Knopf grinned. They found Sage and Makime in the study, poring over ancient tomes. Sage was the first to spot her over the pages of his book. He dropped it onto the coffee table and picked his way over to her as fast as he could, dodging the sofas.
I'm sorry if I said something I shouldn't have earlier.
Maine shook her head. No, I'm the one who's sorry. I acted like a real ass when I woke up on that cot. I had lost the mantle. My magic was gone, and I felt like a total defeatist. Makime had set her book down and was now lithely vaulting over a sofa back. Once on the other side, she stood and straightened her kimono. "Quite understandable, given your situation," she said calmly. "No, I went off on Sage and Knopf, and that wasn't cool." Sage gave her a questioning look. "I'm good now, though. I needed to air out my mind. That, and I needed a stern talking to from Ghost Al." Sage gasped. "The respiriting ritual worked?" Makime clasped her hands together in front of her. "Yes," Maine said.
"Or did it?"
Knopf barked mysteriously. "Yes! You saw Al!" The miniature direwolf shrugged.
"Then where's your ghost butler now?"
"I don't know." Makime stepped up to Maine and placed a hand on her arm. "Manifesting in ghost form requires a lot of energy, especially for a newly made ghost. He's probably recovering his energy." She paused. "I'm overjoyed to hear he's with us now. This is such a momentous achievement in magical history." Maine scratched her head. Was there ever any question if the ritual would work? Sage and Makime exchanged a look. Maine felt annoyance and anger start to rise within her, but she forced it down. The main thing was it had worked. "Al says you two need to patent that translation and make billions of dollars so you can continue to feed me." "Did he now?" Sage asked with a sly grin. Makime grew serious as a new round of demon growls and roars penetrated the study's walls. It sounded like they were chanting now in some harsh, demonic language. "What's all that noise outside?" "The demon horde to rule them all," Maine said. "That's what I feared," Makime said. "Is the corruptor among them?" "No, not that I could tell. My gut says he's probably watching from the castle atop Rainwater. He's learned from the last time someone beat him. I don't think he wants to take any unnecessary risks. He's not going to confront us on our home turf until our fate is sealed, and there's no way we can beat him by some trick or arcane magic spell." "You're probably right," Sage agreed. "But they've got us surrounded, and it's not looking good. That's why I came to find you guys, to figure out a plan." "A plan?" Sage asked. "Yes, we need a plan, but what? Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes. Now come on, we don't have much time left." Knopf barked.
"Especially after you pissed off that demon with the war horn."
"Hey, I'm not the one who pissed on the force field." Sage raised a hand as if waiting to be called on in a lecture hall. "Do I even want to know?" "Do you have a working plan?" Makime said. "About that, kinda." Maine felt her mind coming back to the task at hand.
"Then speak, woman,"
Knopf barked. "At this point, it's a mission impossible plan at best. I don't know if it will work, but I'll need all hands on deck." All three of her companions nodded. "Makime, can you go find Ma for me?" The Haryanago bowed. "Of course." Then she was out of the room. Maine glanced down at Knopf. "I need you to find my uncle. He's got one of the last two demon weapons. He's outside somewhere. You should be able to find him easily enough with your magic nose."
"What do you want me to do when I find him?"
"Just keep him in your sights. I'll need him later."
"Would it kill you to say please?"
"Please?" Maine asked. Knopf snickered.
"On it, partner!"
He blasted off the floor and landed effortlessly upon the top of a sofa. It rocked under his newly added weight, but it didn't tip over. Perching there, he glanced back at Maine and Sage.
"Are you two gonna have sexy time now?"
"No," Maine said, as Sage said, "Yes." Frowning, Maine turned to Sage, who blushed and shoved his hands in his pockets. Knopf smirked and blasted off the sofa toward the door.
"Have fun,"
he called, and disappeared into the corridor outside. "Look," Maine said, addressing Sage. "I would like to, you know. But we've got to save the world first. Sound good?" Sage grinned.
There's always something trying to stop us. This time it just so happens to be the demon apocalypse. She stepped up to him and kissed him on the lips. The demon apocalypse isn't going to happen if we stick to a good plan. She cleared her throat. Now, the force field angels outside. The Guardian said they needed a combination of potions to regain their energy. We need as many of them up and standing as possible when the demons attack, which could be any moment. Do you think you can help me tackle that problem first? Sage bowed in imitation of Mackie May's professional bow. You've come to the right chef. Apprentice, to the kitchen. Chapter 28. I think I have just the thing, Sage said, as they entered the kitchen. The winged monkey statue beside the door glared at them as if to say, "Oh, yeah," beneath its dried coating of tomato guts. Maine stopped Sage with a hand on his arm. We don't have time to make a bunch of potions. I've been busy since you were out finding yourself. Sage winked at her, and Maine stepped back in horror. The Guardian is right. No winking. Ever. It's creepy. Right. Sage led her to a countertop arrayed with potion vials of various shapes, sizes, and colors. I whipped up some health potions to help the wounded angel guards who can't fight. These are what I had left. There should be plenty, though. Plenty for what? For the revitalizing potion. Think of it as a magical pick-me-up. Hey, Maine said. That has a good ring to it. Al says you should patent it. Sage whipped his head around the kitchen. Al's here. Where? I can't see him. Sorry, no. That's what he would say if he were here. If you saw his ghost earlier. She smacked his arm. I'm not going crazy. He rubbed his sore arm. Like I was saying, angry troll woman. The pick-me-up is a proprietary blend of a bunch of other potions. Normally, when mixed, potions fizzle out and become worthless. But if I mix these quickly enough and utter the correct incantation, it will bind them and turn them into the potent elixir we need. If you say so. You're the master chef. Damn right. Now help me hold the jar. Unsure what Sage was talking about, Maine watched as Sage retrieved a large, wide-mouthed glass mason jar from a cabinet and set it on the countertop. He passed his hands over it and uttered a disinfecting spell. Then he said, Here, hold this still, and do not let it get away from you. Get away from me? It's an inanimate jar. Are you sure you're not the one going crazy? Watch and learn, my boy. I'm not a boy. It's an expression. Sheesh. Now hold the jar steady. With no clue why the hell Sage needed her to hold the glass jar in place, she did as instructed, gripping the jar near the base and throat. Sage unstoppered a red potion and poured in its contents. Predictably, the jar didn't budge. It didn't try to hop out of her grasp, as Sage had alluded to. Then Sage dumped an orange potion inside. The two colors swirled together, forming a darker shade of red. Maine thought she might have felt some warmth stir from within the jar. For all she knew, she imagined it. Sage selected a third potion and looked at her as he unstoppered it. You ready? Born ready. She held the jar with both hands. Okay. Sage upended a green potion into the jar. The jar jiggled, only a little at first, from side to side. Then it bounced up and off the countertop. Oh, troll! She cried, and managed to catch the jar before it could tip over in midair and spill its contents onto the floor. Once she'd secured it, she gingerly set it back onto the countertop. She met Sage's eyes with wild amazement as she maintained a solid grip on it. What the hell is going on? It's like liquid jelly beans are flying around inside. That would be the potion reaction process. We must be quick now, or the mixture will become unstable and explode into a wormhole that will shoot us to gods only know where. Seriously? Maine grunted, as the jar threatened to inch over the countertop's edge. No, I'm joking. Now keep it steady. Good job so far. Maine sighed as she focused on her task. I liked it better when I was the one making you squirm. Now you're making me squirm trying to hold the jar down. Sage only grinned, then unstoppered a pink potion. Things are going to get more squirmy. Ready? She nodded, and he poured it in. There was no waiting period this time. The jar shot left, then up, then tried to dash itself down upon the counter.
Maine fought for control, utilizing her innate strength and agility as she wrangled the jar back to the counter. It was the equivalent of riding a mechanical bull for 8 seconds, but instead she was wrestling a glass container with a potion sloshing inside it.
Good job,
Sage affirmed, as he selected yet another potion. How many more? Maine muttered. She wiped her sweating forehead on her shoulder.
Only 2 more.
2 more?
Sage handed her a lid. You're going to need this. As soon as the liquid is inside, get the lid on. It's okay if a little splashes out, but secure it as soon as possible.
Okay. Before he poured in the next potion, Sage glanced at her sidelong.
Trolls do make the best potion-making assistants. I lucked out when you walked into the sacred sourdough, and we met for the first time.
Maine flashed him a cheesy grin and tried to figure out the best way to hold the potion jar while trying to get the lid on. She decided to press her waist against the counter and cradle the jar against her, with one hand, while the other hand twisted the lid on.
Ready, she said,
and Sage poured in a blue potion. By this point, the mixture was a brackish color that looked in no way safe for consumption. As the new potion sloshed with the rest, Maine clutched the jar to her chest and screwed the lid on. Somehow she managed to accomplish it without a drop escaping. Then the potion jerked to the side, and she nearly lost it. She got it under control, and 15 seconds later, she had it back on the countertop. Sweat poured off her. I haven't had this much exercise since I tangled with the demon in the clearing.
I'm glad I could accommodate your exercise needs for the day. Now, the hardest part is coming up next.
He paused.
Seriously, though, we don't have much time before the potions start to degrade. Then all this will have been for nothing. I'll pour in the last potion, and you secure the lid and keep it from shattering upon the floor. Got it?
Do your worst, Maine said.
Then I'll utter a binding incantation, and we'll see if the elixir turns out.
She steadied herself with a few quick but deep breaths, and assumed the same position as last time, with her chest against the counter and the jar cradled against her. Sage poured the last potion in, and Maine squeezed it tightly to herself as she slammed the lid on top. That's when things started to go sideways. Well, vertically, since the jar rocketed straight up off the counter. She barely had time to exclaim, "Oh, shit!" Then she caught the jar on its way down. She screwed on the lid, and it leapfrogged away from the countertop. With a grunt, she held on, and the jar pulled her with it. Using her reflexes and agility, she did her best to maneuver around the kitchen countertops and islands, without breaking a hip or knee. When she thought the jar had finally finished vibrating, it gave one last kick and shot upward and diagonally out of her hands toward the kitchen door. "No!" she cried, diving to the floor for it, but she was going to be short. It would have crashed to the floor had a gust of wind not caught it and held it suspended in the air. Ma appeared in the doorway and propped herself against it with one hand. "You called for me?" On the floor, Maine puffed out a breath that sent her bangs flying out of her eyes. Then she picked herself up, scooped the jar out of the air where Ma was levitating it, and threw an arm around Ma's shoulder. "Nice catch."
"Hurry up," Sage cried. "I've got to finish the spell."
Maine rushed to the nearest countertop and set the jar down as carefully as she could. Its contents were still bucking, but with much less gusto now. Sage appeared by her side and uttered an incantation. Instantly, the combined potions foamed up inside the jar and turned white. "Is it done?" Maine realized she'd been holding her breath.
"Yes," Sage beamed, admiring his work.
Maine blinked. "That's going to feed like, what, 5 angel guards?"
"No. This is an extremely concentrated elixir. Each angel gets 1 drop of this stuff. Any more would cause their hearts to beat out of their chest."
Ma leaned over a kitchen island to better look at the concoction.
"So it's like an energy drink?"
"Aha, yes. You could think of it like that. It even has taurine in it." "Nice," Maine said. "An angel energy drink. Can we all take a drop now?"
Sage nodded. "All of us, except Nuff."
He shook his head.
"That direwolf has more than enough energy to go around."
"Yeah," Maine said. "I should ask him to share some with me. Maybe he could patent it in a pill form."
"Enough with saying patent," Sage said. "Besides, you can't bottle up direwolf energy."
Maine made a silly face and put on a French accent. Essence de direwolf. Girl, I'd buy it, Ma said. Stunt double work is draining stuff. Maine surveyed the elf's stained and ripped capris and jean jacket. I see you're embracing the ripped and distressed fashion trend. The elf flashed a sexy smile. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. I, for one, am not joining the demon horde, Sage called, taking the jar from Maine and holding it up to the light. Ma put her hands on her hips and struck a pose. The demons aren't going to beat us, are they, Maine? Huh? Oh, no, definitely not. Good. Then what do you need me for? Makime said you wanted me. I'm working out a plan. I'm going to need the use of your elven glamours. Chapter 29. Sage rounded up a glass dropper while Maine filled Ma in on part of her working plan. You think that's going to work? Ma asked. Sage squinted too when he heard the part of Maine's plan that required Ma. Got any other ideas? Maine said. Sage, you're the plan guy. I'm afraid I'm all out of ideas. Sage unscrewed the jar lid and filled the glass dropper with the white energy elixir. Plus, I've got to revitalize the force field angels now. Who wants to test it first? Me! Maine stuck out her tongue expectantly. Sage gave her an odd look and shook his head. Ma laughed. Then he placed a drop of the elixir on her tongue. Maine closed her mouth and licked her lips. Tastes kind of bland. Yes, I know. I didn't have time to flavor it. It doesn't have to taste like rainbows and sunshine. Do you feel any different? I don't think you can taste a rainbow. Ma flicked some hair out of her eyes. The Skittles Company would have you believe otherwise. Suddenly, Maine felt like a beam of energy had descended over her head and passed through her core down to her toes. A moment later, the energy radiated from her core to her arms and fingers. She swallowed. It works. I can see your point about only needing a drop. It feels like I'm high, but not on drugs. Good, Sage said. I think. Next. Ma held out her tongue, and he gave her a drop. Then he took a drop on his tongue. I feel like I could leap over a building, Ma said. Sage grinned like a madman. I feel like I could whip up a 10-course meal without any prep in advance. Maine eyed Sage carefully. Are you sure you didn't get us high? High on energy. Yeah, but the magic shrooms incident... Let's not talk about the magic shrooms. You mean you're not seeing little green men parachuting down all around you? Ma leaned toward them conspiratorially. What are you guys talking about? You've seen the little green men of Scotland? Maine put a hand to her temple. Let's not talk about the hellscape that is Scotland, with its murderous bunny banshees and cat siths and redcaps and dark elves. Been there, done that. It's really not that bad, Ma said. Sage excused himself to administer the energy elixir to the force field angels outside. A few moments later, a loud cry rose from the demon hordes outside. They hadn't yet attacked the force field by the sounds of it, but they were getting increasingly restless. What are we going to do now? Ma asked. Maine grabbed the elf by the shoulder. I'm still figuring out the rest of the plan, but you are going to gather the ingredients you need for those high-level glamours. You said the ingredients were all outside in nature? Ma nodded. Within the mountain grounds. The elf looked uneasy for a moment. It will be good to get outside. Sometimes it feels like the walls of old mansions like this have ice. She headed out the door. I'll be quick about it. Elves could be so weird at times, Maine thought. She was about to follow Ma when the hulking frame of her uncle burst into the kitchen, with a writhing mass gripped in his outstretched hand. Ah, niece! Look what garbage I found snooping outside. Maine's jaw dropped. Dangling from her uncle's meaty fingers, suspended by the back of his neck fat like a kitten, was Cupid. The cherub scrunched up his face into a half-smile, half-frown. Hey, Maine,
Good to see you.
Her uncle clapped a hand over the cherub's mouth and gazed at Maine with a solemn expression.
Shall I squash him like a bug beneath the might of the claw hammer?
Maine threw up her hands. What? No, where did you find? Just then, Knopf blasted into the kitchen, landing between the two trolls.
Found your uncle!
Maine shot her attention between her partner and her uncle and Cupid, trying to make some sense of the situation.
So, can I squash him?
Joffrey asked hopefully. A loud cry rose again from the demon hordes outside, and Maine massaged her temples. No squashing cherubs in the kitchen. What happened? How did you find Cupid? And Cupid, what the hell are you doing here? Both the troll and the cherub tried to speak at the same time, but Joffrey's booming voice won out.
I found him snooping around behind the mansion.
On this side of the force field? Maine asked.
Yes.
Maine stepped in close to Cupid, still dangling by the neck fat. He looked ridiculous in his Oshkosh overalls. How did you get through the barrier? Cupid made a face, and Joffrey flicked him over the back of the head with a fat finger.
Hey, ow! Okay, I'll tell. I used my magic bow to open a small hole in the force field.
You opened a hole? Maine asked.
Yes, one of my ancillary demon weapons abilities.
Maine considered this. The demon controls you with the power ring, so he ordered you to sneak in here?
No, I came here on my own. The demon doesn't control me. Not exactly.
What do you mean? Maine asked. Was he lying or not? She couldn't tell. Cupid raised his finger, which contained the slave ring.
The ring only works through emotions. To simplify things, fear and love are the two main emotions the ring detects. The demon only checks in on those wearing his slave rings when their fear levels increase. This might indicate a pending betrayal, so fear draws his attention to them.
You were careful not to elevate your fear emotions? Maine asked.
Exactly. The demon rarely checks my love emotions, so I focused on those kinds of thoughts to elude his focus. Then I came inside the force field.
Did any demons come through with you?
No, just me. Promise. Cross my heart.
Can I squash him?
Joffrey asked. No, Maine said.
He's annoying. I'm going to squash him.
Maine reached out and pulled Cupid out of her uncle's grasp. She set him down on the floor but pinched his two tiny wings together so he couldn't fly.
Oh, thank gods.
The cherub rubbed the back of his neck. What are you doing inside the force field? She demanded. When Cupid shuffled hesitantly from foot to foot, her uncle said,
The little bug kept insisting that he speak to Maine, but the Guardian, as do I, wanted to execute him on the spot.
Maine felt bile raise in her throat. Ew, that would be like killing a baby.
Hey, watch it now.
Cupid thrust out a finger and poked Maine in the leg.
I'm a grown-ass man. Thank you.
Knopf barked something under his breath and laughed, which only drew more ire from the cherub.
Shut up, fur-face. Hey, you grew a few inches. No fair. Chakra imbalance, bitch,
Knopf said, turning and raising a hind leg at the cherub. Maine threw up her hands. Whoa! No pissing in the kitchen! Zombie Icarus chose that moment to peek into the kitchen with a dripping mop and a scowl. He looked personally affronted. That rule shouldn't have to be spoken. Maine nodded, then pointed at the winged monkey statue with its mask of dried tomato guts plastered to it. Thanks. And you missed a spot. With jerky but quick movements, Zombie Icarus flapped into the room and cleaned off the statue with the mop. Then he bowed and flapped back out of the kitchen, muttering what sounded like, "Damn savages." Now, Maine turned back to Cupid. Why did you want to see me? You're like heaven's most wanted right now, aside from your master.
Yes. That's what I came to see you about. I want to help you guys. Really, I do.
Help us, Joffrey grumbled. Worst disguise trap ever.
Nov barked, and lowered to his belly so he could rest his chin on his forepaws.
Agreed. Squash the bug.
Cupid growled and tried to flap his wings, but Maine was still pinching them together. I'm intrigued, Maine said, but I share the same misgivings. You backstabbed us the last time you helped us. The cherub steepled his fingers together in front of him.
When was that?
In the Angel's safe house? At the Chicago airport? When we were trying to get Father Time to the labyrinth. The whole time, you were feeding the demon all our moves so he was always one step ahead.
Oh, that.
Maine's eyes narrowed. Is that how the demon is still staying ahead of us? Is that how he knew our plan at the crystal clearing? You've been sneaking onto the grounds and spying on us?
Whoa. I have not been doing that. This was the first time. I swear it.
Lying, her uncle said.
Lying,
Knopf agreed, without even lifting his chin from his paws.
All in favor of squashing.
I.
Maine's eyes bored into the cherub. Speak now, or I might have to agree with them. Cupid bit his tongue, then ran his hands through his hair in a rapid, futile gesture.
Okay. Sheesh. Less baby murdering, more talking.
You said you were a grown-ass man, Maine said. He smiled slyly.
Doesn't mean I can't use my assets to deceive. Hey. I mean, not that I'm deceiving anyone now. Except for the demon. Screw him. I'm done with serving that prick.
Really? Maine nearly choked on her sarcasm.
It's true, I tell you. I'm done working for him. Why?
Knopf barked.
'Cause he's a bloodthirsty demon overlord who made you his slave?
Cupid fingered the gold slave ring on his finger.
No, because I'm tired of him exploiting my weaknesses. Now that he wears the mantle, his quips and jabs are non-stop. I mean, come on. I know I could stand to lose a few pounds.
The cherub smacked his rump.
But you don't have to rub it in to make yourself feel better.
I'm sure he was trying the mantle out, Maine said, getting reacquainted with his old weapon. Cupid shook his head.
No, he's evil. You never acted that much of an ass when you wore the mantle.
I'm not evil. And thank you. Tell that to the Guardian. But do you really expect us to believe you turned sides because of a bunch of mean remarks? The cherub shuffled his feet again.
No, it's one weakness in particular. It's pissing me off because, well...
Out with it,
Joffrey demanded like an ogre, his large face inches from the cherub. Cupid made a disgusted face and wiped troll spittle from his cheek with the back of his hand.
Fine. As you probably know, the corruptor uses the truth, your greatest desire, to get you to do his services. My greatest desire is to find my soulmate.
Maine gasped, and Knopf narrowed his eyes at the cherub.
What? Don't look so surprised.
Cupid crossed his arms. But you're, like, the angel of love, Maine said. Cupid muttered under his breath.
Exactly. Which is why you'd expect me, out of everybody, to be able to find my perfect match. However...
His nose twitched irritably.
There's this thing called cosmic balance, which essentially means I can't find the love I desire, because it's my life's purpose to help others find it.
That sucks, Maine said, and Knopf barked in agreement. Joffrey picked his nose with his pinky finger.
Exactly,
Cupid continued.
I've got needs, too.
He raised a finger.
And they're not being met. The corruptor promised he'd help me find my true love if I served him.
You mean he had you do his dirty work, Maine said.
Potatoes, potatoes. It was worth it if it meant possibly finding love. Watching The Bachelorette each season doesn't satisfy me anymore. The anguish I feel in my cherub's heart.
Okay, Shakespeare, we get it. Maine was still pinching his wings between her fingers, in case this was all an elaborate ploy, and he was about to flit out of her grasp, conjure his demon bow, and shoot them all dead with poison arrows. The cherub threw his hands up.
I want to be loved. Is that too much to ask for?
Joffrey flicked a troll booger off to the side.
Yes. Squash time.
No. Maine's gaze settled on Cupid's slave ring. A new plan was blooming in her mind. I have a better idea.
Really?
Knopf barked. Yes, and if it works, I won't have to use my original plan, which isn't all fleshed out yet. You two ready? Joffrey nodded, and Knopf rose eagerly to his feet. Maine bit her lip. She didn't have time to think this all the way through. With what she was about to do, they would have to move extraordinarily fast for it to work. Maybe it was a stupid idea, but it might be a genius one. They needed to end this war fast, before it even began. This new, bold idea might work. Chapter 30. Good. Maine pierced her uncle with her gaze as she switched up her grip from Cupid's wings to around his chubby chest. The cherub might have been small, but she might as well have been grabbing a barrel. Now, grab the slave ring off his finger. Cupid squirmed.
Say what?
He barely had time to blurt, as Joffrey rushed forward and grabbed Cupid's hand.
Bad troll! Down! Get off me!
Joffrey grunted, clearly enjoying Maine's plan so far.
Hold still, you wriggling fish.
I'm not a fish,
Cupid shouted, thrashing wildly like a fish.
Get your grubby hands off me! Ow! That hurts.
Maine struggled to maintain her hold around the cherub's chest. It didn't help that Cupid's wings kept fluttering up and smacking her across the cheeks and eyes. It'll be over in a second. Stop moving! Cupid squealed.
The ring won't come off without the corruptor commanding it to come off.
Oh, Joffrey said thoughtfully.
Well, in that case.
The troll hunter lifted his elbow for leverage and gave a hard jerk. There was a loud popping crack, and the troll held up the gold slave ring with Cupid's finger still inside it. Cupid passed out and went limp in Maine's arms. Maine suddenly felt a bit sick. I didn't mean for you to... Holding the ring high to catch the lighting, her uncle beat his chest triumphantly.
Ha! Ah! Better than squashing. Niece, I like this plan.
Knopf looked a bit queasy, too.
I'm sure one of the angel medics can reattach that finger. You know, healing magic and all that.
Hopefully, Maine said. I wasn't planning on... She glanced at the dripping ring. That?
It's nothing!
Joffrey tossed the finger at the unconscious cherub and wiped the ring clean on his wolf furs.
There, better than ever. Ha ha!
Maine eased Cupid's inert form to the kitchen floor and ensured he was still breathing. He was, but his hand was still bleeding. She had Knopf fetch her a kitchen rag to staunch it. Her uncle shrugged.
Cauterize it with a fireball spell.
I've never cauterized with my fire magic before.
Nothing to it. Just whoosh and sizzle.
Yeah,
Knopf said uneasily.
You heard the troll. Whoosh and sizzle.
Whoosh and sizzle. This felt wrong on so many levels. But she didn't want Cupid's death on her conscience. Crouching beside the cherub, Maine conjured a tiny fireball. It flared forth with a whoosh. Then she pressed it against the, missing finger. Cupid's eyes shot open as he jerked upright. Smoke sizzled from his hand. Then Cupid's eyes closed again, and he fell back to the floor with a groan. He started snoring. "What in the gods' names did you do now?" a voice called from the kitchen doorway. Maine glanced up at Zombie Icarus's stern face. feeling very much like a guilty person. She stood from Cupid and cleared her throat. We,
Need you to clean up another mess, her uncle finished for her, slapping a meaty hand on her shoulder. Icarus shook his head, the mop in his hand dripping water.
Look on the bright side,
Knopf barked.
At least I didn't piss in the kitchen.
After zombie Icarus shooed them from the kitchen, Maine grabbed an angel nurse and asked her to tend to Cupid. Her uncle had carried the chair about and placed him on an empty cot in the foyer. One magic spell later, and Cupid was magically bound to the cot so he couldn't leave it. Then Joffrey placed the severed finger in the front pocket of Cupid's Oshkosh-bagosh overalls, where it looked like a fat, skin-tone worm peeking out. The troll clapped as if to brush dirt from his hands.
Now, niece, what is the next part of your plan?
I'm going to go kill the corruptor. The larger troll's eyes cocked strangely at her.
You mean we are going to kill the corruptor?
She shook her head. No, just me, Sage, Knopf, and the Guardian, if they're willing to accompany me.
Hells yeah, partner. And Sage says yes, too. Probably. Not sure about the Guardian. Also, you can't kill the demon. He's unkillable. We've gone over this before.
Maine clarified. We're going to strike him when he's vulnerable and not expecting us, so we can take his weapons from him.
Oh,
Knopf said.
All the more reason I must come with you, Joffrey said.
Maine sighed. You can't. If something bad happens to me, the angels need a troll to lead the final charge. You'll have to be that troll.
No, I must insist that I accompany you. You are going up against the corruptor.
Maine shook her head. If Cupid has been spying on us this time, now he can't report back. We don't have much time to strike. The demon may be waiting for Cupid to return at any moment.
I don't see how we're even going to be able to get to the demon.
Knopf barked.
We don't know where he is.
Maine held up the gold slave ring between her forefinger and thumb. If I'm right, this will be able to tell us. Then the Guardian can portal us to his location to blindside him. She turned to her uncle. But you have to stay back here. If something goes wrong, we'll abort the mission and return. A few terse moments passed until Joffrey finally dropped his head and snorted.
I don't like it. But perhaps I'm being overly protective of you.
He met her eyes.
I trust you, and have faith that you will return in one piece. More or less.
Maine blinked at him.
What?
Joffrey said.
It is the corruptor we're talking about. He's not going to let you ambush him and take his weapons.
When Maine and Knopf found Sage out on the front lawn, he was only halfway through giving the energy elixir to the force field guards. Many angels who had collapsed due to magic fatigue were now standing again, their hands glowing with faint purplish energy.
Of course I'm going with you,
he said, after she'd filled him in on her new plan. He found an angel medic and instructed him how to continue administering the elixir.
But what about your other plan? What about Ma's glamours?
We don't have time, Maine said, keeping the slave ring clenched in her palm. This new plan sort of fell into our lap when Cupid showed up, and we have to take it. The demon won't be expecting such a quick and bold strike like this. Sage rubbed his jaw, which was getting stubbly.
He foresaw the crystal clearing plan.
Look, Maine said. As far as I know, none of the demon weapons can predict the future. Wait, can the lightning in a bottle see the future?
Sage shook his head. It can grant minor wishes and influence the elements, but it can't scry.
Good. You're not planning to hand over the crystal lance to him, are you?
Do I really have to answer that?
Maine grinned. Good. Then let's find the Guardian.
This plan of yours is so reckless. It might work, the Guardian said. Included that I come with you.
That's part of the deal. Maine eyed the gravity bat holstered on the angel leader's back. She had been wondering where the Guardian was keeping it. He must have finally deemed it ready to be put to use. Ready to bash in the corruptor's skull. A gleeful grin crossed the Guardian's lips. Maine took half a step backward. Don't do that again. That was demented.
I won't, if you don't wink ever again.
Deal. They were standing in Newly's secret room in the study. It wouldn't do to teleport in front of the demon horde's eyes now that they could see through the force field. The Guardian held the gold slave ring before him and uttered an incantation. The metal started to glow. Closing his fingers over the circle, the Angel Leader closed his eyes and focused.
I have divined the Corruptor's location via his link to this ring, he said at last.
Where is he? Maine asked. Up in the Rainwater castle? The Guardian kept his eyes closed for a few more moments, then opened them.
He is in Rainwater.
In the castle?
Knopf barked.
No, somewhere else in the downtown area. I shall take you all there, post-haste.
The Guardian waved, and a bright, swirling portal appeared.
The downtown currently overrun by lesser demons?
Sage asked quizzically. Knopf barked.
Take a look outside at the force field. I think they're all down here now.
The Guardian shook his head.
The demon would not leave himself vulnerable. He will have guards aplenty, but I've instructed my portal to open only in a safe zone.
You can do that? Maine asked. Sage nudged her elbow.
He can? Right,
the Guardian affirmed, grabbing the gravity bat from his back while instructing Sage to do the same with his weapon. Sage equipped the crystal lance. I'll go first. Maine stepped through the portal. There was a white flash, and her foot touched down on a cobblestone street in Rainwater. She gasped in a breath, but it felt like she could hardly breathe. Was this a trap? She sucked in a couple more breaths, but the odd sensation that she wasn't getting enough air didn't go away. Sage, Knopf, and the Guardian appeared behind her. Sage and Knopf started to breathe funny, too. The Guardian shook his head and touched a finger to their foreheads one at a time. The uneasy breathing sensation dissipated. What was that? Maine asked. Altitude sickness? The Guardian shook his head grimly.
The stench of the Corruptor. He is close. This is good. Now follow me.
The Angel Leader led the way, creeping down abandoned side streets, pausing when he heard something only he could hear. He instructed them down behind some bushes, and they did so. A short time later, a large horned demon dragging a club shambled past.
Follow me, and we will be fine, the Guardian murmured. We still have the element of surprise.
Maine wished she had the mantle over her shoulders, whispering directions and warnings, but the Guardian would have to do it. It felt odd, creeping around without the mantle. She missed it. She hadn't grown fond of it, but she'd grown used to it. Maybe there wasn't a difference. It didn't matter. She, Sage, and Knopf crept in the Guardian's wake, concealing themselves when they approached demon guards. Maine had to admit that the Guardian was damn competent. Not only did he know how to fight, but his sneak level was off the charts. Magic probably bolstered it, but still, it was impressive. They were waiting behind a parked van for a grouping of pterodactyl demons to fly past, when Knopf turned to Maine and whispered,
He's good.
Maine and Sage nodded.
The demon grows nearer.
The Guardian's voice was barely audible.
Ready yourselves. He inhabits the building around the corner.
Maine hadn't realized where they were going. There was an odd upward tilt to the city that threw off her navigation skills, and she had been more focused on staying low and undetectable as they moved, following the Guardian's lead. The castle rising over the buildings ahead of them was the only landmark she'd been paying attention to. The Guardian stepped around the corner, and Maine followed. What? She abruptly stopped. Knopf and Sage ran into her and tumbled silently to the sidewalk like mimes.
What you trying to do?
Knopf barked. Then he saw it too. She's beautiful. Sage picked himself up off the ground, his eyes glued to the building before them. Standing in front of them was the sacred sourdough, Sage's old restaurant that the entire town had fallen in love with and had frequented before the demon invasion. After it had been demolished when the demon horde attacked Al, Maine thought she'd never see it again. But here it was. It looked just as it had. It looked, well, beautiful. Is that a Glamour? Maine whispered to the Guardian, who had stopped to check on them. The Guardian's nose twitched as he passed a careful eye over it.
No, it's the sacred sourdough, as it was.
But how? Sage asked.
The needle,
was all the Guardian had to say, and he turned to cross the final distance to the restaurant.
Why rebuild it?
Knopf barked softly.
That don't make any sense.
Sage's face revealed that he too didn't like this. Trap? Maine mouthed at him, and he gave a half shrug, half nod.
Although, I don't blame the corruptor,
Knopf said, as they sneaked forward.
Sage's pie is to die for. Not literally, but it would make a good last meal.
Let's stop talking about last meals, okay? Maine whispered, as they caught up to the Guardian and imitated the Angel Leader's actions by leaning against the restaurant's wall.
I do not sense any traps of any magical or physical kind,
the Guardian said.
But it stymies me why he would choose to make this his residence.
I know, right?
Knopf barked.
He's got a freaking castle.
The Guardian edged up to the front door. Sage maneuvered up to the Guardian. You're sure there are no traps inside?
I am sure. Get back,
the Guardian hissed, motioning them back against the wall as cloven footsteps of a demon guard approached from inside the restaurant's front door. Maine pressed her back against the wall as the Guardian had done beside her, but she didn't know what good that would do if the demon guard came outside. Maybe it wouldn't. The restaurant's front door opened. Chapter 31.
What do you mean the corruptor can't see me now?
A goat-headed demon grumbled as he stepped out of the restaurant and onto the sidewalk. A scaly lizard-headed demon, a head taller than the other demon, stepped out after him.
You heard what I said. The corruptor is sleeping in his chamber. I will not disturb his rest, so you can ask for more salted flesh soup.
The corruptor was sleeping? A thrill shot up Maine's spine, but then the disgusting mental image of salted flesh soup popped into her mind. The goat demon gave a low growl and brushed his claws together in front of him. He turned to face the taller demon. Somehow, he appeared not to see Maine and the rest, as his gaze slid over the wall they were pressed up against.
My troops and I are hungry. We marched for hours, and our hell dimension ain't exactly close by.
Well, boo-hoo. Go cry to your mother.
The goat-headed demon took a warning step closer to the lizard demon.
I don't have a mother.
Shrug off, then. The corruptor has no time for your petty wants.
I need to eat. My troops need to eat. I don't see why the corruptor needs sleep anyway. The big battle is about to start. Why isn't he down there in front of that mansion, commanding his hordes?
Maine held her breath. The two demons were only 5 yards away. Couldn't they see them hiding against the wall? The Guardian was right beside her. When he sensed her confusion, he somehow used magic to waft a silent answer into her ear upon a breath.
I cast an invisibility spell upon us.
She hadn't heard the Angel Leader cast the spell. He was good, but the prospect of having an invisibility spell cast upon her was a bit unsettling.
Do you have something to ask?
The Guardian's whisper asked in her ear. She had the instinctive understanding that she only needed to form a response in her mind, and it would go to the Guardian via whatever magical method he had used to communicate with her. While the two demons continued to argue, she said, "Will the invisibility spell give me, diarrhea?" She felt the disgust ripple through the Guardian's shoulders as he said,
"Of course not. This is a spell, not a potion."
With a sense of relaxation flooding her system, she turned her attention back to the two demons.
You're stupid if you think I would answer that,
the lizard demon spat.
It's an honest question. Will we get our food after the battle? Or should we march on back from whence we came?
The tension accumulated and became so thick that Maine could practically taste it, as the tall, scaly lizard demon stared down at the shorter goat demon.
You know what? You are the stupidest, ugliest demon I ever did see.
With a huff, the goat demon stomped up to the lizard demon and slapped him hard across the reptilian jaw.
"Don't you ever!"
The lizard demon didn't even flinch. Flicking his head forward with unthinkable speed, he opened his maw and clamped down upon the goat demon's head with a loud chomp. The goat demon slumped to the sidewalk, but didn't dissolve into ashes. The lizard demon smacked his lips together.
A bit gamey.
He clicked his claws together, and the restaurant's doors opened behind him. 2 lesser demons stepped outside at his beckoning.
"You two. My bite paralyzed this poor excuse of a demon. Heave him into the flesh soup grinder and send a barrel of it to his troops to partake of. Tell them that the corruptor has seen to their needs, and they can now fight for him without worrying about their next meal."
The 2 lesser demons saluted him. Each took the groggy goat demon by an arm and dragged him down the street. After a scornful shake of his head, the lizard demon turned and went back inside the restaurant.
"Well,"
Knopf said,
"that was a mouthful. Get it?"
"Here is our chance," the Guardian said. "The corruptor is sleeping in his chamber. We have a shot at pulling this off, but we will need a different way in. I sense that the dining area is teeming with demons." "The back door into the kitchen," Sage said. "Follow me."
Sneaking carefully along the building's perimeter, Sage led them to the back door. Instead of attempting to open it, he turned to the Guardian, who did a magical scan of the interior to check for demons.
"2 of them," the Angel leader said in a flat, impersonal tone.
Without looking down, he summoned a white angel blade.
"Enter only once I clear the kitchen."
"Wait," Maine said. "Has the invisibility spell worn off?"
"Yes," the Guardian confirmed. "Any demons we encounter inside will be able to see and hear us."
Then he held a hand over the door, which unlocked with a click and began to open. Immediately, the aroma of cooking flesh and decay roiled out, prompting Maine to gag. Knopf retched while Sage clutched his throat with one hand and the crystal lance in his other.
Whoosh!
A wind gust buffeted Maine's face, drowning her in more stench as the Guardian flew inside. She heard the swish of his blade as she coughed into her shirt sleeve. There was another whoosh, and a stifled groan, followed by a demon hiss as 2 piles of ash dumped softly to the floor. Maine blinked and regained her composure as she waited outside. She wanted to enter with her shirt held against her nose, but she needed to be ready to attack or otherwise react. A moment later, the Guardian stepped calmly outside.
"It is clear."
Maine followed him inside, tiptoeing as quietly as she could. Several pots were boiling on the stove, and something hideous was baking in at least one of the ovens. Flies buzzed throughout the kitchen, alternatingly flocking to the cooking food and the overhead lights.
"Talk about Hell's Kitchen,"
Knopf whispered, as they followed the Guardian farther inside. The Angel leader stopped for them all to gather around him. Then he gauged the air. Knopf wheezed beside Maine. The stench had to be even worse for his more sensitive magic nose. Maine sent the Guardian a look that said, "Where is he?" The Guardian continued to gauge and assess. Finally, he pointed at the closed door of the manager's office. So far, the layout mirrored the original sacred sourdough. It seemed that the needle replicated everything but the aroma. Didn't the Guardian have a spell to fix that? It seemed he had one for everything else. The Guardian stepped up to the manager's door.
"No traps," he breathed.
He swapped his conjured blade for the gravity bat. Then he silently turned the doorknob with magic. Maine crouched low, while Knopf tensed on his hind legs and Sage gripped the crystal lance. The swinging doors leading to the dining area were closest to Maine. Before the Guardian eased the office door open, the swinging door squeaked open, and a lesser demon with a pig's face trundled into the kitchen. He wore a tall white chef's hat and looked utterly out of place. The door swung closed behind him, and the demon's trot stuttered as he noticed the kitchen intruders. As he opened his snout, Maine darted forward and clamped a hand over it, cutting off its warning cry before it could begin. Another figure rushed silently forward, and the next thing Maine knew, the crystal lance was sticking out of the pig demon's chest. Its eyes rolled to the top of its head. Then it collapsed with a soft whispering sound into a pile of ash. The chef's hat landed atop it, like a cairn. Maine drew a relieved breath. Then she flashed Sage a look that said, "You're not bad with that weapon." Sage's return glance might have said, "Lucky, I guess." A single fat drop of sweat dribbled down the Guardian's temple and slid down his cheek. It curved down over his righteous jawline and dropped, but he caught it silently on the top of his pants leg. Then his eyes darted back to the office door. The knob turned all the way, and the door slid silently open with magic as the Guardian gripped the gravity bat.
"Here we go,"
Knopf whispered. The Guardian entered the office like a shadow, sliding around the desk and raising the gravity bat like a blade. He swung down but froze, mid-attack. No one sat in the reclining swivel chair. The office was empty. Maine stepped inside to verify. "Where is he?" The Guardian gritted his teeth as if he were passing several kidney stones.
"He is here somewhere. I can sense him."
He stepped around Maine and crouched in the kitchen, regaining his magical bearings. The swinging door squeaked open again, and a second pig-faced demon wearing a chef's hat mumbled, "What is the hold-up?" Then Knopf blasted off and struck the demon under the chin so hard that it dissolved into a neat ash pile beside the other. Knopf soundlessly landed with a satisfied smirk. Unease gnawed at Maine. Was this an elaborate setup? There was no way the corruptor knew they were coming, unless Cupid wasn't the spy. If he wasn't the spy, how was the demon keeping tabs on all their plans and actions?
"He is in there,"
the Guardian murmured, as he pointed the gravity bat at a walk-in freezer. "You sure?" Maine asked, barely above a whisper. The Guardian's look said, "Impetuous fool, do not question me," or something along those lines. Moving with extreme confidence, the angel leader quick-stepped silently up to the freezer and uttered an incantation. The thick metal door clicked, and with a soft suction, it opened outward. Cold breath billowed out with it, and Maine fought off the shivers. Inside, the walk-in freezer opened for a few yards. At the far side of the interior was another sealed door, identical to the one they had opened. A freezer within a freezer? That wasn't normal. A sure look settled over the Guardian's face.
"He is in here. Come on. His chamber awaits us."
Chapter 32. Wave upon wave of cold air washed over Maine as she stepped inside the walk-in freezer. Regardless of how much adrenaline was flowing through her, they would have to do their business quickly or freeze. Directly ahead, the Guardian magically opened the next freezer door. It opened outward with another sound of suction and a puff of even colder air. Maine stepped up to it. Inside was yet another walk-in freezer, this one longer than the first.
"This is his lair. I know it,"
the Guardian hissed, with supreme confidence. He moved to the third freezer door and opened it identically. It led into an even longer walk-in freezer. "Okay, this has got to be a trap," Maine shivered. "It doesn't take the Mantle to know that." The Guardian glared back at her.
"No, he is unaware. He is behind this last door."
"If he's not, I'm turning back," Maine said. They may as well have been traversing Antarctica in beachwear.
"He's in there,"
the Guardian growled, tightening his grip on the gravity bat and approaching the final freezer door. As he magically opened it, Maine glanced at Sage and Knopf. Sage seemed to be doing all right. Maybe the crystal lance was keeping him warm, like the Mantle probably would if she had been wearing it. Knopf appeared to be doing well too, and for a moment, she was confused. Then it dawned on her that, oh yeah, he was a direwolf. His coat was a bit thicker too now that he'd had his growth spurt. They each looked at her apologetically, knowing they couldn't help keep her warm. Maine directed her full focus ahead of her to the Guardian and the freezer door. She tensed, prepared to spring inside after the Guardian. It seemed like an eternity passed as the Guardian's hand hovered over the latch. Then, the thick door hissed open. The Guardian used magic to slowly open it all the way, then froze. The deepest freezer stretched before them, but there was no door on the opposite wall. The corruptor slept huddled in the far corner under some tattered wolf skins. At least, that's what it appeared to be. Time seemed to stop once more, and Maine caught her breath. Then the Guardian whooshed into the final cold chamber with the gravity bat raised like the angel of death. Even on its downward trajectory, Maine felt that something was off. What? She didn't know exactly. One moment the Guardian was swinging it down, then time slowed. Not metaphorically, either. "Shit!" Maine cried. "Turn back!" As one, all the freezer doors except the final one swung in, closing and sealing shut. At the far wall, the Guardian's gravity bat attack commenced with incremental forward motion. His face contorted. Sweat squeezed out from pores all over his face, dripping down his neck faster than his body could move. It was awful. It felt like someone had dumped Maine into an upside-down world. Suddenly, the form huddled in the corner threw off its furs and flung out its arms, extending long, sinuous claws at its sides. Whatever it wasn't the corruptor. It was formless except for its claws, some kind of jellied lesser demon. Its jaws opened, and shrill words escaped in a fevered fury.
"Long live the corruptor! Hail his..."
Then the gravity bat descended upon it, smashing down into the metal floor with a hollow thump. The next moment, the demon's essence separated and hovered in the air for a moment, before exploding, coating the entire inner walls of the walk-in freezer. The ashes hissed like eggs frying as they contacted the extremely cold surfaces. The Guardian turned to face Maine as sorrow gripped him.
"I made a mistake."
"Oh, yes, you did."
The corruptor's raspy voice grated down through the ceiling. Part of the ceiling disappeared, and demon after demon dropped into the coldest freezer. Then the door to the final freezer quivered, and Sage pulled Maine back inside the third one as it slammed shut, sealing the Guardian inside. Chapter 33. Chaos didn't begin to describe what happened next. As Knopf howled,
"We gotta get out of here!"
lesser demons dropped from the ceiling into the third freezer segment. If the cold wasn't going to kill Maine, it seemed the corruptor's minions would try to finish the job. "No!" Maine cried, throwing herself against the final freezer door and tugging on the handle. "We can't leave the Guardian!"
"He's an asshole!"
Knopf growled. He crouched, then blasted off at the nearest demon. Maine felt the door click, then realized the handle had broken off. Grunting in frustration, she turned in time to duck a claw swipe. She returned the attack with an uppercut that ashed the attacking demon. Another demon threw itself at her, and she rushed forward to meet it, punching through its chest. Its ashes cascaded down upon her, drenching her. "Maine!" Sage called, as brightly colored spells shot from the tip of the crystal lance. Whatever they were, they turned each demon they touched into a spray of ash. "Over here!" she called, raising a leg and kicking the freezer door. She put a dent in it, but it otherwise looked like it was staying sealed. From the other side, the Guardian grunted and repeatedly let loose with the gravity bat. "Help me with the damn door!" she yelled. "Stand back!" Sage answered, as Knopf executed a series of lightning-fast mid-air blast-offs, tearing through demon after demon. Then Sage rushed forward with the crystal lance. The demon weapon impaled the metal door. Then the door shattered into dust. "Whoa," Maine had time to say, before an ocean of ash gushed out from the fourth room and poured into the third. Knopf floated to the top like a buoy.
"We're gonna drown in demon ash!"
Maine couldn't see, as the ash flow sucked her under, but a series of dull booms rocked her body from side to side. There was so much ash. How many demons had the Guardian killed in there? Her lungs burned. She needed to take a breath. She felt what she thought was the floor beneath her and kicked off, springing upward. Maybe. She caught herself on the ceiling with a palm, but it was ash up to the top. "Mantle," she thought. "I could really, really use you now." Then the ash suspending her rushed sideways, taking her with it. Her body broke to the surface, and she sucked in a breath of freezing, foul air. It was better than no air. She realized that the booms had been the freezer doors getting blasted away. The Guardian stood dripping with ash in the kitchen. More demons lunged for him, and he commenced attacking, swinging the gravity bat. Each shockwave knocked her off balance and sent pans and prep tables clattering in the kitchen. She felt like she was seasick. She was vaguely aware of Knopf somewhere barking,
"I am the Knopf, and I'm gonna be sick."
She fell face forward into the receding ash and picked herself up before she could freeze to death. She still needed to get out of the freezers. As she stumbled toward the next freezer segment, Sage called, "Duck!" She dropped to the ash again as Sage slashed horizontally with the lance, cutting a demon in half behind her. More ashes dropped into the sulphurous gloop. "Nice save," she said. Then, "Duck!" as a demon appeared behind Sage. He moved to the side, and Maine clasped her hands and brought them down on the demon's head like a wrecking ball. Sage grabbed her wrist. His demon weapon must have given him more dexterity, and pulled her toward the next freezer segment. "Thanks," he called. Maine fought to keep her footing amid the deepening ash. As they approached the next door, she spotted Knopf dog-paddling in it. She bent and scooped him up with her free hand. "Oomph! You're heavier."
"You saying I'm fat?"
Knopf barked.
"Heh. Just joking. Now let's get out of here."
The three emerged into the kitchen as a new wave of demons dropped through the ceiling. The Guardian drew back with the gravity bat, and Maine pulled her hand from Sage's grasp and flung it up. "Wait!" It was too late to stop the motion, and the Guardian slammed the bat into the floor. Maine tensed for the invisible shockwave she expected to hit her at any moment. But Sage threw a magical shield around him, her, and Knopf at the last moment, and the force rolled up and over them.
"Neat trick,"
Knopf barked. Sage rolled his shoulders as he gripped the lance. "Thank gods for demon weapons." The shield dropped, and they moved forward to help the Guardian, but the Angel Leader was in a berserk fury. She didn't think he saw them or knew where he was. Maine waved for his attention, but he kept attacking, swinging with the gravity bat. Sage threw up another barrier when it struck the floor again, but a pan got through and struck him a sideways blow. He staggered, and the shield didn't catch all of the onrushing force wave. It swept all three of them into the far wall. Maine righted herself and focused on the Guardian on the other side of the room. She didn't need the mantle to tell her that the Guardian was under a spell. His eyes were glazed over with a reddish hue. "He's spelled!" she shouted. A moment later, Sage saw what she meant. "A fury spell. Pretty strong one, too, by the look of it." "What can snap him out of it? We need him."
"Do we?"
Knopf barked mysteriously. "Yes, he has to teleport us back to the mansion."
"Oh, yeah."
Sage watched as the Guardian swung wildly, smashing a kitchen wall. His next magic shield went up, perfectly timed and oriented, as ash, pots, pans, and knives clattered against it, and dropped harmlessly to the floor. Sage wiped his forehead on his shoulder. "He'll be immune to all other spells for its duration. The only way to wake him is to physically strike him so hard that it staggers him from his fury." Maine exchanged glances with Knopf.
"Let's do it, partner."
"Hurry!" Sage wiped his face again. "I can't keep this up for long." Nodding, Maine rushed deeper into the kitchen. A lesser shockwave shot out from the bat, and she planted her feet and raised an arm to protect her face. Her clothing rippled loudly with the force, but she was still standing afterward. Knopf blasted past her, bouncing off a prep table before throwing himself forward. Maine pushed on again, careful not to get tripped up by all the ash on the floor that had luckily exploded out the back door, or it would have continued to rise like a tide. Knopf was closing in on the Guardian from behind, but he wasn't watching where he was going. A demon knocked him out of the air with a gangly arm.
"It's all you, partner,"
he barked, as he bit into the demon's leg and wrestled it to the floor. All that stood between her and the Guardian was a metal prep table. As she reached it, the Guardian delivered a wild swing. Maine overturned the heavy prep table and threw her back against it to prepare for the force. The shock wave struck like a mallet, driving the table back a few yards as Maine fought against the force. Then she rose and vaulted over it. She cleared the distance between her and the Guardian in a single bound, drawing her arm back as she did so. She didn't know how strong a blow she needed to snap the Guardian's fury spell, but she also didn't want to break him. In the end, she decided to use her full strength to be safe. Her fist connected with his shoulder, and he spun and faced her as he staggered backward. For a moment, their eyes met, and the red glow faded from his visage. He glared at her. Then he was on the floor, sliding into a stainless steel refrigerator. The demons kept coming, and Maine doled out more punches. Knopf joined her shortly, blasting from demon to demon after headbutting or kicking them. "They keep coming," she muttered.
"Close your eyes. I am the Knopf, and I'm hot like the sun."
White, hot light exploded throughout the room, clearing out the latest wave of demons. "Nice," Maine said. "Your sunburst got stronger, too." Then the Guardian was in front of her, looking like hell. He grabbed her by the back of the shirt and pulled Knopf against his chest with a yelp. Then he whooshed across the kitchen to Sage, and a portal swirled before them.
"Leaving so soon?"
The corruptor's harsh voice rasped from the ceiling.
"You haven't won yet,"
the Guardian shouted behind him as he leaned forward, urging them all into the bright light.
"I'll see you all too soon,"
the corruptor's voice echoed in Maine's mind as they came out through the portal, landing in a messy sprawl upon the mansion's front lawn. Knopf spat out a mouthful of grass.
"Did we make it?"
Chapter 34. The Guardian's fist was shaking as he sat in the grass. Members of his war council surrounded him as the demon hordes gathered around the force field, bellowed and howled even louder.
"I can't believe I fell for his trick."
Maine popped up from the ground nearby, then promptly fell. A gust of wind magic caught her and propped her up. She glanced at Ma and grinned at the elf. "Thanks for the assist." Ma's face contorted as she took in the sorry shape of Maine's clothing and hair.
"Girl, your appearance needs some work."
"What did you do? Go 10 rounds with a bunch of demons?" Maine got her bearings and tilted her head to shake some ash from her ear. "Something like that. Are you ready to cast those glamours we discussed? Because Plan B failed." "Yes," Ma said. The Guardian grunted and picked himself up with great effort, but he made it clear that he didn't need help to stand on his own.
"You have another plan?"
"Still working on it, but yeah, I do. This one will work."
"How can you be so sure?"
the Guardian grunted. Maine looked at him. "Because it has to." The War Council began to chatter amongst themselves.
"I like her,"
one of the angels said.
"She's so fierce,"
a wizened angel with a long beard said.
"Completely indomitable.
We should include her in our preparations." The Guardian raised a hand as if to say, "Hey, wait a minute." But Maine spoke up first. "I'd be honored to join your little war party. But first," she bit her lip, "I've got to figure out some things really quickly and get some health potion in my belly." Her gut growled. "And some food." The demons outside the force field erupted into another round of raucous chest-beating and howling.
"Very well,"
the Guardian said, turning from her to stare at their innumerable foes.
"But make it extremely quick. I will admit, trolls are handy to have in times of war."
Maine was already heading for the mansion's front doors, with Sage and Knopf dragging themselves after her. They pushed into the foyer, and Maine went over to a side table filled with different-colored potion vials. She reached for one as Sage approached. "Will this make me feel better?" Maine asked. Sage's eyes bulged.
"Are you crazy? That's a muscle relaxant."
"So that's a no?" Knopf snickered. Sage grabbed an orange potion and thrust it toward Maine.
"You want this, as do we all, so save enough for—"
Maine had already thrown back the entire vial. As she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, she said, "Oh, was that not one serving?" Sage facepalmed and selected a couple of other potions. He drank half of them and poured the rest down Knopf's throat. The miniature direwolf licked his lips.
"Yum, strawberry flavored. You should patent this."
Sage pulled at his hair. "There will be no patenting if we don't figure out how to defeat the demon's forces." He spun to Maine. "Speak. How are you so optimistic? After that ass-handing we got delivered. Maine flexed her wrists and ankles as she felt the effects of the potion she had taken. I'll admit, that was a bit touch and go, but we had to try.
We almost died. Like, several times.
Nah,
Knopf barked.
We make such a great team.
He lowered to his front paws and stuck his butt in the air. Then he pushed off with his front paws and blasted up in the air backward, high-fiving Maine with a rear paw. When he landed, he tottered drunkenly and puked up the potions he'd taken.
Ugh. Sage, more patented potions, please.
Sage muttered under his breath and checked the potions he still had on the side table.
I don't have... Follow me.
He started toward the kitchen, and Knopf scampered after him. When the direwolf noticed Maine wasn't following them, he glanced back.
You coming?
I'm trying to figure something out. She cradled her chin in her hand.
You don't really have a plan to beat the demon, do you? It's okay.
The direwolf scratched nervously behind his ear. Then his doggish grin reappeared.
On the bright side, at least we'll feel healthy before the final battle.
Maine smiled faintly, not really registering Knopf's words. As the direwolf scampered after Sage into the kitchen, she pondered the one thing that was preventing her from further working on a new plan. There was a huge obstacle for any new plan to have even a chance to work. The obstacle was that the demon was somehow able to keep one step ahead of them. Every single time. What the hell? How was he doing it? He wasn't omniscient. Her gaze wandered over the cots filling the mansion's foyer. Many of them were now empty, their occupants having recovered. Or died. No, best not to think that. One bed caught her attention. The one on the far end that contained a cherub dozing peacefully. Or so it appeared. She tiptoed to Cupid and scanned over his body. She was glad to see the angel medics had reattached his finger. He looked untroubled as he slept. She stuck her tongue out at him, and he didn't react, so she figured he truly was out cold. With her uncle's confinement spell cast over the cot, Cupid wasn't going anywhere if he did wake up. Furthermore, he no longer wore a gold slave ring, so the demon couldn't control him. After their last failed mission, the fact seemed obvious. Cupid wasn't the mole. How was the demon spying on them? It was infuriating. Then she remembered something Ma had said earlier. Something about the walls of old mansions feeling like they had eyes. She hadn't ever really felt the same way, but maybe that was because she was still thrilled to own a mansion and wanted to overlook any potential shortcomings. She shrugged. Ma was probably a superstitious elf. Besides, there was no way the demon could see through the mansion's walls, even if they did have creepy magic eyes in them. She might have considered it had the Guardian not already confirmed that Newly's altar link to the demon was severed. So how was the demon spying on them? Her stomach grumbled again. She wouldn't be able to figure this out without a quick final meal. Snack. She dashed toward the kitchen after Sage and Knopf. In her haste, she wasn't watching where she was going and collided with the winged monkey statue inside the kitchen doorway. The fall knocked the air from her lungs, but at least she caught herself on the floor right as the heavy statue thudded down beside her.
You okay?
Knopf barked, from over by the countertop with all the potions. Yeah. Maine propped herself up on her side. The winged monkey statue stared back at her, its eyes seeming to follow every twist and turn of her head. No, she thought in amazement. It couldn't be. Could it? Knopf blasted through the air and landed next to her. Then he tottered, and for a moment it looked like he was about to vomit his latest batch of potions, but he managed to keep them down.
You good? Or you have a stroke?
With a grin and renewed energy coursing through her veins, Maine sat up on the floor and grabbed Knopf around the sides. She lifted him to her and kissed his snout. He licked her cheek.
What was that for?
Follow me, she stood. You too, Sage.
Powwow time,
Knopf barked.
Better bring some pie.
They gathered inside the stable. Maine, Knopf, Sage, Ma, Minnie, Mackie May, Zombie Icarus, Joffrey, the Guardian, and his most trusted war council.
"Speak now," the Guardian boomed, "for the demon horde could attack at any moment."
Maine noticed that the war council angels were eagerly awaiting her news. "I figured out how the corruptor has been spying on us." Gasps and chatter burst out among them. "It's the creepy winged monkey statues all over the mansion."
"Surely not," the Guardian said stoutly. "Do you think me a fool? I did a magical sweep of the mansion before we made it our home base. I detected no magical energy within those horrible statues."
The War Council angels nodded at this, one of them confirming that she too had checked the creepy statues. "Ah," Maine raised a finger. "Was that before or after the dirty Cupid diaper exploded and those demon spiders went everywhere?" The angels thought about it, and all confirmed that the statue inspections occurred before the unspeakably heinous diaper incident.
"What has the timing to do with anything?"
the Guardian demanded, his patience waning. "At the time, I thought the demon spiders were only supposed to unnerve us. They weren't particularly dangerous, except for those pointy spikes on their bodies. And they were quite fast. But did anyone realize that only some demon spiders were attacking us directly? Others scurried deeper into the mansion, as soon as they materialized from the magic pocket void or whatever."
"Speak in plainer terms," the Guardian said. "What are you saying?"
"I'm saying that it's possible one of the demon spiders reached the creepy winged monkey statue in the foyer and somehow activated a one-way spying method through the statue's eyes."
"That's preposterous," the Guardian said. "You know nothing of magic."
One of the War Council angels touched his arm.
"It could be an ancient dark magic we are not used to searching for."
The Guardian's lips grew tight as he considered. Knopf barked.
"You mean the statues are acting like the Palantir from the Lord of the Rings?"
Maine smirked. "Exactly. It would be like the demon to use such unoriginal tactics as to copy from human literature. I mean, first that stupid power ring, now the spy statues." Outside the stables, the demon's clamoring rose to an unprecedented volume. The Guardian flapped his wings twice with great intensity, preparing to whoosh outside.
"Prove it, or I will leave right now to steady the troops."
Maine retrieved the wedding ring totem from her pocket and held it up for all to see. "Al, come forth." When nothing happened, she added, "Please?" Suddenly, the flickering form of her Cyclops butler appeared before them all. Everyone gasped. The ghost appeared to be sleeping, his one eye closed. With all the gasping, he woke with a start, his form glowing more intensely for a moment.
"Huh? What? Where am I? Oh, Master Maine, it is you. How may I serve you?"
He clasped his ghostly hands behind his back professionally. Maine wasted no time. "What do you know about those winged monkey statues in the mansion?" Al blinked.
"Creepy little buggers. I never liked them much, especially considering Newly's use for them."
"How'd he use them?"
"Why, he used them to spy on his guests whenever he threw galas. Being a nas-nas, he enjoyed his seclusion, preferring to watch unobserved from his study or other chambers, any room that contained another statue."
"Thank you, Al." Maine felt like she was cross-examining a witness in a courtroom. The Guardian clenched his fist and growled.
"I cannot believe this."
Maine caught Al's attention again. "The corruptor could be using the statues to spy on us now, right?" Al's head bobbed.
"Certainly, but only if one of his minions could infiltrate the mansion and claim it for him with a touch."
"The demon spiders did activate the statues,"
an angel exclaimed.
"I'll be damned,"
Knopf barked.
"I'll piss on them all."
Maine wrinkled her nose. "Please, don't piss in my mansion."
"So, what?" the Guardian said. "We get rid of the statues."
"Tactics," Maine said, shaking her head slowly. "We use the statues against the demon to trick him with false intel. That's how we finally gain an edge against him. As Maine gazed at those gathered, Sage, Knopf, and Makime nodded proudly. At that moment, Maine knew it. This could work. Chapter 35.
"What is the new plan?" the Guardian shouted, to be heard over the demon hordes now chanting outside the force field. Maine had all the pieces now. There were no monkey statues in the stable, so she told them everything. Well, almost everything. She told them about Ma's glamours, and Sage's crystal lance-enhanced spells, and the potions they had to use. "How is this going to work on the mansion grounds?" the Guardian said. "The corruptor isn't here, and we need him present for the plan to work." Maine was ready with the answer.
"We dangle a lure in front of him, so irresistible that he can't not come himself."
The Guardian's eyes were like steely daggers. "And that would be—" Maine drew a proud, deep breath and directed her attention at the Nexus, glowing in the stable's corner.
"Our final stand won't take place on the mansion grounds. It will take place in the beneath."
White-hot smiting energy glowered around the Guardian's clenched fists and smoldered within his narrowed eyes. "Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will I allow a retreat to the beneath. Have you not heard me before? The beneath must not fall into the corruptor's hands."
"That's part of the plan," Maine explained. "We make the demon think the Angel Guard is falling into fear and disarray by staging a fake war council in the mansion foyer, where he can spy on us through the monkey statue. Then, when he senses our weakness, the demon will order his hordes to attack. Everyone will pretend to flounder and retreat to the beneath. When he sees victory within his claws, the demon will come to claim it himself."
"You are certain of the corruptor's actions?"
Makime asked. Maine nodded. "As certain as I can be. Thanks to my time wearing the mantle, I know how the demon thinks. The mantle will be hissing to him that our biggest weakness is our fear of letting him gain control of the beneath. He will do everything he can to secure it, especially since we are down to our final options." Joffrey beat his chest and cleared his throat to be heard over the demon roars outside. "I still cannot stand behind a retreat, fake as it may or may not be." Maine had an answer already prepared for him, since she needed him to be the troll to lead the angels in fighting while she handled the corruptor.
"Do you want to die on the mansion grounds after getting overrun by those giant demons? Or do you want to spring a trap on them from the other side of the Nexus, where you will be able to ash countless demons as they rush blindly into the beneath, unaware of our forces ready to meet them?"
Joffrey eyed her closely. His nose twitched. "They would be like fish in a barrel." Maine fist-pumped.
"Exactly. Or, more relevant to our situation, it would be like those 300 ancient Greeks at the Battle of Thermopylae. It wouldn't take many of us to man the other side of the Nexus as they came through one at a time. You could probably single-handedly guard the Nexus from within the beneath."
Joffrey beat his chest again. "I like this plan, niece."
"Cheers to kicking demon ass,"
Knopf barked. "The tactic won't hold up for long, though," one of the War Council angels cautioned. Sage nodded. "Yeah. Eventually the demon will send in his lieutenants, or come through himself to clear the narrow pass, or choke point."
"Yes," Maine said. "That's when we enact our plan. I draw the demon away and commence the final battle with him in the beneath."
"It could work!" Minnie roared, and Ma nodded fiercely beside him. The Guardian looked utterly dismayed by the proceedings. After a ragged exhale, he addressed Maine. "A decent, last-ditch effort at a plan, but as I have said, under no circumstances will I allow a retreat into the beneath. That is not how angels do battle." He turned to his War Council and demanded their attention. One by one, their energized expressions grew dark, and they sided with the Guardian.
"Under no circumstance will you change your mind,"
Maine smirked. "None. Why are you making that obnoxious face?"
"Because—"
Maine drew out her words,
and practically shouted to be heard over the unruly demon hordes outside. "I think someone has forgotten that they owe me a boon. You know, a magical oath that magically compels you to honor it." The Guardian's face contorted as if he'd eaten sour grapes.
"You wouldn't."
"I would, and I will." Maine tasted victory. "Either you command your troops to follow my plan, or I command you, via my boon, to command your troops to follow my plan."
"I won't,"
he tried to say, but Maine interrupted him. "I'm using my boon." She turned to everyone else. "Now, assemble in the mansion's foyer so we can deliver our pathetic fake retreat speech." She rubbed her lips with her thumb. "Because things are about to get real." Chapter 36. While everyone gathered in the mansion's foyer for the defeat speech, Maine headed into the kitchen with Sage. They evaluated their stock of potions and realized they needed more if they were about to go to war. Maine was about to suggest they start brewing some when Sage used his magic to locate a hidden compartment inside the pantry. It contained a treasure trove of potions, many of which the Angel Guards could use. Maine saw various healing potions and offensive potions, as well as defensive potions like stone skin. She even saw one that made her gut clench and twirl. Fortunately and unfortunately, it was the exact potion she could use to help strengthen her plan to combat the demon. She tucked it along with a stone skin potion into her purse. Maine and Sage grabbed all the potions they thought they could use, and surreptitiously carried them outside to the front lawn, while evading the spying gaze of any winged monkey statues. Then they went inside the mansion's foyer for the brief defeat speech. Maine ensured the Angel War Council members made it a point to express defeat and pessimism over the corruptor having the needle and the timepiece, and now surrounding them. What was the point in trying to fight? They asked Maine what her plan was, and she admitted that she had no more plans, which caused even more cries of defeat from those in attendance. They didn't stand a chance of running. The hordes would cut them down as they fled. But standing and fighting was a death sentence too. Angels argued and bickered. All pretend, of course. And it was a surprise to no one when the demons outside suddenly gave a loud cry in unison and attacked the force field. They all rushed outside in time to see the demon hordes fall upon the force field from all sides at once. They crashed against it like waves in the ocean, and the defenders were an island about to be sunk. Angel Guards cried out in alarm, scooped up the wounded, and carried them toward the stable. Nearly 3/4 of the force field angels were standing, bearing the damage the demon hordes were inflicting. They grimaced and fell to their knees, stood back up, then fell again. The force field wouldn't last long, not with the sheer number of forces thrown against it. Thanks to Sage's energy elixir, it would buy them enough time for most of their people to escape to the beneath. As Maine made for the Nexus, her friends followed defiantly at both sides of her. Knopf barked.
"I think you sold the fake plan. You should be a movie star."
"You think?" Maine shouted.
"Nah, but Ma should. Your head symmetry is off."
"My what is off?"
"Never mind, partner."
She turned to Sage. "Have all the potions been handed out to everyone?"
"Yes."
They were halfway to the stables. "Ma, the glamours?"
"All ready to be cast."
Joffrey bellowed.
"I'm ready to hold the choke point. Bring it!"
They continued closing the gap. Makime caught up with Maine and touched her arm. "I did a ritual earlier to contact the spirit world. Your father and mother have cast a watchful spirit enchantment upon you." For a moment, Maine's steps faltered. Then she found her pace again. "What does that do?" Her stepmom smiled. "Think of it like a guardian angel watching you. If you come close to fatal harm, there is a chance they'll be able to intervene and save you from the damage." "It won't hurt them, will it?" "No, dear. They are spirits at peace." "Good." Maine was relieved. As they neared the stable, a towering demon that resembled a whale with arms and legs raised a massive tail and slammed it upon the barrier. With that single hit, The force field exploded into purple, pixelated energy. It rushed over everyone standing on the mansion grounds, rippling their hair and clothes like a hurricane wind, and ruffling the shingles on the mansion at their backs. Directly ahead, the stable quavered. Then the roof blew off. "Retreat!" Angel guards cried. A moment later, retreat horns trumpeted. A dark mass of demons stampeded toward them, closing in from all sides of the dissipated circular force field and trapping them. The real plan had been for the force field to expire in bits and pieces so they could put up a token fight before retreating to the beneath. The massive whale demon had brought it down with one blow, and now real chaos and confusion threatened to overtake the angels. "On me!" Maine cried, rallying as many of them as possible as she reached the roofless stable. Behind her, Joffrey bellowed to get their attention, but even his roar was difficult to hear now that the force field wasn't there to absorb some of the demon's sound. Maine grabbed the stable's door and wrenched it from its frame. She stormed inside, heading for the Nexus. Before she reached it, 5 stingray-faced demons tore through the sidewall and made a beeline for her. She punched the lead demon in the face, and it crumbled to ash. The next one tackled her to the ground, and the air filled with bright gleaming spells shooting from the crystal lance. They cut through the remaining 4 demons like a magical buzzsaw, spraying the interior with ash. Sage helped Maine up, and they jumped through the Nexus one after the other. They appeared on a grassy plain that wasn't anywhere on Earth. Eternal dusk coated the night, and lanterns illuminated a dirt path to the Collector's realm. Off to the side, a low blazing field of red flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. The fire garden. "So far, so good," she muttered. Then she became aware of 2 elegantly dressed orcs standing before them arm in arm, one wearing a tuxedo, the other a bridal gown. A centaur wearing a tweed jacket stood before them, hunched forward behind a tripod camera setup. Bright lights and umbrellas carefully controlled the lighting for a photo shoot. The orc bride twisted her face toward Maine and snarled, "What are you doing, ruining my wedding day?" Her groom tried to console her as Knopf padded beside Maine and gave a low growl.
"What a bridezilla. We can take her."
Maine took a step forward and threw up her hands. "You've got to get out of here immediately. War is about to break out." The orc bride wrinkled her nose and raised a fist as her groom put a comforting hand on her arm. The centaur photographer, meanwhile, flashed Maine a calm, lazy smile. "We are almost finished. Then you can resume your role-playing movie shooting or whatever your—" The photographer's jaw dropped as he took in all the ragtag angel forces pushing into the beneath behind Maine's party. When several demon pterodactyls broke into the beneath, he said, "What the fuck?" His camera's timer flash went off, and he threw his equipment under one arm and galloped away down the path.
"I wasn't ready,"
the bride shouted. Then she saw the demons bursting through the Nexus.
"I want a refund,"
she cried, as she and the groom chased after the centaur photographer. Maine felt a hand on her shoulder and realized it was Sage. "Let's not be like that," he grinned. Tension gripped Maine's chest. Then she laughed. Sage stepped in and kissed her.
"Stand back! I'll hold them off!"
Joffrey roared, taking a position beside the Nexus and bashing each demon that breached into the beneath. Soon there was a veritable mound of ashes rising before him. Ma used her wind magic to blow it away and into the faces of the newly arriving demons, appearing single file. Even without Joffrey, any number of angel guards would have been able to deal with the demons as they appeared, ashing them before they could do any harm. Occasionally, angel guards would come through, and Joffrey paused, gaining his strength for the next batch of demons. Things were going great.
"Niece, have I told you how much I love this plan?"
"Yeah,"
Knopf barked.
"It's strange for things to go according to plan for once."
Suddenly, a massive figure appeared through the Nexus. It wasn't an angel, so Joffrey let fly with the claw hammer, grunting as it connected with the huge, flat palm of one of the giant demons. Maine couldn't be sure, but it looked like the one that had been blowing the war horn earlier. With a hungry growl, the giant demon swung the claw hammer to the side. Joffrey maintained his grip, flying sideways as if a cyclone hurled him. He landed on his feet and wrenched the claw hammer free. then sprang up and buried the weapon between the demon's eyes. The giant exploded like a water tower full of ash.
Ha!
The troll bellowed, taking up his position beside the Nexus again.
Now begins the fun part. A real challenge.
A handful of pterodactyl demons made it through and began harrying the angel guards. Joffrey dispatched wave upon wave of lesser demons with ease, as Maine coordinated things with her party for when the corruptor made his appearance. Eventually, another giant demon stumbled through the Nexus. Joffrey downed it with a well-timed blow from the claw hammer. Then another giant lumbered through, followed by another. Soon, there were 5 of the behemoths. They drove Joffrey backward toward the fire garden, as angel guards rushed forward to attack and dispatch the incoming hordes. Together, they felled one of the giant demons. Then a handful of them were smashed flat by a giant hand swat. 5 more giant demons blundered into the beneath. Knopf howled shamefully.
I had to open my big fat mouth.
Sage fired a barrage of spells from the crystal lance that tripped up the giant demons, allowing the angel guards to take up optimal offensive positions. Then a new wave of demons pushed into the beneath. They weren't nearly as big as the giants, but they carried magic shields that deflected Sage's magical projectiles. Maine wanted to let loose with some fireballs, but her gut told her to save her magic for when she really needed it. Instead, she dashed over to where her uncle was getting pinned back against the fire garden's perimeter. In a few more moments, he'd be knee-deep in fire, and they needed to keep their most experienced war troll in the fight.
Hey, uglies!
Maine shouted. That got the attention of one of the giants, and she launched a fireball into its face as it turned toward her. It floundered, momentarily blinded, and Maine ducked forward and smashed in its thick knee with a fist. The giant demon toppled forward, and she jumped onto its back and climbed its bumpy spine. As the demon reached for her, she brought her foot down upon the back of its head in a sliding kick. The demon collapsed into a heap of ash, and she fell. Her uncle caught her. Then they were back to back, facing off against 3 more of the giant demons. Her uncle roared like a wild man who had lost his marbles and attacked. Maine did likewise, sans the crazy man act, ducking under a powerful swing. They maneuvered likewise for half a minute, crippling the demons while avoiding serious harm to themselves. Then Knopf blasted over to them and performed a strategically timed sunburst. As the remaining giant demons covered their pained eyes, Maine and her uncle finished them off. Maine gave her uncle a high five. Then Knopf blasted into the air between them and simultaneously high-fived them.
Woohoo! I don't know about you guys, but I ain't even broke a sweat yet.
An enraged bellow drowned out his words. The most recently arrived demon was the hulking whale with bulging legs and arms like that of a god. It was at least twice as big as the giant demons they had defeated. Its angry gaze fell directly upon Maine and her uncle. Chapter 37.
Ha ha!
Joffrey roared, ducking his head and setting his back foot to charge.
Now we're talking.
Maine didn't share her uncle's level of anticipation. She assumed a defensive position as she observed her uncle's technique. His technique included rushing blindly forward at the whale demon's closest leg, which was as thick as a tree. A really big tree. The whale demon watched with an amused grin, then lashed out with its tail at the last moment. Joffrey threw up a magic shield, but the tail was as big as a ship. It had previously destroyed the force field, so Maine wasn't surprised when her uncle's quickly erected magic shield broke, and the troll was flung backward into the dirt. He didn't immediately get up, but he had maintained his grip on the claw hammer, which was undoubtedly fueling him with strength and healing energy.
Puny little troll.
The whale demon now turned its full attention from Joffrey to Maine. Several angel guards swooped up and attacked its legs with conjured angel blades. But if the demon felt the attacks, it showed no sign. Instead, it ground a fist into a palm.
Now, show me what you've got.
Hey, Mantle, she muttered sarcastically. Could really use you now. The whale demon swept its tail at her, and she managed to throw herself to the side in time. She hadn't even considered trying to block it as her uncle had.
So you are the one who helped free my master?
Not on purpose, Maine shouted, dodging another tail slap. The demon whale was supernaturally fast for its large size. Glad to hear I'm a big deal, though.
You're not. It is my job as the Corruptor's new second in command to finish you.
Maine knew the whale creature grossly outmatched her. She needed something to turn the tide. She needed to know this demon's weakness. Funny thing about being the demon's second in command, she taunted, eyeing it for any signs of vulnerabilities. They don't seem to last too long.
Ah, but I will not fail.
Maine dodged to the side as the mighty tail slapped down on her prior position. The impact shook the ground so hard that she had trouble standing up afterward. That's what they all say before they fail. Then the demon... She drew a finger across her throat in a cutting gesture.
My, you are an annoying troll.
Half troll, she corrected, wincing as the whale demon kicked away the angel guards who had been hacking at its thick legs to no avail. This boss demon didn't seem to have any weaknesses. When is your master going to join the party? The whale demon's belly rumbled like a barrel drum as it laughed.
You will have to defeat me to gain his attention, which will not happen.
It prepared to swing its tail at her again. What was its weakness? With nothing else she could think of to try, she launched a fireball at the demon. The demon was fast, but it was also big as a barn and hard to miss. The fireball exploded against the whale demon's belly, and it flinched.
Hey, stop that.
She shot 2 more fireballs at the whale demon. It dodged the first one, but the second exploded upon its head, taking with it some of its dark skin.
Now you're making me mad.
Looks like I found your weakness, she muttered, and dove to the side while launching another fireball, which exploded upon its knee.
I'm going to squash you.
Ma? Maine called, hoping the elf could hear her. There was so much noise and chaos. Angel guards tried to close off the Nexus, but demons kept pushing through and driving the angels back. A gust of wind whipped Maine's bangs aside, and Ma was beside her, gliding over the ground. Need some help? A bull-headed demon swung a double-bladed axe down at Ma and Maine, but Minnie rushed up and grabbed the weapon with both hands. Then he wrestled it free and dispatched the demon into a pile of ash. Ma and Maine both nodded appreciatively. Then Maine said, "Think we can try some tag-team fire and wind magic on this big brute?" "Oh, definitely." Maine conjured a big fireball and let it hover in front of her. Then Ma used her wind magic to split it into 10 smaller fireballs.
What are you doing?
The whale demon roared, in a frantic tone, as it knocked aside some more angel guards and prepared for its next attack. Ma began swirling the fireballs around the demon in a quick orbit while it lashed out with its tail. Ma easily dodged the tail strike as she glided out of the way. "Has it been like this the whole time you've been fighting it?" "Yeah," Maine said. "It's been a whale of a good time."
Your whale puns are not funny.
A small ball of fur blasted past Maine, and Knopf said,
Agreed,
before he power-kicked a demon into ashes. The miniature direwolf looked ragged and beat down.
Hey, partner, got any health potions on you?
Maine took herself out of range of the whale demon and fished a vial from her purse. She bit out the cork and dumped it down Knopf's throat. He swallowed heartily, then wagged his tail.
Hey, watch this,
he barked, turning to face 5 large demons with wolf heads and long, scary claws. Then he wiggled his butt, and the key marking lit up.
I am the Knopf, and I bring the key to damage, destruction, terror, and mayhem.
The demons continued to charge. Before the wolf demons reached him, Knopf opened his small jaws and let loose a ferocious howl. The 5 wolf-headed demons promptly turned and scampered the other way with their tails between their legs. "What the hell was that?" Maine asked, giving Knopf a high five when he blasted to eye level.
A trick I learned from the Dire Wolf Encyclopedia. It's called Ferocious Howl.
She frowned. A bit on the nose, isn't it?
Hey,
he barked defensively.
I don't name my magical abilities.
She turned her attention back to the whale demon. Only a couple of smaller fireballs continued to spin around the demon, who was swatting at them with its hands and tail.
We need more fireball,
Ma yelled. Maine did a quick check of her magic. She was getting low, and if she kept this up, she wouldn't have any in reserve for when the corruptor showed up. Luckily, her uncle trotted up to them with a determined look.
Allow me.
He conjured a fireball larger than any Maine had ever seen and shoved it forward. It screamed as it burned through the air. Before it struck, Ma siphoned off some smaller fireballs from it and spun them around the whale demon's head again. Joffrey's fireball exploded in splashing hot flame, and the whale demon staggered backward. Ma brought the smaller fireballs down on it from behind, knocking it forward. Nuff whizzed past again on his way to his next target.
Giant whale demon pinata!
The whale demon's skin was burning all over, but it was still on its feet and moving as well as ever.
It's working,
Joffrey boomed.
But we need more fire.
Maine launched another fireball and fell back again to recover. Her magic reserves were growing dangerously low. Too bad she didn't have a potion to restore her magic. Her uncle unleashed another fireball, and Ma combined the troll's fireballs with a flaring whoosh of her wind magic.
It's glorious,
Joffrey declared. The enlarged fireball reflected in his pupils as he beheld it.
Ah, you think that will kill me?
Ma strained as she held the massive ball of fire in the air, rotating it to aerate it and make it even bigger. Still, the whale demon didn't look too worried.
More fire!
Joffrey cried. An alligator-headed demon rushed him with a cleaver, and the troll elbowed him into an ash pile.
More fire!
Noth barked as he whizzed past. Maine conjured more fire with the last of her magic reserves and released it. Ma combined it with the existing fireball, enlarging it further. Joffrey did the same, and the hovering flames grew again. I'm all out, Maine gasped. She slumped forward, caught herself in the grass, and sucked in a breath. Sweat covered her arms and face. Her uncle was running low on magic, too. The fireball was an impressive size, but the whale demon still seemed confident he would survive it. They needed this attack to succeed. They needed to defeat the second-in-command as quickly as possible before the hordes overran them, so the corruptor would come himself. She glanced at the Nexus where demon after demon now entered. The angels fought bravely, but 3 out of every 5 demons were getting through. If this fireball didn't work, they were probably done for. As she returned her gaze to the whale demon, the flickering fire garden off to the side caught her eye. Still straining to contain the fireball, Ma was about to launch it at the whale demon. "Wait!" Maine cried, and hurried over to the elf. She whispered her plan into Ma's ear, then put on a burst of speed and circled the whale demon. The ploy worked. She had the demon's attention. Now all she had to do was place herself between it and the fire garden.
Got you!
The whale demon's tail lashed out ahead of her, and she pulled up short, then pushed on when the path was clear. The demon pursued her with deceptively quick and gigantic steps. Maine made it to the edge of the fire garden, and when she did so, she heard the fireball coming, screaming at her back. The whale demon did too, but it was too late. He spun, and the ginormous fireball pounded into his front side, exploding like 100 strapped-together industrial fireworks. The whale demon threw out its meaty arms as it catapulted out into the fire garden. It rolled when it landed and picked itself up, but the damage had already happened. Flames from the millions of fiery flowers speckled its massive body.
I'm melting.
Then the demon collapsed. Foomp! Tons of ashes extinguished a massive patch of the fire garden, but some of it billowed into the air, spreading like smog. It covered the battlefield surprisingly fast, almost as if someone had manipulated its movement. Someone started clapping. Maine glanced around, but it was getting tough to see through all the ash in the air. The clapping grew louder and closer, claws clicking with each cymbal crash. Then it stopped, a few yards from where Maine stood. Silence fell over the battlefield. All fighting ceased as a single raspy voice carried through the smog.
I'm impressed.
The corruptor stepped forward out of the ash, revealing himself to Maine.
You have my full attention, he said. Now, let's finish this, shall we?
Chapter 38. The demon stood mightily before her, wearing dark and crimson armor, with his usual spikes and adornments, except that he now wore the mantle, bound over his shoulders and flowing outward like a cape. The power ring glittered on one forefinger, and the lightning in a bottle dangled from a steel cable hooked at his hip. On his wrist he wore the timepiece. Set into his chest over his heart, with metal claws molded over it, rested the needle.
My greatest teacher's daughter, Maine half-troll. It's almost poetic, it ending like this.
Maine noticed the gravity bat strapped to the corruptor's back. Was the guardian dead? How so? Maine unconsciously took a step backward, away from the demon. The demon gave a harsh laugh.
You, leading the crusade against me? Granted, a failed crusade, but an admirable attempt nonetheless.
And? She stalled for time. The demon cocked his horned head at her.
Either you're playing dumb, or you're the worst detective ever. It is fitting that I get to destroy you here because your father, the troll Valkius, defeated me in Troll War 2.
Of course, Maine said, as if she now understood clearly. You're going to win this time because you have all your weapons on you instead of keeping them locked up in a fortress like a buffoon. The demon glared. You don't have all the weapons, though, Maine continued. You're still short the claw hammer and the crystal lance. The demon's claws grated against his gauntleted palms.
You talk more than Valkius did.
What can I say? I'm the strong, not silent type.
I don't care what type you are. You'll fall the same as...
With unthinkable speed, the demon streaked forward, leading with his claws. Maine didn't try to dodge. She stood her ground as a magic shield appeared before her, cast by Joffrey's claw hammer. The demon hacked it apart with a single blow, then slashed again. As he did so, Maine downed 2 vials of potion, letting them drop as the demon's claws crashed into a second magic barrier created by Sage's crystal lance. Surprised by Maine's gambit, the demon had overextended, leaving himself vulnerable to an attack. Maine exploited it by slugging him across the jaw. A collective gasp escaped the hundreds of demons gathering around them, like spectators at an arena. Ow! Maine groaned, shaking out her throbbing fist as the demon lashed out once more with a vengeance. Her body scaled over in stone skin before the claw struck her, and her body soared backward through the air. Instead of landing and plowing furrows through the ground, Ma caught her with her wind magic. Undamaged by the attack, Maine sprang forward off the wind magic, like a wrestler off the top ropes of a ring. She leapt high, bringing back her fist as she descended upon the demon. He was ready for her, but he didn't expect the barrage of spells Sage blasted at him from the crystal lance. At the last moment, the corruptor deflected all the spells. Then Joffrey powered forward, driving the head of the claw hammer at the demon's chest. The demon caught the claw hammer with both hands. Then Maine's fist smote him across the cheek. Ow! She muttered again, the pain jolting through her wrist even though the stone skin potion still protected her. For a moment, time slowed, and the demon grabbed Joffrey's head and wrenched him sideways to the ground. As Joffrey spiraled in slow motion through the air, time pitched into hyperspeed, and the demon moved wickedly fast toward Maine, who tapped into the enhanced speed granted by the speed potion she had taken along with the stone skin potion. The demon's claws grazed her gargoyle skin. She danced around him, kicked him behind the knee, then dodged under a sickening slice of claws that might have decapitated her, despite the stone skin, had they connected. She popped up and considered grabbing the needle or timepiece, but the demon headbutted her, and she fell back a few steps. Things weren't going so badly, she thought, as she recovered her breath and raised her arms defensively in front of her. However, the corruptor didn't appear to be breathing any harder. Did he even breathe? "I see you had to cheat already," she taunted. "If you were a real badass, you wouldn't have had to use the timepiece."
"I have not even warmed up. I think you would agree that it would be foolish not to use the weapons I had fashioned for me to use."
Maine tried to control her breathing. One of the things she'd come to learn about speed potions was that they wore you out quicker when you moved at faster speeds. "Do you really need to use them to beat us? Seems like a crutch to me." The demon didn't respond, merely focused his gaze on her. "I mean, it's kind of cowardly." Knopf chose that moment to blast off and zip in front of the demon. He pranced across the dirt like a chicken while making balking sounds. Then, without warning, his key marking glowed and he sunburst. Maine had expected this and closed her eyes, then rushed forward, intending to drive her fist right into the demon's chest armor and take the needle. When she reached where he'd been standing, he wasn't there. Before she could react, two clawed hands picked her up from behind and heaved her into the crowd of demons, hemming them in like an arena. They backed away from her and hissed, giving her space. She sucked in a breath and pushed herself up to all fours. She wiped her hair out of her face. Then her stone skin potion wore off, and her skin turned back to its usual tone. The demon stepped forward and shook his head.
"That was not a bad attempt. But you're on the losing side of this battle. You always were."
He reached down and adjusted the power ring on his forefinger. 10 formidable demon lieutenants stepped forth from the demon crowd, each wearing a glittering gold slave ring. "Oh, come on," Maine spat off to the side.
"What did you expect?" the demon rasped. "No matter the tricks up your sleeve, this was never a fair fight. I have learned my lesson. Now, prepare to die."
Chapter 39. The 10 demon lieutenants licked their lips and took a collective step forward. They all wore horned and slitted helmets and thick-jointed armor over their entire bodies. They brandished everything from maces to axes to spears. Sage rushed up and stood beside Maine, staring down the lieutenants.
"We weren't expecting this, were we?" he murmured.
Maine nodded, feeling her magic and energy reserves. Both were quite low, and she didn't have time to pop any more potions. Ma approached and stood on Maine's other side.
"Is it time for me to,
This was all starting to go so wrong. If they played the rest of the cards in their hand right now, their chances of separating the demon from his weapons slimmed even further. Not that they'd had much chance of succeeding in the first place, but still. Maine was about to nod at Ma when white-hot smiting energy flared up from the Nexus. All heads turned in that direction as the Guardian limped toward the 10 lieutenants, his elite angel guards at either side, heaving like giant living wings. The bruised and bloodied Guardian held a conjured angel blade in both hands. The ring of demon spectators parted for him. The corruptor rasped,
"I know I ought to kill you, but you really must see the new world I'm planning on creating. The Mantle says it will crush you more completely than my claws ever could."
The Guardian unstoppered a potion and threw it back. A moment later, his size increased by 25%. A growth potion, Maine realized. Raising his swords, the Guardian hollered and charged the demon lieutenants. His angels followed. Strong hands grabbed Maine's and Sage's arms from behind and hauled them backward. She was relieved to see it was Joffrey. She was relatively out of immediate danger for the moment. She and the rest of her party huddled into a circle, while the innumerable gathered demons focused solely on the fight between the Guardian, his elite guards, and the demon lieutenants.
"Form up, team,"
Knopf barked.
"It's powwow time."
Right. Maine realized all her companions were turning to her for instruction. "The Guardian may be an ass, but his timing is impeccable. Our plan might work now." Without looking, she grabbed a health potion from her purse and downed it. The rest of them did the same, with some taking additional potions. She caught her uncle's eye. He nodded proudly at her and motioned for her to keep talking. Damn it. Everyone expected trolls to rally the troops, right? She continued, making up the words on the fly, but feeling every bit of emotion behind them. We've already rehearsed our parts, but things aren't going to go according to plan. Trust your gut and go with the flow of the fight. Trust each other and work together. That's the one thing we have that the demons don't. She drew a deep breath, emotions tugging at the corners of her eyes like gravity. We're going to have only one shot at this, so everyone look your best. She stood tall and proud like a winning sports coach as the sounds of heated battle clashed at her back. You've made me proud so far. If we fall today...
Which we won't,
Knopf barked. I'm glad I got to know you all. I consider you all friends. No, family. The corruptor can never take that feeling away. Knopf blasted into the air, spiraling madly like a twirling windsock as he voiced a throaty howl.
Woohoo!
Some of the countless demons gathered around them in a spectator's ring noticed them again. They bared their teeth and lowered their weapons at Maine and her party, preparing to charge. The entire world is counting on us. The Veil is counting on us. Maine leaned forward and put her hand in the center of the circle. Team, on 3. Everyone put their hands on top of hers. 1, 2, 3. Team! They all cried. The demon horde charged them. Knopf gave another piercing howl, the intensity of it raising goosebumps on Maine's skin.
For the Veil!
He barked. For the Veil! They all cried. They charged. All except for Maine and Ma, who stayed behind. The elf had ingested as many magic-enhancing potions as Sage said wouldn't kill her. Some potent spells from Sage's crystal lance had also supercharged her. She was ready to perform her part in the last stage of the final battle. Maine handed Ma a tiny dagger, and the elf tucked it into her belt loop. May your aim be true, Maine said. Ma nodded confidently. Here goes nothing. The elf raised her hands and started an incantation. A moment later, her eyes turned black. Maine feared something had gone wrong, but it was too late to interrupt her, so she played interference as a few demons slipped past her friends, easily dispatching them with the fresh energy granted by the health potion. A few moments later, Ma's eyes returned to normal, and she looked around as if she didn't know where she was. Sweat dappled her forehead and stained her armpits. It's done. She tottered weakly. Minnie rushed over and nodded insistently at Maine. I've got her. Go finish this. Maine punched a demon to ashes, then headed to where the 10 demon lieutenants were making quick work of the Guardians' elite force. Some angel guards had taken various potions, granting them abilities like stone skin. One had flaming hands, which was pretty cool. Still, they were dropping out of the fight one by one, without defeating a single demon lieutenant. The Guardian spun away from a lieutenant, spit flying from his mouth as he was backhanded. Somehow, he managed to lock eyes with Maine. He nodded and mouthed, I did what I could, before rounding and renewing his attack. He only stood up to a few more blows before he collapsed, heaving in labored breaths. After a pause, he jumped up again and was promptly blasted backward by a black orb of magic to the chest. This time he didn't get up. Maine wasn't sure if he was still alive. If she didn't act now, none of them would be alive in a few minutes. At the Nexus, demons were now filtering in unchecked. They joined their brethren in the crowd. The growing spectator ring marched inward, pushing toward Maine, her party, and the angel guards, hemming them in. Soon they'd trample them. Time to make another spectacle. Maine spotted the corruptor through a gap in the 10 lieutenants. He stood like a haughty statue, admiring his handiwork. Or was he using the power ring to control his lieutenants like puppets, swinging their weapons with his mind? It didn't matter. Maine gathered herself and projected herself forward. Her projection picked a path through the lieutenants, quickly making its way to the demon. She threw a hard punch at the demon's head, and he easily caught it in his gauntleted palm without having to use the timepiece. Then he shoved the other claw through her gut. His eyes curled up, relishing the gesture.
too easy," he rasped. "Now, go say hi to your father for me." "No!"
Knopf barked, streaking through the air at the demon. Without taking his eyes off Maine's flickering eyelids, the demon raised a claw, skewering the miniature direwolf. Ma threw herself forward in a wild rage. The demon batted her to the side, breaking her. With a howl of anguish, Minnie charged. The corruptor still held Maine suspended off the ground on one claw.
"See your friends fall one by one,"
he rasped, catching the Minotaur's head with his free hand. Without exerting himself, he flipped the mechanic into the air. Minnie landed with a sickening crunch. Joffrey rushed forward then, flanked by Mackie May and Sage. The demon patiently waited for them to reach him. Then he delivered one well-timed slash that shredded all three. The demon's eyes burned as he addressed Maine, still somehow clinging to life on his claw.
"As I said, this was never a fair fight. You fought surprisingly well, though."
The 10 demon lieutenants marched closer, forming a tight ring around the demon and Maine, watching intently.
"Thanks,"
Maine managed. The lieutenants seemed fascinated by the fierce determination in her eyes.
"I think you missed my heart. Can you move your claws a little to the left?"
A chuckle escaped one of the lieutenants. A moment later, the demon flexed his ring finger and the lieutenant stiffened. Then the corruptor twisted his claws inside Maine's chest.
"Why are you not yet dead?" he rasped.
Maine grimaced.
"What can I say? Trolls are tough."
Her tongue slipped out of her mouth as the demon twisted his claws again. Then her eyes rolled up, and he dumped her unceremoniously to the ground. The corruptor raised his eyes to his lieutenants and clapped once.
"Now, let us complete our work here. We must gain control of the beneath. Then I shall bring about the epoch."
"Is that all you've got?" Maine grunted, pushing herself up from the ground. The demon's eyes widened.
"This is impossible."
He stomped over to where she struggled to rise and lifted his formidable boot to crush her. The chink of glass at his hip drew his attention, as the lightning in a bottle snapped free from the steel cable holding it to his waist. He stared in confusion as the demon weapon hovered in midair, backing toward the ring of his lieutenants. He felt his hip. The lightning in a bottle was gone.
"What trick is this?" he demanded.
"Now!" Maine's voice sounded, from directly above the hovering glass jar. A gust of wind magic sliced through the air. A moment later, the power ring and the demon's finger dropped to the ground, severed by a flying dagger. Then the true Maine's invisibility potion wore off, and revealed her standing inside the ring of demon lieutenants, cradling the lightning in a bottle. The demon's eyes flicked frantically between Maine and her glamour self, lying on the ground below his boot. Maine recalled Al's instructions to her earlier on how to use the lightning in a bottle, letting her magic core connect to the demon weapon. She felt it asking her for a wish to grant, as if it were a genie in a magic lamp. "Lieutenants, attack your master," she said, as calmly as possible, hoping this would work. The corruptor finally seemed to comprehend what had happened. Perhaps the mantle had helped speed up the process.
"You are a fool if you think my trusted lieutenants would attack me."
As he spoke, the 10 lieutenants flexed their clawed fingers and gripped their weapons. "Oh, I don't think they trust you." Then the lieutenants obeyed her command, leaping into the air and falling upon the demon with sickening precision. Chapter 40. Knopf blasted to Maine's side as the demon lieutenants attacked their master. He was still alive, because the Knopf the demon had killed had been a very realistic glamour. The corruptor hadn't known it at the time. But they had all been glamours. Now her friends joined Maine. The demon crowd had stopped fighting to watch the unfolding scene intently. Some of them started grumbling, muttering about how the demon wasn't all he was cracked up to be. Knopf nudged her ankle.
"Now that was perfect acting. Oscar quality, maybe."
I had some help. Maine inclined her head at Ma, who was gripping the dagger triumphantly, She turned her attention back to the corruptor. The lieutenants had beaten him down to the ground, forcing him into a protective ball. Let's finish this before he can reverse time. A wave of invisible force rippled out from under the demon lieutenants. They all floated off the ground and away from the corruptor, who threw back his spiky shoulders. He held the gravity bat in his claws. His eyes focused on one of the lieutenants as they remained suspended in the air. "Soft spot on the back of the head," the demon muttered. He leapt up and brought the gravity bat down upon the lieutenant's skull with incredible speed, then focused on another lieutenant. "Frequent acid reflux." He kicked off from the first lieutenant, who now turned to ash, and sprang at the second lieutenant, swinging the gravity bat at its throat. The lieutenant turned to ash as the demon focused on a third lieutenant. "Stomach ulcers." He swung the gravity bat in an uppercut stroke into the lieutenant's belly, and the demon dissolved to ash.
"What's he doing?"
Knopf barked. "That's the Mantle's doing," Maine said. "He's gone full evil." She was about to rush toward the demon and strip the timepiece from his wrist, when time slowed for a second. Then the corruptor zigzagged with lightning-fast speed and precision as he dispatched the rest of his failed lieutenants in a heartbeat. With that finished, his terrible glare fell to Maine. "Enough," he rasped. He dropped to the ground, and Quick stepped forward like a sprinter at 100 times speed. Shit. Maine was out of speed potions. She was out of all her potions. Here she was, so close to succeeding, and he'd undo her at the last moment. Part of her cursed, berating herself for failing, for not cleaning up her mess, for destroying the world. An even bigger part forgave herself for her actions that had helped free the demon in the first place. She hadn't meant any harm when she'd cast that stupid luck spell. She'd been trying to help a friend. And even though hell might be paved with good intentions, there was no way she could have foreseen this. She knew that now. Letting her arms fall to her sides, she drew a deep breath. She felt a complete inner calm. Then the demon was upon her with the gravity bat. He swung. There was no way for her to evade it. He was too fast. Somehow, impossibly, the gravity bat deflected harmlessly away from her, as if striking an invisible protective bubble. She hadn't cast it, and neither had any of her friends. The weapon hadn't discharged its powerful blast waves. Understanding passed over the demon's visage as he took a step back to readjust his aim. "A guardian spirit protection spell? I guess Valkius is here with us after all." He rushed forward again. Even with the free moment Mackie May's protection spell had afforded her, Maine still couldn't avoid the impact of the force waves. Vaguely, she was aware of what sounded like Knopf barking in a hyper-fast pitch.
"Ice blast breath!"
The demon prepared to swing, then got tripped up as ice encased one of his legs. "No!" the corruptor rasped, losing grip of the gravity bat as he tumbled into a spiky somersault next to Maine. This was her chance. She didn't have time to wonder how Knopf had learned to successfully use his direwolf ice blast breath without sharding himself. She threw herself at the demon. Then time flickered and slowed. No, she thought. As Maine dove at him in a last-ditch effort to prevent him from reversing time, she saw that she would be too late. The demon's claw was already inching toward the timepiece on his other wrist. Another hyperfast breath of ice blast encased his arm. His mouth formed a curse. Maybe Maine would make it in time after all? Then time slowed even further, making the situation seem hopeless. Molasses in winter would drip faster than her current speed. But then time seemed to crunch in on itself. The demon gritted his sharp teeth, and time resumed its normal flow. He'd depleted his ability to slow down or speed it up for the moment. Maine crashed into the demon in a textbook tackle, and the two tumbled in the dirt. She reached in, despite all the sharp armor spikes puncturing her, and tore the timepiece from his wrist.
No!
The victory was short-lived. Something flapped and cracked like a flag in the wind, and Maine was being suffocated by a cloak. By the mantle.
"You will not win," the diamond rasped. "I still have my weapons."
The mantle's coattails flapped hard against her sides. Maine tried to reason with it, to establish a mental link to the demon weapon, but had no success. She wasn't wearing it, and the demon weapons had rules. She tried to use the lightning in a bottle, but it was lying on the ground out of reach, and she wasn't focused enough to command it.
"I see the error of my ways now," the demon rasped, still trying to smother her. His claws tried to find her neck, but she was putting up as strong of a fight as a troll could. She wasn't going to let herself die now. Through the mantle's fabric over her eyes, she saw the bright barrage of magical spells slamming into the demon above her. The corruptor grunted, but paid them no attention. Wind magic buffeted him, but he still fought to put her down. Then she saw Knopf zipping overhead, and she closed her eyes as a sunburst washed over the demon. At last, his grip faltered, and Maine managed to duck out from under the mantle. She reached up and tore the mantle from his shoulders, spinning away as another barrage of crystal lance spells struck the corruptor. He grunted as a magical rope surrounded his torso, pinning his spiky arms to his waist. The mantle dropped to the ground beside Maine, and she felt like she'd run a marathon as she coughed and sputtered. She somehow managed to stand. She saw and appreciated the crystal lance's magic rope holding the demon, but it wouldn't last long. "You learned the wrong lesson." She fought to suck air into her oxygen-deprived lungs. "The key to success isn't keeping your weapons always on you." The demon struggled under his bindings. "It's not even keeping your enemies closer, although that is a better one." The corruptor struggled even harder, the magical bindings appearing to grow stronger with the effort, cutting off his air now. He probably wasn't listening, but Maine finished anyway. "The key to success is to keep your friends close. And you don't have any friends. Only mindless minions you've made empty promises to, and lieutenants you have to force to serve you." The demon stopped struggling and pierced her with his hateful gaze. As he did so, his magical bindings slackened. "You know nothing of power." In a burst of strength, he broke the magical bindings and lifted a claw to the cavity over his heart on his chest armor, where the needle gleamed, behind protective claws forged into the armor. Maine lunged for it. The demon got his claws on the needle as she did. They both grasped it, trying to use it simultaneously. The fabric of space and time started to tear. Chapter 41. She knew this because Knopf was barking.
"Holy shit! The world is ending!"
Also because, well, cracks were starting to appear along the dusky horizon all around her. The ground quivered, and an awful sound filled the air. It was like a buzzing hum that would randomly switch to a high-pitched screech and back to the buzzing. The air felt like it was crackling. Maine didn't focus on any of that. She kept the needle at the front of her mind. Gaining possession of the demon's final weapon was the only thing that mattered. The demon sneered, still clutching the needle, which had elongated to make room for both of their grasps.
"Direwolf Runt is correct. The apocalypse has begun, and there's nothing you can do to stop it."
Joffrey rushed up to them and raised the claw hammer to smash the demon.
"Wait," Sage called. "While they vie for the needle, their essences are linked."
He stumbled as the latest earthquake shook the ground.
"If you hurt him, you hurt her."
Joffrey glowered, then lowered his weapon.
"Niece, you can do this," he grunted.
Maine fought to keep her grip on the needle, but she was already pushing past her body's empty reserves. She was going to lose this battle of wills.
"Hey, Sage!"
Knopf yipped.
"Help me out here!"
Maine couldn't see what Knopf and Sage were doing, and she couldn't think about it either. She had to focus on the needle. It was all that mattered. Her eyelids fluttered, and her hands started to slip. Then, warm, healing energy suffused her. A comforting weight draped upon her shoulders, and a cold voice hissed in her mind.
"Your ugly troll uncle is correct. You can, and you will do this."
Her grip tightened on the needle. She gritted her teeth.
"Thanks, you old rag." "You're welcome, troll woman."
The demon's muscles shivered. Then he cursed. Maine ripped the needle from his hands, and he fell to his knees in defeat and exhaustion. She couldn't believe it. She'd won. Al's ghost materialized in front of her. The needle! Use it! Suddenly, with the ferociousness of a wounded tiger, the demon leapt up at her, and, giving in to blind instinct and allowing the mantle to take control, she angled the needle down at the pouncing corruptor, pointy end facing out. The demon drove himself onto the needle as Al continued to shout, "Use it! Use it!" Maine realized then that the demon no longer had any weapons on him. That meant she could probably use the needle against him. "Mantle," she muttered, "do your worst." "With pleasure, master," the mantle hissed, and commanded the needle's ability. In the next instant, the demon let out a horrified and agonizing roar. His body vibrated from within for a few moments. Then it split down the middle, so he was still standing on each leg, but he was now in two halves. Sage stepped up to Maine. "What did you do to him?" Knopf blasted up and landed at Maine's other side, a little woozy from all the fighting.
"Holy shit. I think she gave him the Naz-Naz treatment."
His tongue lolled out as he panted, and his tail wagged furiously. Then he blasted up and held up a paw. They high-fived.
"A bit demented for my taste, but good job, partner."
Maine was about to explain that she hadn't been the one to use the needle. The mantle had used its vicious idea of torture for the demon. But then she noticed that the demons surrounding them had started scattering. One after another, hell dimensions flared open like bleeding red eyes. Without another look over their shoulders, demons began hopping through them to their respective homes. Maine forgot what she was going to say. She leaned forward, propping herself up on her knees, trying to catch her breath. Then Mackie appeared before her. "The apocalypse. We must reverse it before it's too late." Another tremor shook the earth. The mantle helped steady Maine so she barely felt the shaking ground. "How do I reverse it?" She realized that she was still holding the needle. "Oh, right." Behind her, the demon laughed harshly. His voice had split into two slightly out-of-sync halves. "It's too late. The needle cannot undo the destruction. Welcome to your new world." A bout of rough coughing came from off to the side, and Maine turned to see the Guardian staggering toward them. "You look like you died," Maine said. "I feel like I've died." The Angel Guard's eyes glowed with white light. "Now, you must go topside and see what you can fix. I'll take care of the corruptor." "What about the beneath?" Maine asked. The Guardian conjured an intricate set of white interconnected wrist and ankle cuffs, and a muzzle for the demon. "The beneath is an entirely magical place. It will be fine." He coughed again. "Now, take the Nexus up to ground level, before the veil tears completely." Feeling as if a whirlwind of sudden change and confusion had swept up her insides, Maine nodded numbly and stumbled toward the glowing Nexus, 20 yards away. The mantle fed her more energy, and her gait grew steadier. Sage and the rest of her friends caught up. Someone shoved a health potion into her hands. She drank it and sighed in relief as more healing energy flooded her system, although she thought there would be consequences for the heavy consumption of potions in such a short time. As she approached the glowing Nexus, she asked Sage if all the potions she had ingested were safe. "Probably not," Sage admitted, "but it shouldn't kill you. I don't think." She was about to step into the Nexus when Knopf barked.
"I'd be more concerned with that invisibility potion you drank to steal the lightning in a bottle. Can you say, 'Hello, diarrhea'?"
"Troll," she cursed, and stepped into the Nexus. When she emerged on the other side of the Nexus, the stable was no more. In its place were trampled stable walls, and hay lay everywhere. The world was shaking here, too, its intensity growing with each passing moment. A heavy rumbling sound roared from miles away. Rainwater still overlooked the forests atop a mountain of rock. Maine watched in shock as the castle on top tilted and crumbled onto the tiered city below. Maine's stomach clenched as the entire mountain shifted, and rainwater toppled inward and sifted down the rocky slopes and out over the trees. Just like that, her hometown was gone, and everyone still in it was gone as well. "What the hell?" she gaped. Moments later, a geyser of lava exploded upward from several locations around the area. Soot expanded and choked the air above them, dirtying the sun.
"We're too late?"
Knopf barked uneasily, and nudged a pebble with his paw. Maine felt destroyed inside. She'd defeated the corruptor, but was too late to save the world? It didn't seem fair. She tried to use the needle, but it informed her that this was beyond its ability to fix. Sage stepped forward and took in the wanton, natural destruction. He rubbed a hand over his tired face, and for a moment, he didn't have words. Then he grabbed Maine's hand. "I love you, Maine." She looked into his eyes and gripped him back. "I love you too." Another volcano exploded somewhere nearby. They kissed. There didn't seem to be anything else they could do. This world was doomed. At least they had each other. The two of them were holding each other tightly when Maine realized she still had Puck's wish card tucked into her pocket. She had planned to use it during the demon fight, but only as a last resort. She hadn't needed it. Glancing up at the red and black plumes engulfing the land, she thought if ever there was a time she needed it, it was now. Would it be able to help fix something this big? The world was broken. She had to try. As her lips brushed Sage's again, her fingertips closed around the wish card. Chapter 42. A bright white flash surrounded her, and she found herself in another dimension or plane of existence. Everything was white, and there were no walls or floors anywhere. She existed in a big, empty, white space. She felt at her shoulders and back and realized that wherever she was, the mantle had not come with her. She was on her own. Someone whistled. She searched for its source but couldn't locate it. The sound grew louder, and a figure materialized in front of her. It was Puck, the satyr trickster, except he was faintly glowing, as if power had irradiated him. Maybe it wasn't Puck, and some entity had chosen the satyr's goat-like appearance. He was wearing slacks and a tweed vest and nothing else, and had a toothpick balanced between his teeth. He extended an arm and leaned against an invisible wall. "I take it you want to use your wish card." "Yes." "What you want to use it on? A golden pizza box, maybe?" He gave her a knowing, exaggerated wink. "What? No. Who are you?" The Puck imitator shrugged and pushed off from the invisible wall. "I know things. I see all things." "So you're a god?" The Puck entity shrugged. "If you say so." Maine shook her head, which was starting to hurt. "Whatever. I want to use my wish card to undo what the corruptor did." "What did he do?" The Puck entity was clearly fishing for information. "Why do I have to tell you? You said you know all." He raised an authoritative hand. "Magic formalities." Fine. The corruptor started an apocalypse. The beneath started breaking apart. Then I went topside, and there were all these volcanoes everywhere. I don't want volcanoes everywhere." He scratched his chin with his fingernail. You don't." She nodded emphatically, feeling like she was getting somewhere. "Correct. What do you want, then?" "I want things to go back to normal. I want to defeat the demon. And I want rainwater to lower slowly back into the ground where it belongs, instead of breaking apart and killing everyone inside. I want life to be peaceful. I want all damage the demon caused to be reversed." Throughout her speaking, the Puck entity nodded thoughtfully. Now he blinked at her. "That's a mighty tall order. Can I do it?" She bent toward him. He paused, then formally raised a finger. "You can't. It happened." "Are you serious?" "Deadly. What is becomes what was, and you simply can't change that." "Why not?" "Because the universe is always seeking cosmic balance. There are rules. Yeah, but I know a couple of the laws of nature. They've shown that rules can be bent. But what you ask isn't bending, but breaking. Maine let out a deep, pained sigh and squatted. She clutched her knees to her chest. She stayed like that for at least a minute. Then she bit her lip and stood. I'm not going to give up on my world and my friends that easily. The puck entity beamed. Good for you! There has to be something I can do to make things right. You're a god or something, so you must know my possible options. What are they? He grinned and wagged his finger at her. You're very smart for a troll. Options? Yes. Let me give them to you. He snapped his fingers, and a long scroll appeared in Maine's hands. Rows and rows of words stretched from the top to presumably the bottom, but it extended so far down that she couldn't see the end. She began to read. Maine's options. 1. Swap the lava for water. Stipulation. Then all the seas and oceans would have to be swapped with lava. Balance. 2. A giant magical dome surrounds Rainwater, providing safe refuge for any survivors who make it inside. Warning. Only 250 people can fit inside. Choose wisely. 3. The world ends, but your consciousness gets to keep existing in a perfect dream world reality, where the apocalypse never happened. She stopped reading. These options are all stupid. She dropped the scroll and glared at the puck entity. I am not going to live in a dream world for the rest of my life, and I am not going to choose 249 survivors to live with under a dome. Can't you undo the apocalypse so it never happened? You don't have to fix all the damage the demon did. You can keep all the little things like rainwater stuck on a mountaintop. I can fix all that stuff with a needle. The puck entity rolled his eyes up and considered. After a few moments, he grinned at her. Well, you can undo the apocalypse, but not in the way you think. It's not going to turn this into a dream, is it? He waved both hands dismissively. No, no. As I have said, the balance must be preserved. Thus, you cannot use the wish card to undo what has happened. But you said... He shushed her. But you can create a duplicate universe. One in which the demon started the apocalypse and the new one in which the demon didn't. She looked at him funnily. Let me guess, you never took magic string theory class in magic school? I never went to magic school. If you know everything about me, you would know that. Who the hell are you? The puck entity snapped his fingers again, and Maine's voice silenced. She kept talking, but she made no sound. The layperson's explanation is this. By using the wish card, you could duplicate the universe so the new universe would have always run parallel to the original. That is, up until the moment the demon initiated the apocalypse. In one universe, it would happen. In the other, it wouldn't. You'd get to live out your days in the second universe. How does that sound to you? Maine opened her mouth, but no words came out. Yes, you are quite right. So essentially, you'd be dooming everyone in the original universe to a horrible fate. Most likely death for the entire planet, but that's okay, because you would get to live in the universe where that never happened. Maine angrily opened her mouth again, but nothing came out. That's a rather harsh way of looking at things. It's a matter of perspective. On the one hand, yes, you would become the world's greatest mass murderer. He chuckled. You would condemn an entire world to an apocalypse, after all. On the other hand, you get to save everyone you love and live out the rest of your natural life with them. Sans the demon's apocalypse. He continued. Besides, an apocalypse isn't always a bad thing. Remember the dinosaurs? A meteor shower wiped them out, and guess what dominant life form rose from the aftermath? Humans. Just think of the future possibilities on your old world. He clapped gleefully. So, what will your choice be? Yay! Or nay. She furiously tried to explain her side of things, but she still couldn't talk. He seemed intent on the apocalypse happening, though, and that was concerning. There are no tricks involved. Furthermore, you would hardly be the first person to use a wish card to create a new reality. In fact, your father Valkius once used a wish card to— Oops, I've said too much. He licked his lips in embarrassment. Her father had used a wish card to fix something? Look. The puck entity glanced at his bare wrist. This is a limited time offer, and time is running out. You can only exist in this realm for so long, and if you go back to your current world, well, you probably won't exist there for too much longer either. He tugged his vest away from his neck with a finger, as if improving his breathing space. So, what's it going to be? Almost certain death in a ruined world? Or happy days filled with sunshine in the new world? He snapped his fingers, and Maine could speak again. She rapidly reviewed her situation as she rubbed her throat. It seemed like a trick. But what were her options? She had seen the volcanoes. Her current world was beyond saving. If she chose to live in a newly created world, as the entity had said, she would become the world's biggest mass murderer. And she couldn't live with that. A thought itched in her mind. Would all those deaths be on her hands? Not exactly. Had she learned nothing from her final battle with the demon? She hadn't caused this apocalypse. She wasn't to be blamed for it, no matter what the puck entity wanted her to believe. The apocalypse had been the demon's doing, not hers. Still, she couldn't condemn all the people in the old world to extinction, even if they were all duplicated in the new world. There had to be some way she could change the terms of the deal. Time's up, the puck entity said cheerfully. Decision time. Fine, she said. I want to use the wish card to do the option you suggested. I want to live in a duplicated universe where the apocalypse never happened. But only if I can see the terms of my wish in writing first. The puck entity rubbed his hands together, as though trying to start a fire with the friction. Splendid. Of course you can look at the fine print. You'll have to sign off on the wish anyhow. Now, if you can sign on the dotted line, the wish card can process your request. He snapped his fingers, and a clipboard with a document on it appeared in her hands, along with an old-fashioned quill pen. The dark ink at its tip looked suspiciously like blood, Maine realized. She scanned the document. It contained the terms as described by the puck entity. A duplicate world would be created where the apocalypse didn't happen, but it would still occur in the first world. There was a single line at the bottom for her signature and hers alone. Hopefully that meant the wish card would activate as soon as she signed without the puck entity's approval. She didn't have Makime to counsel her, so she didn't know if what she was about to do would be legal, but she had to try it. Time's running out, the puck entity reminded her. Maine finished amending the clause about the old and doomed world, and quickly signed her name at the bottom. As she did so, she had an insight. Blood-red ink. Signing documents. A silver-tongued, godlike entity. Who are you? She said suddenly. Are you the devil? It didn't make sense that he would be involved with Puck's wish card, but she had to admit, she didn't know much about the devil or the wish card. The Puck entity gave her a curious but unconcerned look. I don't see how my true identity should matter. If this was the devil she was dealing with, that couldn't be good. But it was too late to turn back now. She needed her wish granted immediately. It was time to play a charade. I've changed my mind, she shouted. She was about to pretend to tear the document from the clipboard when the Puck entity snapped his fingers, and the clipboard and quill disappeared from her hands. It's much too late for that. You've already signed. Maine's insides clenched as she waited to see what would happen. Besides, the Puck entity continued, as I already said, there are no tricks here. I'm the official magic arbiter who is summoned any time someone uses a wish card. Magic has rules, and I help make sure they stay followed. But you're also the devil. So far, nothing had happened to indicate if her wish had been successful. Now. I want the world to continue on the same as you. You mortals are so entertaining. You're like perpetual chaos machines. Wait, chaos? That was an interesting word choice. Where had she heard chaos mentioned before? Then she remembered. The books about chaos in Newly's secret room. She stared at the puck entity. Are you chaos? The puck entity straightened his vest. As I already said, my identity is... He scowled, as if reading something in front of him that was invisible to her. What did you do? You changed the wish terms? For a moment, his voice was borderline shrill. Then it regained its confident composure as he regarded her carefully. Clever girl. Very, very clever. There was a hint of menace in his tone now. Maine gave a cheeky smile. Did my wish get granted? The puck entity spoke through nearly clenched teeth. Yes, it has. And with your amendment that the old world's population be transferred to the duplicate Earth, thereby eliminating any deaths in the old world. He shook his head sadly. As clever as your father, you are. Am I free to go, then? Maine said. The look the puck entity gave her cut through to the bone. I wish you hadn't done that. Then, before he could do or say anything else, the world blinked out of existence. She came to in the beneath. The guardian was pointing at her. Go, he urged. Go and fix what you can topside. The beneath shook vigorously. Yes, what are you waiting for? The Mantle hissed. Maine rubbed her face in exhaustion. What had happened? Had the wish card worked? Because it didn't look like it. Wait. Had the puck entity / devil / chaos placed her back in the original world? Had he been lying all along? Maine held her breath and stepped into the glowing Nexus. She appeared topside, where the stable used to stand, but now it was trampled wood and hay. Her gaze shot to Rainwater, still suspended upon its mountaintop. The castle was still atop it. She waited. Would it crumble all over again, or would it hold? Knopf and Sage appeared by her side through the Nexus. They were each cocking their heads, listening. Then they glanced down at the ground.
Partner?
Knopf barked.
I think we lucked out. No more earthquaking.
Sage drew in a cautious breath. He's right, I think. I think the apocalypse has subsided. That's strange, right? Maine shied away from the look he gave her. Yay, us, she said. Knopf blasted up and gave her a high five. Then he blasted over to Sage and high-fived him, too.
Woohoo! We saved the world!
He whipped his head back around at them.
I know how we can celebrate.
How? Maine asked.
By eating pie.
Maine and Sage chuckled, but Maine couldn't help but feel a bit off after her ordeal. Part of it was probably due to the invisibility potion she'd taken earlier. Mostly it had to do with the puck entity's parting words. I wish you hadn't done that. Who exactly was that entity? Was it going to find some way to exact revenge upon her? She wanted to tell Sage and Knopf about what had happened, and her clever gambit to save all the people in the old world. She had prevented a world filled with people from going the way of the dinosaurs. Her exchange with the puck entity was so much to take in that it would feel crazy trying to explain it out loud. And her father had used a wish card to change reality too? What had he wished for? She sighed. She needed a break. Now didn't seem like the best time to tell the others about their second chance at an apocalypse-free life. For the moment, she'd take the win and tell her friends later. Chapter 43. Since they didn't have an apocalypse to deal with anymore, they sat and relaxed upon the mansion grounds, selecting a spot that was relatively clear of ash. The rest of their party joined them shortly. They exchanged congratulatory cheers. Already plans were being made for a post-victory celebration at the mansion. That was fine with Maine, as long as she didn't have to help with the setup. She was exhausted, and her stomach was starting to make funny sounds. Angel guards began making their way through the Nexus to the mansion grounds. Others who had survived back at the mansion came out and congratulated each other, with surprised hugs and cheers. Eventually the Guardian appeared through the Nexus with both halves of the Nassified corruptor. When the demon saw Maine, he started hissing and spitting.
"What did you do?" he screamed. "Impossible! How did you stop it?"
Maine smiled and waved. Then her face soured, as the Mantle whispered a suggestion into her mind. Still, the demon kept screaming at her in his raspy voice. Now he was trying to get the Guardian's attention.
"She did something. There's no way she could have stopped an apocalypse. Something is wrong."
"Oh, man. Will someone shut him up?"
Knopf barked. The Mantle hissed its suggestion to Maine again, and she relented. She walked over to where the demon and the Guardian stood. Then she lifted the needle. The demon's eyes locked onto it. She used the needle, gesturing through the air with it. The demon's eyes tracked its every movement, while the Guardian gave her a suspicious look. When she had finished, a garbage clam appeared on the ground. Before the Guardian could react, Maine flipped open the clam's lid, grabbed both halves of the demon, and shoved him inside. The curved lid shut hungrily, its tongue slapping at the corruptor's halves, pulling him half in, trying to devour him with its digestive juices. "Sorry," Maine said to the Guardian, "but I felt like he deserved that." Surprisingly, the Guardian let out a soft chuckle.
"I'll look the other way, this time. Besides, the corruptor can't die. This is probably the most fitting punishment for him."
Maine made a face. What? Being digested by a garbage clam repeatedly, only to respawn each time and continue the cycle? The Mantle hissed delightedly.
"It's so artistic."
Maine shook her head to clear it. "What are we going to do now?" The Guardian shifted his weight from foot to foot.
"There's the issue of putting Rainwater back where it belongs. On the ground."
She held the needle out to him, and he took it from her. If he volunteered to lower an entire town back into the ground magically, that was fine with her. "What about the rest of the demon weapons? What's going to happen to them?" she asked.
"I'm so glad you asked. My war council thinks it's best if we—"
Maine cut him off. "You've decided to throw all of them into the Lost, thereby destroying them?"
"No,"
the Guardian said. Maine felt a twitch in her stomach that was probably due to the side effects of the invisibility potion. She clenched her gut. "What do you mean, no?" The Guardian cleared his throat.
"Even though each demon weapon contains a part of the corruptor's essence, you have proven that in the correct hands, the demon weapons can be a force for good. The only demon weapon I will throw into the Lost is the timepiece, for no one should possess that much power. But I must do it quickly, before Father Time reincarnates, so it is not tethered to him."
The demon's howls of agony reverberated within the garbage clam as his legs continued to kick wildly in the air. Really? Maine was still processing that Father Time wasn't dead for good. You're only getting rid of the timepiece?
"You have a different suggestion."
Maine reached down and rubbed the Mantle's coattails between her thumb and forefinger. "No. I expected you to confiscate all the demon weapons." Before the Guardian could respond, heavy footsteps fell behind them. They turned as Joffrey joined the conversation. He had the claw hammer in his hands. He gave Maine a look and loudly cleared his throat as he glared at the Guardian.
"Come to seize the claw hammer, have you?"
The Guardian quickly raised his hands.
"Nothing of the like. I told your niece that you may keep your weapon if you promise to safeguard it from the wrong hands."
Joffrey's scowl morphed into a triumphant grin. The sound of rhythmic flapping approached, and they turned to face Zombie Icarus. His withered face looked impossibly old and weary. "Let me guess. You wish to tear my Icarus wings from my back?" The Guardian grunted in annoyance.
"Must I send out a mass email alert? I am not confiscating your weapons. You may all keep them."
Beside him, the corruptor's legs stopped twitching and drooped, still sticking out of the garbage clam. The demon slowly dissolved into ash then, only to reappear standing in his split body, the glowing angel cuffs on his wrists and ankles again.
"Oh, thank the gods,"
the demon muttered. Then the Guardian grabbed both halves and shoved him back in the garbage clam.
"Not again."
"Very well," the Guardian said officially. "With that settled."
The angel leader's eyes fell upon Sage, and the crystal lance he was holding out to him.
"What is it? You do not wish to keep your demon weapon?"
Sage nodded as he held the weapon out to the Guardian.
"No, thank you. It served me well, but if I kept it, it would keep me from my true passion, cooking."
The Guardian let out a confused sigh and accepted the weapon.
"Okay. I shall keep it safe with the rest of the weapons from the battlefield, unless there is another among you who wishes to safeguard it."
Ma's hand shot into the air.
"I'll take it."
The Guardian considered this for a long moment. He stroked his chin.
"You have proven yourself this day in the fight against the corruptor. I will accept your offer."
He handed the crystal lance to the elf, who twirled it deftly in her hands.
"Wow," Sage said. "You're really good with that thing."
Ma smiled and tossed it straight into the air with her wind magic. Then she caught it on the downfall and thrust forward with it, following it up with a swipe to the side as she performed an aerial cartwheel. Maine whistled. "Nice stunt woman moves. I think the lance has found a good home." Beaming, Ma twirled the crystal lance in front of her again and collapsed it like a telescoping baton so it easily fit in her palm.
"Whoa,"
Maine said. "You can do that?" She turned to Sage beside her. "Did you know you could shrink it?"
"Of course," Sage said.
"Then why did you always carry that big thing on your back?" Sage paused.
"Because I thought it made me look like a badass."
He wasn't wrong about that. Maine smirked and smacked him on the arm. The Guardian cleared his throat again to draw their attention back to him.
"There is also the matter of the infinite stone, which I found in the demon's possession."
Maine had forgotten all about the magic stone that had powered the one way at the sacred sourdough. The Guardian continued.
"I would hold onto it myself for safekeeping, had it not been gifted to you from the Cyclops Al upon his death. Due to the laws of magic, I must return it to you."
He handed Maine the infinite stone. Cool, Maine thought. Now she could recreate the one way. After he gave Maine the stone, the Guardian stood there as if there was something else he wanted to say. Maybe the demon's howls of pain were interrupting his train of thought.
"Anyway,"
he said at last, eyeing Maine and her companions surrounding her,
"the veil and I thank you for your service."
"And?" Maine prodded. The Guardian frowned.
"And what?"
Maine made a hand gesture for him to go on. "You're sorry for being such an asshole at times?" He grunted, back to his old self now.
"Troll, I am watching you and the Mantle. Stay on the right path, and we'll continue to get along."
"No promises," she smirked.
"Gods help us all,"
he muttered, as he waited for the demon to die and respawn again. Maine's stomach made an angry sound. She was about to head toward the mansion at an awkward trot when she turned back to the Guardian. "By the way, what will this war be called? Troll War 3? The Guardian shook his head.
"I believe the Maine corruptor conflict will probably suffice."
Maine grinned and turned to Sage and Knopf. "Hear that? I get a global conflict named after me. Isn't that cool?" Sage rolled his eyes, and Knopf snickered.
"Partner, you're impossible. Now come on, let's get you to a bathroom."
Chapter 44. It was a week later. Maine stepped out of her second-story bedroom in the mansion and paused in the corridor. It was loud down in the foyer. There were so many voices, and the longer she waited, the more she heard as people entered and the front door opened and closed. She was wearing dark jeans and a nice shirt, and for a moment She wondered what everyone else would be wearing down there. She hadn't exactly been to many parties beyond the veil. Soft padding feet approached her from one of the other bedrooms on this second-story wing.
"Hey, there you are,"
Knopf barked.
"You ready?"
The miniature direwolf wore a fitted tuxedo coat around his furry midsection and a bow tie beneath his chin.
"Oh, how do I look?"
Maine thought he looked cute, but said he looked masculine instead.
"Thanks. Never know when there might be a female dog present. Chicks dig tuxedos."
Maine adjusted the flats on her feet as a cheer rose from the foyer. Sounds like a lot of people are here already. Rainwater wasn't that large a town, and now, thanks to the needle, it was back on the ground where it belonged. Judging by the chorus of voices, every one of its residents was here, in her mansion, to celebrate. She reached up to her neck and felt the diamond ring she had hung on a necklace. Instantly, Al's ghost appeared in front of her. The Cyclops butler gave a curt bow.
"Master Maine, you are looking delightful."
"Thanks."
"Hey, what about me?"
Knopf barked, and the ghost butler glanced down at him. Al stooped and patted Knopf's head with a ghostly hand.
"Hey, I can almost feel that,"
Knopf barked. Al beamed and straightened his translucent suit coat.
"I am getting the hang of this ghost business, if I do say so myself. It shan't be long before I can open the oven door. You, of course, will have to mix the cookie batter."
"Progress, I say,"
Knopf barked.
"Now, let's go see all the people."
Ghost Al led them down the corridor. When they reached the second-floor railing overlooking the foyer, Maine gasped. People packed the foyer like sardines. Knopf nudged her ankle.
"This your first apocalypse party?"
"Yeah? You?"
"Nah. I usually attend one every Thursday night. Come on, it's happy time. Let's go mingle."
Instead of taking the grand staircase, Knopf blasted over the rail and landed amid all the people. They lifted him on their hands like a rock singer at a concert. Maine and Al took the stairs. Her heartbeat thrummed. Magical beings of various types glanced up at her as she did, and when they recognized her, they called her name like she was the Vale's biggest celebrity. Considering she'd stopped the apocalypse, she probably was. When she reached the ground floor, people rushed over to her. Wizards, minotaurs, fairies, goblins. She didn't see anyone she recognized. They shouted for autographs and selfies with her. A demented-looking crone even asked for a lock of her hair. Maine pushed through the crowd, searching for anyone she knew to save her from this craziness. A party was one thing, but this was chaos. She spotted a pocket of empty space near the foyer's winged monkey statue. Trying not to hurt any partygoers with her strength, she pushed to it and sighed. She laid a hand on the creepy statue's head. "Creepy stone monkey, have you ever seen a party this big?" she muttered. Then she quickly added, don't answer that."
"The statue is not spying on you,"
the Mantle hissed. "Would have been nice if you had analyzed the statues when they were spying on us."
"I am not perfect,"
she smirked. "Me neither." A couple of moose shifters lumbered her way, their broad shoulders funneling the crowd to the sides. They held tree-trunk stools for her to sign with a knife, and she etched in her signatures. The two moose buddies bumped antlers, then headed for the corridor leading to the ballroom, chatting about how lucky they'd been to meet the Maine troll. Next, a gnome shambled up to her, asking for the mighty half-troll's blessing of strength. Not knowing what to do, Maine extended her arms over the little creature. "May the troll strength be with you." The gnome chittered with joy and gratitude and kissed her shoes before hurriedly fleeing toward the ballroom corridor. An ogre waddled up to her next with his request, followed by a centaur, then a wizard with a beard down to his knees. She was finishing up autographing the wizard's spellbook when she saw someone she knew. Her Uncle Joffrey pushed into the congested foyer from the front door. Other partygoers instinctively got out of his way. It was hard to miss him, considering his height and size. Maine waved at him and mouthed, "Save me." When he spotted her, Joffrey trudged up and held his elbow out for her to grab onto. She hooked her arm around his, and he guided her toward the congested corridor leading to the ballroom. The troll hunter made a shooing gesture with his free hand.
"Out of the way, peasants!"
he grunted, and once the way was clear, the two trolls walked down the corridor. Thanks, Maine said. My wrist was starting to cramp up from all those autographs. Her uncle grunted. The perks and pains of being famous. Up ahead, the corridor opened into the ballroom, a huge open space filled with tall bistro tables and several bartender stations. A drink sounds great, Maine commented, but her uncle angled her off into a smaller servers' hall before they reached the ballroom. Something wrong? Her uncle unhooked his arm from hers and looked apologetic. I have something to say. Okay. The mighty troll hunter undid the wolf furs draped over his shoulders and took them off. They smelled musty, with a hint of cologne. He presented them to her. I want you to have these furs. You have earned them with your bravery and courage, and your unwavering charge against the demon in the Maine corruptor conflict. Maine was taken aback. Thanks, but you can, keep them. Is it not a suitable honor? She scratched her cheek. No, they are, but I can sense how important they are to you. Besides, they wouldn't go with my wardrobe. Is it because your partner is a dire wolf? Of course. He bowed in embarrassment, put the furs back over his shoulders, and laced them back up. Maine was glad. He looked somehow naked without them on his shoulders, as if they were an integral part of him. You don't have to give me any gifts for my bravery, strength, awesomeness, and all that, Maine said. Your presence beside me during the whole ordeal meant the world to me. We couldn't have defeated the demon without you. Joffrey clasped his hands in front of his bulging chest and nodded respectfully. You are too kind. He paused. Niece, you are living a good troll human life, and I am proud to call you my own. Maine stepped up and hugged her uncle, although she couldn't get her arms fully around him. He nearly crushed her when he put his arm around her. Then he cleared his throat and stepped back from her. There is something else I wish to tell you. He lowered his eyes to the floor. I must leave Rainwater tonight. What? Why? Duty calls, he said. I've accepted a job in Mexico. A chupacabra needs dealing with. You're getting back on the horse pretty quickly. You're sure you don't need some time to relax? I hear Aruba is nice this time of year. It is for the best. I don't do well with downtime. I must have something to do with my hands, if you know what I mean. Also, do not tell my enemies, but I burn in the sun quite easily for a troll. Maine laughed, and Joffrey grew serious again. It was an honor serving alongside you. I haven't had that much fun ashing demons in quite some time. We should do it again sometime. She nudged his arm good-naturedly and realized he wasn't joking. Yep. You'll be the first person I call if demons ever start giving me trouble again. Her uncle grinned as he sized her up. I can already tell that your legacy will surpass your father's. Until this year, I thought my father was the world's biggest asshole. Joffrey chuckled. That he was, at times. But he was a good troll. The best. He clapped her shoulder. Well, I must be going now. You're not going to stay for a bottle of whiskey? I thought about sipping a keg of beer, but I best be going. I have a plane to catch, and you know how long it takes to get through the airport security these days. Maine gave her uncle another tight embrace and watched as he headed back down the busy corridor toward the front door. It was sad watching him go, but it was good to know that he'd always be there if she needed him. Oh well. It was time to get a drink and see her friends. Chapter 45. She exited the corridor and stepped into the ballroom. Music played from a DJ's speakers, but the voices of all the partygoers nearly drowned it out. She immediately spotted Sage waving at her from one of the bar stations, and she made her way toward him. The ballroom was huge, its high walls festooned with extravagant decorations. Zombie Icarus was putting the last touches on it, flapping along the wall. Maine was thrilled when she had asked him to be her new groundskeeper, and he had said yes. He was no owl, but he seemed like he belonged here. The ballroom was only about half filled, and she recognized some people there. On her way to Sage, she stopped to shake hands with Sam, the satyr mailman, the first person she'd met when she came to Rainwater after her father's death. Then Blue Dots the butterfly fairy spotted her and gave her a tight embrace. "You saved the veil! Yay! I need more champagne." Maine got away from the tipsy fairy and finally reached Sage. Ah, the illustrious woman of the century. He reached for a bottle of wine, poured 2 glasses, and left the bar station in the hands of another server. He handed her 1 glass and held his up to toast. They chinked their glasses together and sipped their wine. Well, Sage did. Maine threw hers back in 1 gulp. "What?" she said. "It's the troll way to drink alcohol. It's not healthy." "We saved the world. It'll be all right." Sage grinned. "Yeah, your uncle is rubbing off on you. Joffrey won't be attending. He has a plane to catch." Sage heaved a sigh and wiped his forehead. "Thank God. I didn't think we were going to have enough alcohol." They giggled, then leaned in close to kiss when a faint tickle of wind magic brushed her cheek. She turned as Ma approached through the crowd. The elf put a hand to her mouth. "Oh, am I interrupting something?" "No," Maine said. "Yes," Sage said at the same time. Maine flashed Sage an apologetic look. Then Ma clamped an arm over Maine's shoulder and led her a few yards away so they could speak in private. "Are you having a good time?" Maine asked. "What?" Ma called, a little louder than was necessary. "I think you're drunk."
"How can you tell?"
Ma shouted. "1, you're shouting. 2, you glided us over here instead of walking."
"I'm gambling,"
the elf said. Maine blinked. "This is what a gamble is like?" Ma nodded vigorously.
"Yes. Except I'm used to frolicking in the woods or meadows, not indoors."
"Speaking of which," Maine said, "are you going to be staying in Rainwater for a little longer? Or are you heading back to Scotland?"
"What?"
Ma called. Maine repeated herself, and the elf laughed.
"Oh, neither."
"What do you mean?"
"I've decided to head back to LA."
"Back to California so soon? I thought you hated that concrete jungle." She shook her head no, like a dog trying to dry itself after getting wet in a storm.
"During our fight to save the veil, I realized something."
The elf's concentration disappeared, and her gaze faded off into the distance. "What?" Maine asked.
"Huh?"
Ma snapped back to attention.
"Oh, I realized that LA isn't done with me yet. I haven't given up my dream of being a famous stunt woman. This time, I'm going back on my own terms."
The elf's eyes lost focus again, and she started to sway from all the alcohol she'd had. "Which are?" Maine caught Ma and steadied her on her feet. Then she snapped her fingers in front of the elf's face, and Ma started.
"What?"
"You said you were going back to LA."
"Oh, yes."
The elf yawned.
"You may not have seen them when you were there, but there are plenty of other magical creatures in LA trying to make it. They could use some help. And you inspired me to help them."
"That's kind of you." Maine was equally surprised and warmed that she had affected the elf in such a positive way. "Are you going it alone this time?" She recalled how badly the experience had gone when Ma lived with her crazy boyfriend Ned.
"No,"
Ma said cheerfully.
"I'm taking Minnie with me."
At the mention of his name, the Minotaur mechanic threw up a hand from the crowd and grinned at the 2 of them. A moment later, Minnie made his way toward them. "You 2 are getting along, aren't you?" Maine said.
"Who? Us?"
Ma said.
"We're friends. I'm going to show him how to gamble."
Maine didn't know exactly what the elf was saying. You mean gamble or gamble? The elf's eyes crossed. What's the difference? Maine slapped a hand over her forehead. Here I thought I finally understood what gambling meant. Minnie joined them, with some party streamers hanging off one of his bullhorns. Congratulations, Maine said. Ma said you're going to L.A. with her. The Minotaur beamed.
Every spin-off series needs a lovable character as a sidekick.
Spin-off series? Maine asked. Minnie chuckled and shared a knowing glance with Ma.
Sorry, that's a joke that would kill in L.A.
He wrinkled his lips and scratched his lower back.
I've realized I've been stagnating in Rainwater. It's time to spread my wings.
You don't have wings, Maine said.
Really? Because I seem to recall sprouting magic wings and flying across an ocean with you.
Maine screwed up her face in good humor. Minnie? I think that's the most I've ever heard you say at one time before. You're a funny guy, and now you're leaving.
Keep me in your heart,
Minnie said seriously. Then an upbeat pop song came over the DJ's speakers, and he started hopping madly to the music. He grabbed Ma by the arm.
Come on!
He pulled her toward the dance floor. I've got to go. Ma gave Maine a half embrace as he pulled her away. We made a good team, Maine called after her. Ma nodded emphatically.
Girl power.
Hey, maybe we can do a crossover sometime.
Knopf blasted over to Maine, landing woozily at her feet.
So, are the elf and the Minotaur hooking up or not?
I seriously do not know. Maine reached for a champagne glass from a passing server. As she did so, she spotted a chubby baby sitting in one corner of the room. He wore some kind of sash over his bare chest. Who's the baby in the corner? Knopf's head darted this way and that.
Huh? What? Nobody puts baby in a corner.
He blasted up into the air then and spotted the baby in the corner. He landed next to Maine.
Oh, him. No idea. But I spotted me a lady dog.
Tossing his direwolf head up over his tuxedo coat, he turned and sauntered away from Maine into the crowd. Maine was about to meander back to Sage when a figure in a sky-blue hoodie placed himself in front of her.
Maine, how are you?
A bony hand slapped her shoulder, its joints popping and clacking against each other. Oh, hey, Death, she greeted him once she'd composed herself. You just missed Knopf. That's all good. I'll catch up with the little dude before I head out.
It was you I wanted to talk to.
Okay, Maine said.
Whoa, Dudette. Nothing to worry about. At least, I don't think so.
The skeleton in the hoodie scratched a bone finger against his bone chin. Shit. He was going to ask her about the wish card. She swallowed. What's up, then? Death paused and stared at her intently.
I was thinking about vacationing in the Beneath. How's the weather down there?
What? She asked. Are the fire gardens still blooming brightly? Yeah. Except there's a big patch that went out after a whale demon exploded into ashes on it. Death chuckled.
Whale demons. Who would ever think of something like that?
I don't know. Maine started to slowly back away from Death. Anyway, it was good meeting you. See you again soon. She turned, and Death was there in front of her again.
Yo, I did have one more question. Have you seen Puck recently?
Puck? Huh? Why? I mean, no. Death frowned.
He's probably playing a practical joke on me. He said he would be my dungeon master the other night, then never showed. Oh well, I thought he might be here.
Death seemed like he was telling the truth. Hey, speaking of Puck, Maine said. He mentioned something about, wish cards at the McCam. Do you know anything about them?
Yeah. When you use them, you get whatever you want. Well, almost anything.
Are they connected in any way to the devil? Like, are there strings attached to using a wish card? Death looked thoughtfully at her. You know what? That would make sense that he would be the arbiter of any wish card requests. He's so good with words and paperwork and collecting signatures. But there aren't any strings involved, as far as I can tell. What you wish for is what you get. He paused. Why are you so interested, if I may ask? Just curious. Oh, okay. Just remember, Maine, curiosity killed the cat. I should know because I had to reap its soul. And I bombed the mood, didn't I? Dang. So Death didn't know about her using the wish card, and how they were living it up and partying in a duplicated world, while the original world was swimming in seas of lava. Talk about a guilt trip. At least she felt a little more reassured that the wish card's effects were legit, and there weren't any strings she had to worry about. Anyway, Death said, I'll let you go. He made to move into the crowd, but she caught his hoodie by the wrist. Wait. Do you know who that baby is, sitting all alone in the corner? Death chuckled. Of course. That's baby Time. Baby who? You didn't think Father Time died in the labyrinth, did you? He was reborn as baby Time. Oh, that was a nice way to maintain cosmic balance in the universe. Death angled his head toward the corner of the room. I hope to see baby Time here at the party. I'm going to see if I can teach him a new word. What word? Maine asked. Mama? Nope. Dada? Death shook his head, grinning. You're close, though. I give up, Maine said. What word are you going to teach him? Death, Maine swallowed. What? Death said. Us being laws of nature, I'm practically his uncle. Besides, baby Time doesn't have a mom or a dad. Maine looked at him. Oh well, just wanted to say hi. Thanks for saving the veil. Death gave her a knowing wink and left. Shit. So did he know what she'd done or not? At least it didn't seem like she was in big cosmic trouble. She was about to return to Sage when someone else stepped in front of her. The Guardian. Chapter 46. Oh, hello, she said. I didn't know angels went to apocalypse parties. The angel leader nodded professionally. Normally, I don't. I am only here at the request of an angel prison inmate. Anyone I know? Maine wasn't sure if she wanted to know. Cupid padded up to her with cuffs on his ankles, wrists, and wings. Instead of his Oshkosh-bagosh overalls, he was wearing a toddler-sized prison uniform.
Hey, Maine. I wanted to, apologize in person for all the crummy stuff I did.
You mean your crimes against humanity and the Veil?
The Guardian elaborated.
Yes, that. Such a mouthful to say, isn't it?
Okay, Maine said. It doesn't look like you can hurt anyone now that you're behind bars, so I think everything is good.
I only did it out of love,
Cupid professed, as the Guardian put a hand on his back and guided him toward a swirling white portal.
That's what they all say,
the angel leader muttered, as the portal closed after them. After they disappeared, Maine stayed standing there for a few moments. Surely someone else wanted to interrupt her before she could talk to Sage again. As if on cue, Makime approached, wearing a dark blue kimono.
Maine, dear, are you enjoying the party?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
They wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
She studied Maine.
You remind me so much of your dad.
Ew, Maine said.
Not in that way. Your heroism. You inherited his heart.
Thanks. I'm glad you're here too. It's always nice working with you to save the day. You are a badass. Sage said your hair ate off a demon's face? The Haryanago smiled mysteriously.
I won't hold you up any longer. I think that handsome man with the wine glass is waiting to talk to you.
Maine turned towards Sage, smiling patiently. She hugged her stepmom and went over to him. Sage threw an arm around her shoulders, and she fell into him. "We really did save the world, didn't we?" Maine said. "Yep. Look around," Sage laughed. "That's why we're here." Planting a hand on his chest, she looked up into his eyes. "What if we're only here because I used the wish card and condemned the old world and created a new one?" She didn't say that, but part of her wanted to let someone else in on her secret decision. Instead, she forced a laugh. "Ha, I know." They stood next to each other, watching the dance floor where Ma and Minnie were doing crazy moves and flying like Cirque du Soleil acrobats with her wind magic. Maine and Sage shared a laugh, and Sage refilled their wine glasses. "Let's never be like that." Maine giggled. The only thing she hated more than dancing was singing karaoke. She sipped her wine, recalling how the sage who had been about to die had told her that he loved her before she'd used the wish card. Had he only said it under the dire circumstances? Or had he meant it? One way to find out. She squeezed his hand. "Sage, thanks for always being there for me. Without your help, I would have been one lost half-troll behind the veil." "I'm sure you still would have run into Nav. You two are destined to be partners." "Yeah, maybe." She looked into his eyes. "What I'm really trying to say is that I love you." He held her gaze. "I love you too." They kissed. It was almost magical. She tasted the wine on his lips as she kissed him harder. Then someone was tugging on her sleeve. She turned to face Minnie, who was holding a mic for her. "What is this?" Maine cautiously inquired. "You must fulfill your promise." The Minotaur looked and sounded drunk happy. "And that is?" "I would fly upon Icarus wings with you to Greece and the labyrinth, if you agreed to do karaoke with me." "Oh, shit," she muttered. Minnie got down on one knee. "Maine, would you karaoke with me?" "Tell him no," the Mantle hissed. "Go back on your word. Then stand back and laugh at him as he butchers his song." She laid a hand on his shoulder. "Fine. Let's get this over with." "She said yes," Minnie exclaimed, throwing up both arms and nodding like a madman to the DJ, sitting at his table off to the side. "Come on. The song is about to start." He grabbed Maine's hand and pulled her after him to a cleared-off portion of the floor. "What, song are we singing?" Maine asked. Minnie grinned and told her. As Minnie placed a mic in her hand, Maine raised her other hand and face-palmed. Knopf blasted drunkenly up to them.
"I love this song. You got another mic? 'Cause this is gonna be epic."
Maine discovered she was grinning with her friends. She beckoned for Sage to join them, but he smiled and waved from the front of the audience. As the DJ started the song, Maine realized everything was returning to normal. Life was good. This concludes Grave Choices by Ramy Vance and Michael Anderle, narrated by Jen Lee. Copyright 2022 by LMBPN Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with LMBPN, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.